Absolutely, Your Excellency.
I hear you, I take your pain.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I understand your pain, and I pray that our government and our police will also understand your pain.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I really appreciate it.
And everybody who wants to leave a party is free to leave a party and go to another party. Yes. Ama ni namna gani wenzangu? Na mimi nawashukuru kwa kulinda chama yenu. Na sisi hatuna vita na mtu. Tunalinda sisi chama yetu. Na wale ambao hawataki waende kule, wanataka kwenda kwa amani. Hakuna haja ya kusumbua watu wale wengine. Tuwe na amani jamani. Polisi wako na shughuli nyingi, sio kuja hapa kujaribu kusumbua watu.
Watu wanakufa Kilifi.
Alafu uko hapa kunyang'anya watu chama yao. Unawanyang'anya kwa nini? Kila mtu ako na haki yake. Na hiyo sisi tunataka kulinda haki yetu. Hatuna haja na mapana. Hatuna haja na nini? Hatuna haja kusumbuana na mtu. Tulinde tu haki yetu. Haki yetu. Ama ni namna gani?
Ndio hivyo.
Na nawashukuru chama ya amani. Unajua ya kwamba sisi wakati wananchi waliamua vile waliamua mwaka uliopita. Mimi sina mengi yangu peke yake tu ni kusema ya kwamba mimi niko hapa kuthibitisha ya kwamba sisi kama wana Jubilee sisi ni chama ya amani, na mnajua ya kwamba sisi wakati wananchi waliamua vile
Good morning, good afternoon, Wakenya wazalendo, Wakenya wangwana, Wakenya wazuri, wale wengi ambao wanatazama, asanteni sana kwa kutune in to Mtembei Live. Thank you for watching and catching this show from wherever you are. Leo ni ile siku. We have a great show. We have a great show lined up for us. Tuko na mengi. Leo mengi yamejiri. Leo Uhuru is back. Imetoka mafichoni. Na ametoka mafichoni kwa sababu ya boembe zilizotokea Jubilee. Karibu sana kwa show. Wewe ambaye unanitazama, karibu sana. Welcome to this wonderful show. I'm your host, Jake, the moderator. Karibu sana. Thank you for making time to be with us even as we begin this wonderful show. Let me know where you're catching me from, and above all, share this link. Thank you for sharing. Yesterday we began awarding those who are sharing and liking our videos and liking all that we do. Asante sana wa Kenya, you are the guys ambao umefanya hii show kuwa show kali. Asante sana. Jana tulimzawadi Veronica Nyachama, tukamzawadi Alice J, tukamzawadi Ali Kambi Degwa, John Jenga, Gloria Ogamas, Florence Wambua, Paul Seth, Anthony Wekesa na Imran Karim. Pia leo tuna list moja kali. So how niliwa contact? I'm still waiting for them to reach me. I hope they reach me so that I can give them their presents. But you as well, unaweza pata zawadi yako kwa kufanya vipi? Kwa kushare, kwa kulike hii video, kwa kushare. Share mara mingi uwezavyo, na jinsi unavyoshare ndivyo maybe utakujulikana na hii app, alafu hii app itakuwa ya kwanza kukuzawadi kwa kukurecognize. Let me know where you're watching me from. Karibu sana kwa show. Asante sana wa Kenya, nyinyi mmefanya hii show kwa show kali. Uhuru leo amefanya ile kitu. Uhuru amejitokeza. Uhuru is back. He's back to do what he has always done, lead Jubilee Party. Jubilee Party, unakumbuka ilianza na kutibua akina Ruto, akina Murkomen walifurusha those days. Nao ilikuwa zama ya mwenyekiti mwenyewe kufeel ile kitu. You remember how wakina akina Susan Kihika and Murkomen used to feel so bad? Yeah? How walikuwa wanafinyiliwa those days. You remember how they would be denied accessing Jubilee offices. How Ruto one day was denied to enter Jubilee offices. He was told he was persona non grata. Leo ilikuwa ile siku Leo ilikuwa ile siku leo ilikuwa ile siku ambayo Uhuru got a degree. Kwa umbali tu. And he had to come out. He had to come out and do that thing called defending his party. We invite you to enjoy our show. Our show today is hosted and sponsored by Optiven. Gatti. There are great prizes. There are great properties they're selling. Watch this clip even as I begin the show. Karibu sana wadau. Enjoy this show. This is your show. Nijulize unaniona ukiwa wapi? Nijuze unaniona ukiwa wapi? Naona wengi washaanza kuingia kwa show. Wewe messages zinaingia kwa wingi, messages zinaingia mbio. We have a great show lined up for you. Tuna discuss jinsi Uhuru leo amevamia ofisi za Jubilee, trying to reclaim back what was stolen from him. I see my friend Cornel Ochuka is already in the studio. Now to get into the studio is not difficult. I am already posting in the link. The link for the video, or rather the link to join me live is coming up. That link ndio unaingia nayo. Ukiingia nayo unajipeleka StreamYard. Ukiingia StreamYard unawasha kamera, unawasha mic, alafu unajikuta umeingia kwa show. Karibu sana. Wakenya, hivi ndivyo leo kumeshinda. Tazama hizi video alafu tutarudi tufanye ile kitu.
Wacha kanini aingie. Fungua ndio hiyo kwa sawa. Wacha kanini aingie. Wewe hapa hiyo. Usiingie hapa hiyo. Sasa tu kwa wale bwana. Wajaribu kuingia. Fungua Masai. Shika huyo.
Naitwa contact man.
Funga gate.
But content creator ni ngumu.
Live iko wapi? Piga.
Uhuru Baterida amekuja. Uhuru amekuja kama Baterida. Wale wengine walikuwa bloggers. Wametuzoea. Uhuru Kenyatta. Wakucheza naye. Wakucheza naye. Wakucheza naye. Wakucheza naye. Endelea kanda mwaka. Na kieni timo vira.
Hawa wanastahili waheshimu haki yetu. Yes. Kama wanachama, na hii ni chama yetu, chama ambacho iko na ratiba yake ambaye tunafuata ya kufanya yale ambaye yanaegezea chama yao. Kuja kupiga kijana kama huyu amekuja amepigwa, kumuumiza. Jameni, kijana ambaye hana shida isipokuwa kulinda haki yake, na polisi wanasimamia watu wakipiga mali ya mtu, kwa sababu hata hii sio nyumba yetu. Hii ni kukodesha, tumekodesha jameni. Hii ni mali ya wengine. Kuna majirani mnawatupia tear gas ndio mchukue nyumba kwa nguvu. Hiyo sio haki. Hiyo sio sheria. Na mimi nawauliza maofisa wetu wa polisi, jameni, fuateni haki. Na tumewaona sasa mara mingi sasa mkienda barabara ya kukosa kufuata haki. Tendeni haki. Muliapa ya kwamba mutailinda inchi, mutailinda wananchi na mutalinda. Tafadhali fanyeni hivyo na msikubali kutumiwa vibaya. Na waomba kwa heshima, kwa sababu mkitumiwa vibaya mwaelekea sasa kuja kuharibu nchi yetu. Sisi tunaheshimu sheria, sisi hatuna shida na sheria, lakini pia sheria yaundwa ndio ilinde wananchi, sio iumize wananchi. Kweli. Sisi tunataka haki yetu, na tunawaomba hata wale ambao wako huko warudi kwa stesheni zao. Kazi ni mingi huko nje. Wawache kuja kutumiwa kusumbua wananchi ambao hawana shida lolote. We have our mechanisms as a political party with which to solve our problems, and we shall solve. And we shall have our meetings, and we shall call our meetings as and when, and the membership of the party will decide the future of the party.
Yes.
And we don't need to be governed or to be ruled or to be pushed by police we will make our decisions in a peaceful manner, because we are peaceful people who wish to live in a peaceful country in coexistence with all the peoples of our republic. Kwa hivyo mimi wakati nimepigiwa na SG na ameniambia yale ambayo yanatendeka, mimi nimesema mimi nakuja kusimama na yeye, nakuja kusimama na wanafuasi wa chama chetu kulinda haki ya chama chetu. Mwende. Mwende, funge kazi. Hapa mpaka muende. Hatutoki mpaka muende. Hatutoki mpaka muende. Hatutoki mpaka muende. Thank you. Sasa na sisi turudi makwetu kwa amani, si ndio? Si tumesema sisi ni watu ya amani, si ndio? Tulikuwa tunalinda haki yetu, tulikuwa na kitu kingine, si ndio hiyo? Tuache kuhakikisha wananchi wameweza kurudi makwao vizuri bila vita, kwa sababu si hatutaki vita. Si hivyo? Na nimewashukuru kwa kulinda haki.
Hata sisi tunashukuru.
Ndio. Nyinyi wote nawashukuru. Tuweke amani, si ndio? Alright.
We. Chalo, vipi, habari ya masiku kaka? Umezima sauti yako Chalo?
Mzuri. Vipi, namna gani?
Tuko salama. Nilitaka tu niwape kionjo because ngumu hata kuinterrupt, ilikuwa drama.
Bwana we. Hichi
Unaona vipi leo?
Leo hichi naona inachemka, mambo yanachemka. Saa hizi tunaelekea kubaya. Kusema kweli. Sasa mimi kwa maoni yangu tunaelekea kubaya. Sijui shida inatokea wapi, lakini tunaelekea kubaya.
Okay, shikilia tu hapo kidogo. Asante wewe ambao unajiunga nami, naona wengi tayari wanatuma ujumbe wao, naona ujumbe zao rather. Namuona Junior Steve ako ndani ya show, karibu sana Steve. Namuona Steven Muhiela uko ndani, Benteke uko ndani, Ali Abbas na kuona, John Wanyoike uko ndani, Joseph Karis uko ndani. Asante wewe ambao unatuma ujumbe mbio. Namuona Africana ako ndani, Bethel Lagat ako ndani, Joseph Opada ako ndani, David kwa Habande uko ndani, John Wanyoike uko ndani, Nico uko ndani, Gladys Kemunto uko ndani, Gaspar Ramadhan Gaspar uko ndani, Brown Vas uko ndani. Zadok Shari na kuona, asante sana. Grace Mboro uko ndani. Angel, uko ndani ya show. Zidi kutuma ujumbe wako, acha nijue unatazama ukiwa wapi. Florence Wambua uko ndani ukiwa Ngara. Florence, nikutumia ujumbe tafadhali nitafute. Wewe ni mshindi wetu wa jana na pia wewe unaweza kuwa mshindi wetu wa leo. Wewe ambaye unanitazama unaweza kuwa mshindi wetu wa leo. Vipi? Kwa kushare tu. Share hii video mara nyingi uwezavyo. Na tutafanya ile kitu. Share our videos and you could be our winner today or tomorrow. Actually today we already have our winners. Probably tomorrow you could be the winner. Wajana nina communicate na Florence Wambua, niliku communicatea, angalia messenger yako utaona ujumbe wangu. Gloria Sogamas na kuona. Joseph Sink uko ndani. George Nyalo na kuona. Arthur Alienduru uko ndani. Karibu sana. Let me know where you're watching from. Richard Kubwa uko ndani. Asante sana. Julius Msau tayari wao kwa show, na Cornela Chuka na Steven Chalo. Wewe ukitaka kujiunga na show unafanya vipi? Kuna link unatumiwa hapo na Mtembei TV, Mtembei Facebook na Mtembei official. Hizo links tatu una click moja yazo. Ukiklik moja yazo inakutuma mahali panaitwa StreamYard. Hapo unafanya vitu viwili, washa mic, washa kamera, alafu wala unajikuta hapa kwa show. Karibu sana, tuna mengi ya kuzungumzia, kuna mengi. Nimecheza tu kionjo, lakini kuna mengi. Walionijengea siku ni kina mama hawa. Kina mama hawa walinijengea tu siku ile yangu yote. Wacha niwacheze ninapo
Uhuru Matarida amekuja. Baba wetu Uhuru amekuja kwenye kwake. Wengine walikuwa machoka. Kujeni sasa. Uhuru wako hapa ndani. Baba wetu Uhuru.
The boss is back. Hiyo ndio mada yetu ya leo. Tuna discuss jinsi ambavyo Uhuru amerudi katika chama cha Jubilee, amerudi kwa bwembwe na bashasha ambayo yametokana na ile challenge ambayo ilikuwa leo. Cornelo Chuka, habari ya leo, umeshinda vipi kaka?
Nimeshinda salama sana. Nimefurahia kuona president wetu. Rafiki ya aliyekuwa na bado atakuwa tu kwa moyo wetu, na rafiki ya baba sana. Kenye ningeomba tu angetafuta tu jeshi la baba watu wa 7 peke yake. Watu wa 7, si wengi. Ni vile tu kujua, lakini
nilimwona jamaa maarufu, nani alikuwa yoitwaje huyu jamaa?
People's President
Gaucho alikuwa ndani.
Na nimeshangaa sana wale walifukuza polisi ni watu jeshi la baba. Sijui walijua aje, lakini tungeomba waongeze wengine wa 7 tu. Wa 7. Hata saa hizi kesho tutaanza kulinda hiyo ofisi. Tumeona hiyo ofisi iko na maana na tunapenda hivyo.
Hiyo ofisi itabidi imehamishwa, maanake uliona kuna huu mzungu hapa, acha nimtafute. Kuna huu mzungu hapa.
Huyo Mwindi.
Hebu nimtafute huyu Mwindi, alimtekea kubwa. You can imagine aliambia peso.
Na tukaendelea na tukakabalia wale ambao walishinda haki yao, na sisi hatuna shida na hiyo, lakini tunasema jamani, pia hawa wanastahili waheshimu haki yetu kama wanachama, na hii ni chama yetu, chama ambacho iko na ratiba yake ambayo tunafuata ya kufanya yale ambayo yanaegezea chama yao. Kuja kupiga kijana kama huyu amepigwa kumuumiza, jameni, kijana ambaye hana shida isipokuwa kulinda haki yake, na polisi wanasimamia watu wakipiga mali ya mtu, kwa sababu hata hii sio nyumba yetu, hii ni kukodesha, tumekodesha jamii. Hii ni mali ya wengine. Kuna majirani mnawatupia tear gas ndio mchukue nyumba kwa nguvu. Hiyo sio haki, hiyo sio sheria.
Nikapata huyo muhindi tu sahi. Kuna muhindi amenijengea leo siku nitampata tu sahizi, nitamcheza. Lakini Julius, karibu pia wewe kwa show. Asante sana kwa kujiunga nami. Cornel, maoni yako ni yapi? What is Uhuru up to? Uhuru and Ruto, cause hii sasa ni drama tu yenye ilikuwa few years back, ni imerudi sasa, imerudi ikiwa painted vingine. Okay, we cannot hear you. Oh, Cornelo, chuka sauti yako kuna venye. Steve Chalo, nilikuwa nimekukata Ochuka anapoendelea kuangalia sauti yako ya either log out log in. Steve Chalo, maoni yako ni yapi? Sijui kuko aje wewe. Hii si mara ya kwanza, we have seen this before. Wakati DP Ruto alifanywa sarakasi kama hizi, leo alichokionja Uhuru ni what Ruto one time alipitia. Unmute.
Siwezi jua sana, unanipata?
Nakupata.
Siwezi jua sana kama Wakenya ile fujo ndo wanafurahikia ama ni nini, siwezi jua. Mimi kwa upande wangu naona ile fujo inayoendelea kidogo kidogo, na wengine wakisherekea, wengine wakilalamika, ile fujo itakuwa kubwa ile fujo itakuja kuwa kubwa one day.
Okay.
Na hata si kitambo. Manake sisi kama raia tunatakikana tuwe na msimamo, lakini msimamo wetu unaonekana tumetegemea upande kule pesa inatoka. Sasa hiyo ni ishara ya uvivu.
Okay.
Hata wewe unangoja kupawa pesa, ukipawa pesa unageuka. Na kitu jingine ya kusikitisha ni hawa wabunge ama wale magavana ambao tuliwapigia kura na chama fulani, halafu akishachuguliwa akipita tu anaruka nengelo upande mwingine. Kama ni sawa, ako sawa, yeye angesimama na kile chama alikuwa anaona kiko anakipenda na akaenda. Unakuta mtu amechuguliwa na Jubilee anaenda anaruka anaenda kwa chama kingine. Unakuta mtu anachaguliwa na ODM anaruka anaenda kwa chama kingine baada tu akipata kura. Kwa nini si angesimama na kile chama kingine tayari huo muda? Manake sasa hivi wengine huko wakasimama kwa hivyo vyama vyao, hata nomination hawatapata. Sema kweli. Wakasimama tu vile walitoka Jubilee wakaendoka kwingine, nomination pia hawangepata. Wengine wamesimama na ODM, walipopata wakaruka wakaingia kwa UDA. Na wangesimama na UDA hawangepata kwa. So hapo ndio kuna tatizo fulani. Kama kuna sheria ingeundwa, ukiwa wataka kuingia kwa chama kingine uresign kwanza ndio uruke kwa chama kingine. Sasa hapo nafikiri pengine ingesaidia. Hayo ni maoni yangu tu.
Okay. Julius Msao, maoni yako ni yapi? Leo Uhuru amejitokeza na ametokea wakati kuko na issues. Wewe unaona vipi?
Maoni yangu ni kwamba kitu ya kwanza, Uhuru anatumia sheria vibaya, kozi wale watu wako pale ni watu wako after pesa. Hakuna mtu mwenye amekosa usingizi hiyo ameacha kazi zake kuja kupiga kelele pale bure. Wale watu wanajua wako pale na ni pesa wamepewa ili walete taharuki na wamsaidie, kwa sababu wanajua wakiwa na yeye hapo hakuna tear gas watatupiwa. Ili kuleta attention kwa Kenya kuwa Ruto ni mbaya na anataka kuharibu, kuchukua mali za watu. Ili hali wakati hiyo Jubilee ikiundwa walikuwa pamoja na Ruto. Ruto pia alikuwa pia ni mwenyeji na ile ilikuwa na anajua ukweli wa mambo. Kuna wakati lilipoka kuwa hiyo Jubilee House ilitumika pesa ya umma kuijenga, haikuwa pesa ya mtu ama pesa ya chama. Hiyo ndio ukweli wa mambo. Na wakati Ruto anaichukua hiyo nyumba anajua ni pesa ya umma ilitumika kujenga hiyo ofisi. So inafaa itumike kwa kazi ya serikali. Lakini watu wanaharibiwa attention na kupewa pesa na kupotoshwa na maneno ya rais mstaafu. Hayo ndio yangu.
Na wewe unaona kurudi kwake kwa siasa, kwa sababu anafaa awe ameretire, lakini bado ni kama anashikilia Jubilee, ni kama bado anashikilia hicho chama kwa ukaribu sana. Wewe unaona kama anafaa zidi kushikilia chama ama astaafu tu?
Hiyo yote ni ile inaingiana na ile mrengo yake yenye alikuwa ameanzisha BBI ili kusudi arudi kama prime minister aendelee kuongoza Kenya. Sasa hapo ndio maana ameona hiyo ile njama yake alikuwa akitaka kutumia ilitibuka, hakuweza kupitisha BBI ili aendelee kuongoza Kenya. Ndio sasa anaona aanze kutumia kulete vurugano, kupotosha watu ili tuendelee kurudi nyuma, tuseme serikali haisaidii watu waanze kulete mvurugu. Ili watu waanze kusema hawana imani na Ruto.
Kwa hivyo wewe ukubaliani na mbinu zake za kurudi kwa chama?
Mbinu zake zenye anatumia ni makosa, cause Ruto akiwa kwa uongozi kama deputy ashaisema na akanukuu kuwa Jubilee ilijengwa na pesa ya umma. So ile nyumba inafaa itumike kwa kazi ya serikali. Hiyo ndio ukweli wa mambo.
Na sasa kwa sababu kuna hiyo taharuki ambayo imezuka leo, unaona kama itampa baba more motisha, kwa sababu Jumanne kuna maandamano na kuna uwezekano sasa hata wale wafuasi sugu wa Jubilee sasa watajiunga vizuri sasa na maandamano. Unaona kama hiyo itampa baba boost on Tuesday?
Boost itampa na watu wengi wataumia, na kuna wenye wataelekea ICC baada hizo vurugu zote, juu wakati serikali mtu ashachukua kiti, sioni venye watafaulu kumweka Ruto chini na Ruto akubali, ili yeye Ruto anajua alipewa kiti na wananchi, na hata kubali kudumishwa na kudhalilishwa na mwenye retire na mwenye alianguka. Sisi ndio tutaumia, lakini dakika ya mwisho kuna wenye wataelekea ICC after vurugu zote hizo.
Kuna wakati Ruto alisema maneno ambayo yalikaa kama ni mchezo, lakini eventually tumekuja kuyaona. Kuna wakati alisema maneno ambayo yalichekesha wengi, yalihuzunisha wengi, lakini haya ndio Ruto alisema sometimes back, kwa sababu hii story haikuanza leo. Hii ni story ambayo kiendelea.
Nilikuwa ODM na nikafukuzwa ODM, nikapelekwa kotini, vile hawa kinaisha na Dori wameandikiwa barua, hata na mimi niliandikiwa barua. Sasa wale nataka niwaambie, hamuwezi kunifukuza ODM ati mkanifuata ati mnanifukuza Jubilee. Haiwezekani. Hiyo haiwezekani bwana. Ati wanajipanga huko porojo, fitina, tutavunja Jubilee. Watavunja Jubilee ya nani? Hiyo ni ndoto ya mchana nani? Hiyo msahau kabisa.
So hapa ilikuwa deputy president, because I want to kuleta nyuma na sasa. Hapa ilikuwa deputy president, wakati mmoja alikuwa ameshikilia Jubilee na roho yake yote, lakini siku kidogo baadaye mambo yakamwendea visivyo, and we saw what happened. Ilibidi mpaka aanzishe chama chake. Konelo Chuka, wewe unaona kama ni masuala ya zamani yameanza kumkumba Uhuru Kenyatta? Because hiyo story hawaku resolve. If wange resolve, probably vitu zingeseto kwa Jubilee. Ochuka, unmute. Ochuko, unmute. Okay, Ochuka ni kama tuko na challenge na yeye. John Jenga, habari ya saa hizi? John Jenga, washa mic. Habari ya leo John Jenga?
Salama sana. Nashukuru.
Karibu sana kwa show.
Salama sana.
Umeshinda vipi?
Nimeshinda poa, nashukuru sana.
Hata
leo niko Narok, kuna shambani.
Okay. Yes, John Jenga. John Jenga. We. Vincent Vincent Boni, habari ya saizi?
Sema imerudi tu, ninasema unifafanulie kidogo mada ni gani?
Tunaongelea jinsi Uhuru leo amefanya ile kitu katika maofisi
Tuna ile ya
za
Shakahola na hii ya Jubilee.
Shakahola tulidiscuss jana, lakini tutakusia tu kidogo baadaye. Tunaongelea jinsi Uhuru alivyovamiwa katika ofisi. Sijui kama umefuatilia taarifa ya leo.
Nimefuatilia na nimeshida na niliona. Na jambo lile nilishangasha leo, siku expect our former president akuje katika ama hiyo mambo niliyaona pale, nikashindwa ni interest gani yako nayo na chama, na hii chama saa hizi ni kama aliondokea. Pili nikarudi nikaona watu wa Azimio wanasema hiyo chama ni yao. Leo kulikuwa na mambo mengi ambapo mimi sikuyaelewa vizuri, although niliona rais tunayeheshimu hakuwa anafaa kukuja kutetea mtu mdogo hivyo kama Kioni, na sijui anamtetea namna gani. Na hii niseme ya kwamba hii si vita ya Jubilee, hii si vita ya Azimio, hata sio vita ya UDA. Hii ni vita ya Mount Kenya. Maana ukiangalia hapa unaona ni Kioni, Kanini Kega na Sabina Chege. Hii ni vita yao na wanataka kuonyeshana, kupimana nguvu, lakini katika hapa unaona wengine wanakuja wanaingilia na huenda wataachwa katikati hao wote.
Sijui kwa nini leo ninapata challenge na my panelist, but Ochuka, sijui sauti yako imerudi sawa sasa?
Unanisikia?
Uko sawa, endelea.
Sasa nilikuwa nasema kwanza Julius, nilikuwa nataka kumwambia kama Jubilee iliundwa na pesa ya umma, kwa sasa hawako kwa hiyo ofisi, wako kwa ofisi nyingine yenye iko Kileleshwa, ile yenye iko Thika Road wameiwacha. So ukiangalia siasa ambaye zinapigika leo ni siasa ambaye Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta amepigiwa simu kuelezwa chama, watu wana invade chama na kuja saidie chama kama mtu mzima, na nimeona amekuja na shida yote sijaona hapo. Actually amejaribu kuambia watu wakina Sabina Chege ni watu ambao wamenunuliwa, na kama ni viongozi wa Jubilee wako na issue, wanafaa kushikana kama viongozi wa Jubilee, wakuje na nia mzuri kama Jubilee. I think wanaweza have meeting, wanaweza itana, waelewane, wakae chini wazungumuze, lakini wao wenyewe ndio naona walikuja na goons. Wakapata hawa jamaa kwa ofisi, hawa jamaa wakafunga ofisi, na jamaa walipofunga ofisi, walipoingia hao ndio walianza kutupa mawe na wakaanza kuweka maisha ya watu matarini. Majirani wakapigia polisi, polisi wakakuja. Polisi kukuja, Uhuru kufukuza polisi, si ati Uhuru anafukuza polisi kwa ubaya. Ile ni estate ya watu, iko na watu, iko na wapangaji ambao wanaishi hapo, iko na watoto, iko na watu ambao wako tu na pisi yao kivyao. Uwezi leta hiyo goons from nowhere unawaleta
kidogo tu. Kila mtu amezima mic, lakini sauti yako inalia fani. Leo umefanya nini ndio unakuwa na sauti nzuri?
Najaribu kiunda, sijui kama unanisikia vizuri. Unanisikia sasa?
Ebu iunde, kwa sababu kuna vile inalia ni kama umeka umeka earphone na sioni kama umeweka, lakini if unaweza maybe ama ujaribu kulog out to log in, alafu na mimi nicheze hii clip moja tu, alafu nialike other people to continue. But kabla sijaicheza Mr. Vincent, unanisikia? Vincent, unanisikia? Vincent, washa mic yako. Hello, tunakusikia, endelea. Hello, nakusikia, endelea. Nakusikia, endelea. Okay.
yet of his political life. Events at State House and the Houses of Parliament paint Deputy President William Ruto as a man on the receiving end, as President Uhuru Kenyatta appears to cobble together a new coalition and wield a big stick at the same time against his, can we call it, former ally? Well, it's testing times here for the Deputy President, who has staked his future on what he fashions as a race between, quote, hustlers, 2022 political mission, through four voting around President Kenyatta and ODM leader Raila Odinga. So, what are the options for William Ruto? Our very own Enoch Sekolia gives it a try.
Before things fell apart, DP Ruto was the heir apparent to President Kenyatta as the leader of the Jubilee Party. As the co-driver of the country's ruling party, it was almost a sure bet that he will replace Uhuru once he vacates. But the current rift between the two has widened to such an extent that jumping into Jubilee's top seat looks like a daunting task for Ruto. His influence in the party he helped build has been cut significantly. His key allies have been chopped off from government or rendered powerless.
Even if they continue with the patch of removing other leadership in the National Assembly or continue removing committee members and committee chairmen and persons, I think it does not change any resolve.
Constitutionally, the president has no power to send him packing, but it's apparent his office has been stripped of responsibilities and duties. The DP has been cast into the cold quite literally. And the man supposed to be the second most powerful figure on the landscape is facing tough times ahead of the remaining years of the Uhuru presidency. So what should the man from Sugoi do? Disembark or remain put and fight his dear political life?
Whether he leaves the party or he remains like he's inconsequential in party decisions, then 2022, whoever will be the most powerful in Jubilee or the closest to the most powerful people in Jubilee is likely to be nominated as the torchbearer for Jubilee.
Ruto's eyes remain focused on succeeding Uhuru Kenyatta as Kenya's fifth president. Analysts believe that whichever route he chooses to follow, it will be a bumpy ride in the wilderness. And to survive, the former Eldoret North Member of Parliament will have to dig deep into his reserves.
His main hurdle for now is, will he galvanize the Rift Valley for himself on another party? KANU has received the position of a majority leader in the Senate. The person who got it is from Rift Valley. Gideon Moi, who looks to be playing ball with President Uhuru, or the leader of Jubilee, is actually also from Rift Valley.
Ruto has proved to be an uncompromising brawler, ready to take the battle to his opponent's doorstep, as he did in central Kenya against his boss, luring several MPs to his side to push his agenda.
The game is yet to begin, and I can assure you from where we sit.
Facing a unity of what he terms dynasties and political bigwigs, Ruto could choose to use the popular approach, that of reaching out directly to the electorate. While at it, he would employ his strength on the political arena.
Okay. Chalo, nimejaribu kuturudisha nyuma kidogo ili tujieleze ama tujaribu kukumbuka what really happened, because Jubilee shida zake zimetoka nyuma na leo ni kama tulikuwa culmination of what this party has been about.
Wacha nielezee, wajua kuelezana huko sio wake mambo ya kwenda kulipiza. Kama yeye alikuwa ametuna ODM, mbona sasa anafikiria kuchukua ofisi ya ODM moja? Si mambo ya kwenda kulipizana, hakutajenga ile nchi. Ile nchi tutaibomoa na mikono yetu wenyewe, kwa sababu sisi tunafikiria tu pale sasa ile pesa iko. Yeye alisema kwanza alifukuzwa ODM. Mbona hajawahi kutoka awe rais sasa alipoenda kuchukua nyumba yote ya ODM? Uhuru Kenyatta alipokuwa yuko karibu kutoka, alisema yeye atatoka, atapeana upanga wa serikali, lakini ataendelea kuwa chairman wa Jubilee. Atasimamia mambo ya Jubilee. Na kama hiyo video uko nayo icheze hapa. Kwa hivyo mimi siwezi mlaumu Uhuru akija kutetea nyumba ya Jubilee. Makosa yanayofanyika ni wale wabunge na wale ambao waliingia na tiketi za Jubilee wakapata kura alafu wakaenda wakabadilika. Na hiyo kitu ndio ingekuwa msasa iwe wewe umeingia na party fulani, ukitaka kutoka uresign kwanza, utoke kwa kile chama ambacho kimekupeleka kule, alafu zipigwe kura hata kama ni by election. Si mambo na kupanga na kurukaruka kwa sababu ya pesa. Sasa hizi pesa zitakuja kutuonyesha mambo magumu sana pale mbele, kwa sababu ya kuwa sisi sote tunapenda, yani tunatamaa. Wala kuwa tuwe na hekima, tunashikwa na tamaa. Unakuta mtu anapigiwa kura na Jubilee, watu wanamwibia pale kwa Jubilee, akishapata anaruka anakwenda kwa ODM. Alafu sasa yeye kama rais ana hakika ile anajua ile nyumba ilijengwa kwa nini ama ilijengwa na pesa gani. Yeye kwanza alikuwa ni resign kutoka kwa ile chama before from chama chake cha UDA, halafu akakeshea zake katika ile chama ama sheria mani. Lakini ukweli wa Kenya hawapendi kusikia ukweli. Ukiwadanganya watakupigia makofi sana, lakini ukweli hawapendi kusikia. Na hiyo ndio shida ya sisi wa Afrika. We will run our shadows. We run away from our shadows. Lakini ukweli wa mambo, yeye alikuwa ni resign kutoka kwa Jubilee ule wakati, na kama ni shares zake hapo nazo pale arudishiwe.
Lakini ukiangalia Chalo, Jubilee ilianza kwa sababu ya formation ya two parties, TNA na URP waka unite, right? So ilikuwa tayari ni muungano, alafu vyama vingine vikaingia ndani. So walipoungana wakaunda chama kimoja kikubwa cha Jubilee. Hivyo basi alikuwa na share 50-50, right?
Ndio hapo, si ndio hapo unakwambia.
Kana kwamba Uhuru alimchezea shere, na leo ni kana kwamba alikuwa anavuna alichokipanda miaka mingi iliyopita.
Sasa hapo ndio nimetangulia kusema yeye alikuwa ni resign kwa chama cha Jubilee kabla afumu kile chake, alafu atake shares zake. Unasikia? Sasa hawezi kuwa mguu mmoja UDA mguu mmoja Jubilee. Itawezekana vipi? Ukweli wa mambo ni alikuwa ni resign akataka share yake. Hata angeenda kwa resign na akaenda kwa share zake, there will be no problem. Lakini yeye haja resign, hajauliza share zake, anataka kuchukua yeye. Sasa anataka kuchukua yeye everything kwa Jubilee. Uhuru naye hawezi kukubali kila kitu yeye. Sasa wanapanga mvutano. Nafikiri utanielewa, maana wajua problem ni kwamba sisi wa Kenya kuelewa hatutaki. Tumesimama tu na mrengo mmoja, laini ni hii, unaenda hiyo tayari. Lakini ule ukweli wa mambo, alipokasirika ama alipokosewa mpaka fomu chama chake ambacho sasa hivi ni rais na lazima tumheshimu, angeresign kwa ile chama Jubilee na akapata shares zake.
Lakini Chalo, nikuulize tu kwa haraka tu. Wakati kampuni inafungwa, kwenye shares ili wa dissolve, kila mtu upewa haki yake. Hiyo chama as it is inakuwa dissolve. Hakuna mwenye anabaki na chama kama unless you buy shares zote, right?
Lakini wewe umeniambia kama kampuni inafungwa. Kama kampuni inafungwa, lakini Jubilee haijafungwa. Umeniambia kama kampuni inafungwa, that is really right. Lakini kama haijafungwa, kampuni haijafungwa, Jubilee haijafungwa, wewe unataka kutoka. Si wewe utaresign kwanza, utoe barua ya maombi ya kutoka. Barua ipawe chama, akubali, asaini wanachama wakubali kwa wanataka kutoka. Halafu ukikubaliwa kutoka, sasa uniuliza, je, swali share zangu ziko wapi? That is the real way of going the matter.
Kumbuka waliofanyia kazi Jubilee walitimuliwa kimakosa ama visivyo, waliokuwa kwenye vyama wakatolewa, akina Murkomen wakakuwa demoted, walifanywa madharau mengi sana, na wakati huo Uhuru alinyamaza kimya. Leo iwaje basi atahitaji ahurumiwe na siulizi kama mtu wa UDA, nauliza tu kwa kama mtu ambaye najaribu kubalance show. Iwaje atahurumiwa na wakati huo yeye ndo alikuwa akiongoza vita dhidi ya vigogo wa, by then can I call them tanga.
Sasa
wakipigwa tear gas, sijui kama unakumbuka wakipigwa tear gas maeneo ya
nakumbuka vizuri sana. Lakini
na nitakuwa nikicheza video tunapoendelea.
Wewe manager kwa kampuni, manager anaweza futa mtu yoyote, na yule mtu yoyote akifutwa atalipwa riadha yake, zile pesa zake alifanyia pale. Sasa wale kama walifutwa walikuwa ni wadai shares zao, kama walikuwa wana share, na kama walikuwa wanafanya kazi hapo ndani walikuwa ni walipwa mishahara yao na waende. Maana kampuni haijafungwa, ni kufutwa kazi umefutwa. Unaelewa? So by all means, hata kama kulikuwa kuna shida kama hizo, pia zilikuwa ni shida ambazo ni za chama, walikuwa ni wakae wazungumze, atakayepata shares zake, atakayelipwa mshahara alipwe na aende. Chama kilikuwa kimebaki pale. Mimi si mtu wa Jubilee wala si mtu wa ODM wala si mtu wa UDA. Niko nature, niko neutral. Katika vyama vyote mimi siko hata kama kimoja. Lakini ukweli mpaka tuone ule ukweli vile kunaenda.
Na Mr. Maina, Mr. Maina, hi. Okay. Alex vipi? Alex Media, how are you?
Niko poa, naona unavamiwa hapa, hata wakurugenzi hakuna mnaongea nao hapa. Nikasema acha nikujoin.
Niko na wakurugenzi ingia sauti zao sijui leo ni nini. So inanibidi niwe na challenge moja ya sauti.
Nakusikia na kama hiyo challenge.
Habari ndugu yangu. Uko salama Salmin?
Niko salama. Unanipata? Nakupata sasa, sauti yako imerudi sawa. Nakupata, uko sawa sasa? Hello?
Unanipata mimi mwenyewe?
Maina, ninakupata vizuri SG. Halo, nakupata?
Wewe ndio unapotea bwana, wewe ndio unapotea. Wewe ndio unahang.
Unanisikia sasa?
Kabisa, kwa njia mufti kabisa, njia mufti.
Okay. Leo ile siku mkubwa wako amejitokeza kimasomaso kudefend chama chake cha Jubilee.
Nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu mara tulikuwa tunajua ako amenyamaza, hatujui ako saidi gani, lakini nashukuru Mungu ameonesha kwamba yeye ako pande ya Jeremiah Kioni. Hivyo ndivyo watu utetea vitu zao. Unajua kama wanavyojua rais hana social capital. Hana ile kitu inaitangwa influence ya wananchi kwa sababu ya vile you understand he needs to buy parties so that he can solidify his governance in Kenya. But the problem with him, he thinks that by buying leaders, you have bought the Kenyan people. So we are happy that Uhuru Kenyatta has come out. Jubilee Party will give him a lot of trouble in even if we go to 2027. Because after people realize that this UDA party is just is just on quicksand, then they will just, I can tell you, whatever happens, the next election in Mount Kenya will bring so many parties on board, not only Jubilee. In fact, we can bet with you that the next election, it will not be a wave. Why? Because many people have realized that UDA is just falsehood. It's just like the Church of Mackenzie. It sells false hope. Mara unga iko Naivas, iko Quickmart, haiko kwa kiosk. Mara tutapatia network, tutapatia free calls. all these false hopes. So once you realize that the people in power are doing nothing, and Mount Kenya is suffering. For example, right now Kahawa has dropped from 120 to 100 bob and 70 bob. That tells you there is a problem. There is a problem. So Jubilee must be respected. Let UDA, if it really won the election, depend on its parties. They depend on the parties that supported them. That is Ford Kenya. Let them depend on Ford Kenya and this other party of Musalia Mudavadi. What is it? Hiyo chama hizo ziliwasaidia, lakini waache kuingilia chama cha Jubilee. So we are happy with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, na mtu anayesema achakui kuingia kwa siasa ni mtu pumbavu kabisa, kwa sababu Kenya si yake. Kila mtu ako na haki ya kupiga siasa. Hata Barack Obama alipigia campaign Joe Biden after kutoka. Kwa hivyo hatuna shida na Uhuru Kenyatta. He is young. He has retired in his seat, but he is not tired to continue agitating for his right. He is a Kenyan, and he has all the right to fight for his party. In fact, we don't want him to get out of politics as a people of Mount Kenya. We want him to continue fighting for the people of Mount Kenya and agitating for the rights of people of Mount Kenya. He is our son. He is actually a real son. Hawa wengine unasikia Gachiedha, those are half caste. Those are half caste kids. So the only person we know is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
But now that is coming from you, who was once in Azimio. I would wish to listen to someone who was in UDA and has a contrary view. That may make some heading, like rather that may be a punch. But you see, you are in Azimio, you are still in Azimio, so you cannot count chickens that you never had. So if I would get maybe someone from UDA, a former person of a hustler, that would really help. But how can I get them? Naweza wapata hapo kwa hustler. Hustler naweza wapata hapa, sorry, hapo kwa comment. Let me know, is Uhuru gaining back his ground? Mine is saying Uhuru is back, and because he's back, his political punch is back. Unaona kama amerudi, na kama amerudi unaona kama atatikisa Ruto. Na akina Gachagua, Ishungwa and the likes. Let me know, tuma maoni yako hapo chini, na zaidi ya yote let me hear from you. Naona wengi wanatuma ujumbe. Namuona Hilsia Cruz unasema hola. Namuona Kenyan anasema Azimio is behaving like a fox yenye ilisema matunda haijaiva after ilikosa kuifikia. Namuona Andrew Musila ako ndani, na wengi ambao wanatuma ujumbe. Richard Mkubwa uko ndani, na wengine ambao wanatuma ujumbe zao. Maina, what do you base your argument from? Because you are already in Azimio, haven't left, so you can't really speak for those who were never in Azimio in the first place.
I'm in Azimio, but I live in Mount Kenya, my brother. I have brothers and sisters who are in UDA, and they are telling me they are shy even to support this government. They are telling me hata ukiona mtu anajipiga kifua ni aibu ako nayo, hataki kusema nilipoteza kura. They are very much ashamed to say, hey, hii serikali haitupeleki mzuri. The truth of the matter is many people have become jittery, even my brothers who are in UD and my sisters, and they have told me this guy was a liar, and whatever Uhuru had told them, it is true. He is clueless in leadership. He doesn't know. How do you send 25 Land Rovers for a political event when Shakahora needs at least 100,000 policemen wachimbe hizo makaburi so that we know how many people are buried there? I think more police are needed in Shakahora, and in Baringo and in Turukana. Waache mambo ya kisiasa, waache kufuata watu kwa nini kwa chama zao. Those Land Rovers, let them tomorrow Kindiki aongoze watu waende wachimbe huko na matrakta, waokoe hawa watu ambao walikuwa wanaenda binguni, warudishe kwanza kwa mamog, ndio tuweze kufanyia postmortem before to release waende binguni. And as I finish, I want to tell you my brother, hata wewe unajua hii serikali imeundwa kwa uongo na propaganda. Ama wewe umepata unga ya 159? Tuseme tu kweli. Bwana moderator, unajua pia wewe ni Mkenya.
Allow me not to answer. I want to play a clip of how Jubilee became, because that will inform us a lot. Because some of these things, they normally say karma as a way of coming back to you. This thing was not formed by Uhuru alone. This is not Uhuru's effort.
The march to Jubilee's United Party, Uhuru's vehicle for next year's presidential election, got a shot in the arm after the two Jubilee principals sought Kenyans' blessings for the new party in their Wednesday tour of Baringo and Nakuru counties.
Mheshimiwa Uhuru na mimi na wengine Jubilee tunasema 2017 tunataka kuunganisha iwe chama moja nyuma ya kiongozi mmoja Uhuru Kenyatta, chama ya Jubilee. Mnakubali ama mko na plan nyingine?
Na mnajua sisi wakati tulikuwa tunazunguka tulisema ya kwamba tupate tukose kura, kitu cha muhimu ni Wakenya wawe kitu kimoja, waweze kuishi pamoja. Vita ambayo tumekuwa nayo iweze iishi, na ndio tuweze kuendesha maendeleo na wananchi waweze kufanikiwa na waweze kuendelea na maisha yao.
The drive to sell JP in the counties kicked off by the two principals comes after the much-awaited merger deadline failed to materialize to address sticky issues. Among the contentious issues simmering in the merger process is the National Steering Committee midwifing the process, led by Meru Senator Kiraitu Murungi and veteran politician Noe Kesa.
We started, with some people appointed to put up one party without really involving the masses. Now, if you look at the governors, even though they are so silent, I doubt whether they are really in it.
What is the role of the youth? If you are going to recycle the same people, octogenarians, so if you are going to, then what is the role of the youth? So, I think if Jubilee is even supposed to succeed, bring the younger people inside. We have got very vibrant young people.
Mukurweini MP Kabando wa Kabando, who is the chair of the subcommittee on political mobilization, however allayed fears on the leadership appointed by the two Jubilee principals.
And they were appointed by His Excellency the President and the Deputy President. Nobody in the National Steering Committee is there for any constituency or county interest.
MPs from TNA and URP say a united Jubilee party will be a curse to the coalition, as it will give their rivals an upper hand in case of a fallout in the coalition nominations.
We also risk in terms of nomination. When we just have one party and we say, yeah, this is our party, we have one risk. Some very, very popular people could not get the nomination certificate, and then they could go to other parties. But if we don't have already a friendly party, we know that in case you don't get here, you go to the other one and you get, then you see we can end up maybe losing our members.
KANU, which had signed a coalition agreement with Jubilee, is watching the merger with keen interest, having fielded a candidate in the Kericho by-election.
If you look at where we stand, the merger is a new formation. It's not part of the one we entered into an agreement with. So this new formation, even for us to talk with them, we need a new agreement. So we're only talking about the agreement that we signed with the Jubilee that is now currently running the government. So anything outside that, we are not concerned.
The Merger National Steering Committee, which met on Tuesday, has rolled out a countrywide plan to popularize the merger at the grassroots, starting with Rift Valley, Western and Coast in the next 3 months. The renewed push is also meant to harmonize Jubilee affiliate parties' constitutions. Also at the center of the ambitious plan is to incorporate governors who have been opposed to the merger.
Now, looking at, I was trying to retrace where Jubilee came from, because Jubilee didn't just start. It it had its genesis. I've played where those two parties merged, and the steering committee that helped to merge these two parties to form Jubilee. And even after UDA left, I think a lot has never been settled. Alex, I want to bring you on that, having played all that.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I like that historicity, because it is a wake-up call to the politics of viscerality, whereby we just wake up one day and decide that because of personal ambitions or personal problems, and we lie to the whole country that it's time for communities to merge, where people are endeavored to solve personal problems. And I said it before. Ruto was on his way to Nakuru to sign an accord with Raila. And this guy from Mount Elgon, what is this young guy who was Uhuru political strategist, what is his name? His name is gone. And he called Uhuru and he told Uhuru, if Kulei and Raila sits down and they sign that accord, Mount Kenya is gone from him. So Uhuru calls Ruto while he's in Gilgil on his route to Nakuru and tells him, I will give you anything you want. You just drive back to Nairobi and we will be able to sit down and be able to get whatever you want. And that was the first time that Uhuru and Ruto agreed to form a coalition. Now, URP decides to form a coalition with the then TNA, a small party, unknown. At least URP was building. You know, URP had its base from ODM to UDM, being refuted there, and then coming with from Orange Democracy to Republican. So, and you can understand all that. But if you know, at that particular time, we said this and we were castigated. URP and Jubilee coming together, it's not communities coming together. It is a pure lie. These are two people who want to solve the ICC problems. I was anti-ICC. ICC was a coy that was bringing us down or to change the politics of Kenya. But because already we were in ICC, Uhuru and Ruto had to solve their problem, come rain, come sunshine. Because had Raila come in, Uhuru might have been saved, but Ruto should have been a sacrificial lamb, because Ruto was eating Raila's base. But Ruto is a politician, and that is why sometimes I respect him. Him as a politician, he could not stick within ODM and cry out knowing that he was not going to finish Raila politically, and he was already. And so their pact did help him. Now, where Uhuru failed, and we kept on saying, and this week has vindicated me, I kept telling them, look at what is happening in Botswana. When Kama left Masisi, Masisi had to finish totally, completely the man who put him in power. So Masisi today, who people do not know why Gachagua went to visit him. Gachagua is also a shrewd politician, like him or not, hate him or not. So politics is at play here. The politics of money, the politics of viscerality, and politics of beyond 2027. Now, why is Uhuru stamping his feet? That is the question. The new political law that is going to be signed is going to make sure that Raila and his age is stopped from 2027. And fortunately, the law they want to put in still will help Uhuru come back in politics. So Ruto's big headache and biggest problem is Uhuru Kenyatta. Now, to stop him, they must stop his vehicle towards the presidency. That is Jubilee. Now, the question is, does Uhuru has loyalists in the party that will help him? Unfortunately, the way I look at Kioni is another Nick Salat. Nick Salat never stayed in Kanu because he saw that Kanu was relevant or anything of the sort. Nick Salat stayed there because he was being bankrolled. He was getting whatever he wanted. But recently he found out that, man, hii siasa ya kufika mpaka 60 years ni kupewa 2 handouts. It does not work out. So Uhuru better revamp Jubilee in a way that he takes the mantle of it. And how does he step up? You see, there was a time Ruto had bought Ababu Namwamba, Joho, and all those people. They were taking ODM from who? From Raila. What did Raila do? He came behind men in black, whatever that happened, we don't know. Election never happened again. And Raila took hold of that party. Until today, nobody can take it out from him. The question is, he trusted Kioni. He trusted Sabina Chege. He trusted Kanini Kega. Why did he do that? He even trusted people like the Kirinyaga governor, who are no longer with him. He must understand that the person that really helped him in Jubilee was Raphael Tuju. And he must look for qualities like Raphael Tuju, regardless of who you are. Right now, Uhuru must understand he's no longer a Mount Kenya kingpin. Uhuru supersedes, superverts, and goes beyond Mount Kenya. He must understand that Jubilee must look away from just Mount Kenya, because if today Baba was to go or anything was to go wrong with Baba, the person who inherently inherits everything that Baba has may not be Kalonzo, may not be Joho. A person who has the political muscle to go after Ruto is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So, but Ruto is hell-bent to finish. The only enemy, and that's why yesterday we said here, any political accord between Azimio and Kenya Kwanza will eventually benefit a man called Ruto. It will benefit Baba, but on a limited basis. And Baba must be careful not also to allow that pact to finish Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, because there is political posterity that we need beyond Baba. And Baba is as its sunset. And people don't want us to talk about that. I hear people say that, you know, Baba is always right. When he tells you your wife is pregnant, start buying diapers. That nonsense, I don't want to listen to it anymore. We made many mistakes. We said we should not stop Maandamano. Now we are going back to Maandamano. Baba was not right. Baba is not always right. And we must now say that Uhuru must also kick out people totally, completely. Sabina Chege must be taken his seat off. The Aela seat must be taken out of Kanini Kega. And, you know, you cripple these people politically, because that's what Ruto has already done to people who descended him, like the MP for Nandi Hills. And we can name people who supported Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in the Rift Valley. They've been finished completely. Now, Uhuru must also finish the people who are supporting Ruto. If you don't go in that politics of viscerality, then I think you are dealing with an enemy you do not understand. Ruto is ruthless. You have also to be ruthless. Thank you.
Okay. Amina Owen, how are you? I don't know if you're able now to speak to me. Amina Owen, how are you, sir?
Hold on, I'm good. I'm just good. Just hold on a minute.
Okay.
I just wanted to contribute on this this thing. Honestly, I grew up the 80s and the 90s. We don't have a country at all. And we don't. If you look at Parliament right now, and the Senate. If you look Parliament and then the Senate, we have just wash guys and the fake people. Nothing there. And you look at exactly what is Parliament. You look at those people who are Parliament before, who made Kenya what Kenya is right now. They're not there. Even you see the debates in Parliament, they're not there. They are sycophants of Ruto. I was talking to somebody the other day, and actually, Mackenzie, the guy is killing people right now in Mombasa. The religion actually. Ruto and Mackenzie, they are like this. We knew who was Ruto before. He came, we knew him, everybody knew Ruto, but he used religion. Ruto is the history we knew, but the guy came incarnated because they were together with Uhuru, and he knew that I'm going to be. Ruto knew 2017. He knew that 2020 I want to start to be a president, and the best thing is to antagonize Uhuru. That's he just what he did. He just came out and said Uhuru is a drunkard guy. So he had the intelligence with him. He had the system. Ruto had the system, and he bought people with the money. Because we don't have a country. Honestly, we don't have Kenya. So Ruto went and he said, I'm a Christian. He started going to churches. Like Mackenzie, he used religion actually. And he brainwashed people. He brainwashed people, and he mostly went to Central Province. He never went to Rift Valley actually. He never visited Rift Valley. He just went to Central people. He started a long time ago. He's used in Dininyoro. He used in Alswaome. He used some people actually. Some people came to Ruto later when they saw the 190. They are in the side of Ruto. That's when people left Uhuru. When people, the parliament, like these people who were just voted out, they were in Uhuru till the late hours. When they realized that the common man has been brainwashed and they wanted to go back to parliament, now they went back to Ruto. In the real sense, Ruto put them again, used money. And the Ruto is like, he's doing Kenya like business, He looked at these other people and he looked at Gachagua. Gachagua had money because they had conned with his brother. He took a lot of money from the county government. So he had money and they wanted money. So Gachagua traded. I said, I'll give you votes. I mean, I'll stand like I'll give you money, but I'll be the vice president. And the Gachagua knew Ruto that this is how you antagonized Uhuru, because this being a deputy president is like conjoined twins, that there's a constitutional things. There is nowhere you are going to antagonize me, I will antagonize you. Right now, the Jubilee thing, they just want to, they want to cripple Uhuru, right? The powers of Uhuru, because they know 2027, because they don't know how to run the government. They want to finish Uhuru, so Uhuru cannot come out campaign, because they know that Uhuru will come out and campaign against them. So they want to cripple him. And to cripple Uhuru is to take away the Jubilee party, right? To take away Jubilee party and to kill, it's Ruto killing the Jubilee party, not even this guy called Kanini Kega. It's not Kanini Kega, it's not Sabina Chege, it's Ruto killing the party. Because Ruto is already campaigning. Ruto started campaigning immediately. Wherever Ruto goes, he's not going for their development things. No, he's campaigning, telling people this is what I want to do. Because a president, honestly, a president doesn't come out and say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to build dams here, I'm going to build houses here. They do things, and then the last days he'll come and say, I did this, I did this. But Ruto is coming out, still brainwashing people, because they know the people are angry, and he's still brainwashing them. But look, this guy, he will not take Kenya anywhere. He's not going to take Kenya anywhere. He reach a point, he start killing people. He start eliminating people. Because for now he's quiet. He's very quiet. Because of ICC, he's trying to look good to the Western world, like to the Western Europe or America. He wants to look good. But that guy will start killing people. And he will kill people. Like you get some accidents, like crashes, air crashes like that. And then because nobody's going to remove Ruto from power, because he will use orthodox means. He'll start killing people. But the truth of the matter, we don't have Kenya. You can argue as much as you can argue here. You can defend Ruto as you can defend. But honestly, the people, because I was talking to somebody in the bank in Kenya, because we put some money there. Now, the money we put 2 years ago, I put some money in the bank 2 years ago. Now, the money is like, it's a loss, okay? Because we put dollars there. Now, we went a loss because the dollar's gone. When we were putting that money, the dollar was 96. Right now, the dollar is 140. When we calculate, I was talking with the banks people, they told me just remove this money from here. Because we don't have a country. We don't have a country at all. Even you look at parliament. Look at the parliament. You just go and watch those debates in parliament. We have malayas in parliament. That's so that like prostitutes. That's what we have in parliament. Like this woman, Manka. She's a prostitute, right? Is a chuma, prostitute. All of them, they're prostitutes.
Sorry, I will not allow you. It's right to speak, but I wouldn't allow you to call anyone on this platform such huge names without backing it. So, Owen, please don't call our leaders. You may not like them, but don't call them such names.
You live in America. Do you see these people in America? You make something small in the Congress, they throw you out. Look, Momanga, the videos were out. What they say? They defended her in parliament.
With all due respect, those leaders. With all due respect, we have seen so many nude photos of our leaders, and that isn't a legal or a permit to anyone to chastise or criticize any leader or any person. Tomorrow, your videos will leak, and I wouldn't wish.
Let me ask. I have kids. I have kids, man. I have kids. Do you really think that I can tell my kids that these are the right? I want to be like these are role models to you. Can I tell that woman to be a role model to my daughter?
It is all up to you because she has children herself, you know.
But she's not a role model to even to her children.
To you as yes, but she is a mother. She is
a but wife, she's not a. I'm telling you, if you are a mother, you can't go and just do adultery outside and you put in the video.
If that was your wife, this is not what you would say. If that was your sister, this is not what you would say.
No, it's my wife. I won't even stay with her. If it's my sister, I will tell her the same thing I'm telling about that woman.
So this is what I want to say, and I'm saying it with all due respect, sir. We are not here to discuss personality because they're not here to defend themselves.
We are let me tell you, if I start to be a member of parliament, if I stand to be a member of parliament, then I've brought myself out to be discussed. Right? Right now, nobody will discuss me because I am not brought myself to the public to be discussed. So a reader, Donald Trump, we discussed Donald Trump here. Okay. Nobody just gags you.
You're calling our leaders. Do you call him a prostitute? I don't think you call him that name. Discussing
when somebody comes with nudes, what do you call that person? What do you call the person who comes with nudes? How do you call the person who comes with nudes on the internet?
Can we go back to the topic of the day?
Oh, let's go to the topic.
Yeah.
I mean, unless people. Okay, because you know the people who fought, the middle class don't fight people. They don't fight middle class. They stay in their houses. The people who fought are the poor people.
Okay.
And they fought. They're sold lies and they given 200 shillings. As people, we don't fight. Okay, but we complain. But the people who get affected, it's us. So, in fact, if we want to gain Kenya to be what, like, look at South Africa. I usually watch South Africa Parliament, and I see those people, I don't know, those red guys, I don't know, Marema and the group, they are very good. Marema and the group, they are very good people. But us in Kenya, we are back. In fact, Uganda will surpass us very soon. Uganda will go ahead of us very soon. And the people who are taking down Kenya is Ruto and the group. And one day, right now, maybe, you know, I don't care who is in power. I don't care about the party. I care about myself. Because I know when Uhuru was in power, we put many people bought properties. Because we got these properties because people were doing a lot of constructions. A lot of construction was going on. Right now, people have stopped building that much. So those properties we bought, if you put a plot at 2 million, and it had that plot to go up. Because that guy doesn't care. He really doesn't care. So I don't care about UDA. I don't care about SMEO. I don't care about the party. I care about the economy. Because I have brothers down there. I have properties down there. I care about the country. So we don't have to come here and try to be, because we belong to UDA, we have to defend even the evil things they are doing. All because we belong to Azimio, we have to defend what Azimio is doing, bad things Azimio is doing. If it's wrong, it's wrong. And it has to stand up and speak out. Even if you tell me that you don't have called our readers, those are not even readers, my brother. The readers can't behave the way they are behaving. Readers, you stand up and say, no, this is wrong. But you can't defend even something you see it bad. Right now, they have put media not to tell the world or the public what's going on. You know, they have just shut down. So we are just living in the darkness. And you say that's our reader. Okay? And now, if if it was in America, something that Mackenzie thing in Mombasa right now, the army could have been taken down there. And they could have like caterpillars digging those graves. Now they are using like manual, like things which were supposed to be done in 1970. That's what they are using. And the government has got machinery which can do that. And you say that's our government. That's a fake government. We have never had a fake government like the one we have right now. We have never had a fake president like the one we have right now.
Okay.
And is using religion to destroy the country. I'm not supporting Asimio. You might think that I'm an Asimio guy. No, but I'm seeing what's going on. But that guy is using religion to brainwash people. Mackenzie and the Ruto are the same.
Okay, your point is made, Owen. Allow me to ask Charlo some 2 or 3 questions. Charlo, a lot has happened in our country, and it begs someone to really think and dig deep. You have a president who in the last couple of months ameshikwa na mashida kibao, shida nyingi tu. We have not had a president who has gone through what Ruto has gone through in the last few months. Some amejiletea, zingine za kuletewa. And it is causing the country not to be stable. You know, it's like, I don't even want to call it campaign mode. It's like we are in a combat mode. Tuko tayari ku fight. We are ready to attack, ready to, we are just waiting for something to trigger. Tunangoja tu kitu yenye itatuwasha. Kama Tuesday, for example, mtu tu aseme tutoke nje, unaelewa? It's like everyone is on toes, ready to attack. Is it mwiba wa kujidunga? Because hakumpa Uhuru nafasi ya kufanya kazi the 4 years, the 5 years, the last 5 years wa Uhuru. Is it mwiba wa kujitunga because sasa ni kama wana revenge jinsi hakufanya wafanye kazi, jinsi aliishi kuwasemea na kuambia watu wa salamu, watu wa handshake na ku criticize na kufanya nini? Is it a payback? Is it payback from Uhuru and Raila? Is it a means to destabilize that he doesn't govern? Or he himself amewachokoza, because every time wakisimama na Gachagua, the best they do is to refer us back to the previous government. This government that was there did A, B, C, D, blah, blah, blah. So shida ambayo mko nayo ni kwa sababu ya wale, sio sisi, ni wale. So wale nao wanakuja ni kana kwamba wanajaribu pia wao kuharibu, ili mwisho wa siku hata huyu mwenye anajiona ako sawa ashindwe kufanya kazi. Mimi tu kujaribu kufikiria, kwa sababu I cannot explain 6 or 7 months now, but the country is yet to stabilize and take a right trajectory. Wewe unafikiria vipi, Chalo?
Mimi kwa upande wangu sema ukweli, kuangalia vile rais ambaye amechaguliwa yeye ana mamlaka yote. Yes, has all the keys. Yeye ameamuru kitu na kitu kikafanyika.
Okay.
Lakini since he got in the power, he has never hajaamuru kitu ambacho kinaonekana.
Okay.
Tu hiki kitu nikifanywa hivi, mimi ndio president na tunaenda hivi. Yeye hajawahi fanya hivi.
Okay.
So akitoka kwa mikutano, yeye analaumu ile government imetoka. Hata nafikiri wakina Kibaki walipoingia pia walipata pale hazina kuliko kuna problem sana. I think so. There was no enough money, but they tried kuleta mpaka ikafika pale ilipofika. Uhuru did the same. The first 2-3 years alipokuwa ana Ruto kulitokea a problem mengi sana, and he had to wipe kwenda mpaka akafika handshake ili arekebishe yale matatizo ambayo yalikuwa pale. Lakini why did Mr. Ruto try to do the same?
Okay.
As president. So in the other side, mtu anaweza kakaa, if I'm not brainwashed, itakaa nitasema he's not good. But if I'm brainwashed, I would say that he's the super president. But as I am mature eyes, not drunken, not brainwashed, for me, I would say then he has to sweep. He has to take the sweep and say, I'm the president, and this has to do this. Kuliko hii kuingilia chama hii, kwenda hii, kuongea hii, hata atakikani kwa hii. Kama Alex nasema okay, mtu kama Raila amekwisha, he's living in America. He knows Joe Biden is about 80, he's going 80, and he will stand next coming election. He said it yesterday or the day before yesterday that he gonna stand again. Want to be voted again, and he's more old than Raila, I think. I don't know because I don't know where is America. I don't know where is other countries. Lakini nikisikia mtu anasema anatoka America and he's arguing the age of Raila, then I'm not supporting Raila, because even these young people, which they were not even voted with their chamas, mtu akaona chama ya UDA alipata chance ya kuingia kwa UDA kununuliwa, they don't do anything. They just go there and sit and make money. They are just put themselves there. Wako pale kwa madumbo yao wenyewe. So Kenya, we have failed. We have no leaders. We have been failing because we don't have leaders at heart. Wale leaders ambao wako pale, they are only there to make their portion. But they are not there for Kenyans. All of them. If we get good leaders, they will help the Kenyan people, and they will at least end this suffering for people. Not watu wanaenda pale wanajipigania debe zao, kwanza special haipatikani kabisa mtu apate tendo when he is in the government. Hata wachukua tena yeye zote amejipangia yeye, sasa ni kwenda na kupanda, lakini watu they are brainwashed, wanasema hao tutawapigia ngoma, we will stand for them, so they will lose their respect. I'm old enough, I was born early here in Kenyatta, and I saw uongozi wa Kenyatta when I was still young. Nikaona uongozi wa Moi when I was in school. Nikaona uongozi wa Kibaki. Nikaona uongozi wa Uhuru. Na sasa hivi unaona uongozi wa Ruto. You can see a very big difference from wale ambao nimekueleza. If you are born those years. So kama mtu unaweza kuwa brainwashed.
There's a question that comes in, because Ruto came out as Amima was trying to say. Ruto alikuja na slogans nyingi, slogans za kuwaguza kila mtu, walio chini, walala hoi, they have notes, right? And no sooner had he become president than he forgot what he had said. Nikana kwamba hata walala hoi hawazingatiwi tena. I don't remember the last time bottom-up statement was even mentioned by his own mouth. And it is no longer about the hustler. It's no longer about him being the chief hustler. It's now a different story, you know. It's always attacking the former president, attacking his party, and now it's like these two leaders, Raila and Uhuru, have decided enough is enough, because after elections kuna kipindi kirefu ambacho Raila alinyamaza, kama unakumbuka vizuri. Lakini I think because of this constant attack, you know, probably akaona hapana, this person, I have to defend myself. If I am to survive politically, I have to defend myself, you know. And probably ndio kwa maana wanakuja na nguvu hivyo. Wewe unaona kana kwamba wakiungana, let's say for example on Tuesday, if Uhuru and Raila were to team up on Tuesday, can that shake the nation?
Maybe yes, maybe not. Kwa sababu they have nowhere inside the government. Ruto is having the keys of the government.
Okay.
So he can wake up in the morning and he says the country is stopped and it will be stopped. So wanaweza, lakini the master of this ceremony is Mr. Ruto, and he can announce anything as the president of Kenya. So hii nyingine hii anaenda huko kupiga hiyo bla bla yao kuwafuatilia vile wanataka wao. That is the problem. He's mixing himself in so much soup whereby sometimes it will be tasteless. Kwa sababu yeye ni president, angefuata uongozi wa kusaidia wananchi kama vile alivyosema watu wa hasla, watu wa bodaboda, mama mboga. The first mistake he did, and the people are still not seeing this, is when he just brought in the people who were on retirement, the people who were even not getting some votes in their constituency. He brought them back. He stopped all the cases which were there, and his his orders of his hand. I had to see this year. Why he did that? Because he's the president. So it means he can do that things for the Senate. Anaweza kusema mimi leo sitaki hivi na hivi na hivi. That's already blocking the media, like this police who went to the media bus and throw tear gas inside. Then is really very, very dangerous. Hata kama you will be brainwashed, but this sometimes you will wash your face and then you will see. Because even the media, I don't think that they were throwing stones from the media van. So the police should not have gone there. So now in the Shaka Zulu, in the Shaka things there, in Malindi, I come from there. My mother is from there. I've never been to that Musitu for some time. Yeah? Lakini, hivi sasa sahi hakuna media inaruhusiwa kuingia pale, and everything is getting slowly, and kuna watu wanaumia pale. And you will see they will not have any case for this matter. They don't have any case. Kwa sababu yule hajaweka wote kwa pamoja, hajaweka watu kwa kanisa, hajaweka watu kwa nyumba, hajafungia mtu. So how will they? Hawajamuona akichimba kaburi, akizika mtu. So that will be a very difficult case in the other side too. Na kumbuka kuna Mama Ida, before alisema makanisa kama haya pale Kenya yanafungwa kama vile Rwanda. Hapo wakati wa campaign. Lakini kunao walikuwa brainwashed wakaanza kusema yule kwanza hata ni mganga, he doesn't go to church. So we were brainwashed for so long time. We believe that God is in these houses where we go in. Mungu yuko kila mahali. God is everywhere. Even in your studio, God is there. Even in your house, in your bedroom, God is there. But we were brainwashed to know that God is only in these houses. Because me, I'm from the coast. Well, Pastor Ezekiel, the plot he bought to build all these airstrips and everything. My sister is married next to there. And I had got to buy a plot near there. But then they told me this plot is in roadside. Ikakatazwa kuichukua, sahi yeye ndo amechukua, amejenga pale. So I know many things which happened and what will further. So the president is the only person who has the right to say this and this and this and this. Lakini kama yeye atashirikiana na watu kama hawa wanaopiga makelele pale, wamejaa pesa kwa matumbo yao, wanapiga makelele, wao ndo wanachukua tenda, mama mboga atakasirika, watu wa bodaboda watakasirika, na watakuja pamoja, na wakija pamoja wakipata mtu akiwa brainwash tena kama vile wanavyo brainwashiwa na mtu kama Raila, they will go and have this country on fire. So
Charlo, there is a video I want us to watch, and I want you to.
A journalist has been hurt. We have also heard that they chased away police officers, and you ask yourself, if police officers can be chased from an establishment, then you kind of question why this Secretary General remains so sacred that he should not even be charged. In fact, this one adds to all the charges, to even the charges that we have that will be preferred against him. But to start with, we have a statement that I want to read to you, and then of course I'll give my colleagues an opportunity to also delve into it and also inform you.
We want to go to our office.
I don't know why my video is only gonna challenge Jini Gandhi. Okay, yeah, imekwama. But basically, what I wanted us to discuss is, Kanini Kega comes out as someone who is on pay. He's like gun for hire. The real mastermind is not him. Why do you think this had to happen today?
Lakini before that, before nikujibu, pia ningependa kukuuliza swali moja tu dogo. Ushawahi kusikia nchi yoyote polisi wamefukuzwa na raia? Nchi yoyote, na mimi nchi yote ni moja ambao polisi wamefukuzwa bahari. Have you heard of any other country?
Mimi naona kama hii leo walimheshimu. Mimi naona kama ilikuwa ni kuheshimu, waliheshimu Uhuru, otherwise wangekaa hapo ama wangefanya kile walikuwa wanataka kufanya.
Kuna sheria na heshima. There is law and respect. Even if the Uhuru was there, but when Uhuru breaks the law, then the lawmakers should stand firm. But why this police went away and ran away? Have you heard any country whereby the police ran away from its citizen? Have you ever heard any country? Tell me this one.
No, I haven't heard.
So that is just a plan. It's just a plan. Somebody will say, okay, nimefukuza polisi. Kuna mwingine amesema polisi wangu wameenda kufukuzwa. So this is just a play off. In fact, they are trying to brainwash the Kenyan citizen of the all angle. Wanajaribu kila kona. Wanajaribu kila kona kubrainwash kila kitu. Kwa sababu kama polisi wanaweza kutawanya some hundreds or thousand people from Kibera wataenda pale wafukuzwe na watu ambao hawakuwa na mawe, wale watu hawakuwa na bunduki, hawakuwa na nini. Why? I've never heard of it. This is my first time. This is my first time. Na hata ukisikia hivyo, our president has never even spoken anything. Mr. Gachagua has never even said anything. Mr. Kome has never even said anything. So I'm just
media vuta wewe. Media vuta media. Yes, media vuta. Tumeweza ama tutaweza? Tumeweza ama tunaweza? Wakuje sasa waone. Mr. President. Wewe huyu anaongea endeni. Mwende. Mapolisi mwende. Amesema muende. Amesema muende.
Chalo, naona kama ni heshima kwa sababu huyu bado ana ile respect ya former commander in chief. Hawangerusha tear gas hapo, hawangemfanyia anything, hawangemdhuru kwa sababu this is a former commander in chief. This was their boss, right? In
sasa
any case,
unataka kunaambia Uhuru saizi akishikana na Uhuru akishikana na Raila wakaanza kutembea kwa barabara hiyo ya state house watamuondokea kwa sababu they give respect.
Itategemea kwa sababu pia yeye I think kuna vitu atazingatia kwa sababu mmoja haezi hatarisha maisha yake because he's still a protected former president. Bado ana ulinzi, bado kuna vitu mingi ambavyo ako entitled to. So I tend to think, maoni yangu haya na si ati ni maoni ya Mtembei ama maoni ya show, ni maoni yangu tu. Maoni yangu ni kwamba it could be that despite yeye kuwa former president na him backing Raila Odinga, hawezi jiingisha sana kwa mambo ambayo yanaweza aidha mletea changamoto baadaye, kwa sababu huyu ni kiongozi ambaye bado anatumika kuleta hata alizawadiwa juzi kuleta amani maeneo ya Ethiopia. Alipewa zawadi juzi kwa sababu ya the same. So bado picture yake ni kubwa. He wouldn't want to be ati India anatengeneza lakini kwake ndo anabomoa. So maoni yangu ni kwamba he might support, yes, but chini ya maji. Yeye mwenyewe anaweza kosa kujitoa kimasomaso ili aonekane waziwazi, but anaweza fanya vitu tu chini ya maji. Maybe I empower mtu kama Jeremiah Kioni, ape Raila Odinga all the support that he needs, but yeye directly probably, kama jinsi tu tulivyomuona, kuna wakati ilikuwa vigumu, hata kama alitamani, ilikuwa vigumu sana kwake yeye kutoka nje kimasomaso na kumkampenia Raila Odinga kwa sababu ya haiba yake kama rais, vile alikuwa yeye ndio kama symbol of national unity and all. So maoni yangu ni hapa, mimi kulingana nami naona kama ni polisi walimheshimu. Hawakuheshimu raia, walimheshimu yeye kama former president. Wewe unaona vipi? Kwa sababu walimheshimu.
Sikuwa hapo na siwezi kujua na siwezi sema kama walimheshimu ama wamefanya nini. Kitu ambacho tunaweza dig inside ni kwamba how come hii Kenya inaitwa Kenya na yule alikuwa anaitwa Kenyatta. Can we go to the history? Huyu anaitwa Kenyatta and the country is called Kenya. Manake si sidhani kama kuna nchi nyingine yoyote was named after anybody. Why is it that is the only Kenya? It was Kenya and Kenyatta. Or they added only double T and A there, or maybe they added one T and one A. Why? So we must be prepared to learn our lessons from the beginning, and we have to get to vote for the right people. And the problem is we fail because we don't have any right person there. All what we think they are there for us, they will change like chameleons anytime, any day. They can change anything. And why do they do that? Because they need their money. They need their stomach to be filled off. And this money is coming from the poor people. And the poor people are the easiest people to be brainwashed. Because 80% of Kenyan citizens, we eat through hand to mouth. Maybe 20% ndio ambao wanaweza kuwa. Na our 20%, our 80% ndio wapigaji kura. So when you give something to eat, then he will vote anyhow. There is a law in Sweden. If you don't, I read it somewhere. If you don't vote, they will charge you for not voting. Because if you decide that I'm not going to vote, your vote will come to the opposition. So when you don't vote, your vote count direct. That's why they made this law of not to punish the people. You pay a fee because you didn't vote. You pay a fine. They will fine you if you don't vote. I read it somewhere. Much I don't know if it's really or it's not really. But I read it somewhere that in their law, if you don't go to vote, they will charge you. They will make you. They'll give you a fine to pay. And you have to pay. So pale nyumbani, hapa kwetu nyumbani sisi tuna watu wanajifanya ni wasomi sana mpaka hawajui tena kikwao, hawajui Kiswahili. Wanaigiza lugha za wasomi wakiingia tu kwa madaraka. Sisi watu wengine walala hoi kama mimi na wengine wengi tunakuwa ni watu wa kuangalia short side shows, because what is really happening now can call it side shows. Hizo ni side shows kutoka kwa serikali, kutoka kwa upinzani. They make all the time side shows. Now if you don't believe me today, they will bring another tema which by the people, they will they will forget what they want. They will just run to this other tema. Because last week it was a Malindi. Today they changed the format to official Jubilee. They will try to put fire in this one. They saw when they see this not burning, they will find another way around, so that the Mlalahoi to be brainwashed every now and then. And after some months, the brain is totally washed and they will just jump anywhere.
Back. This is after the chairman of the coalition's executive council, Wycliffe Oparanya.
Sorry, I wanted to bring that one. Umesema ya kuwa every time they bring something, Could on Tuesday also be something they are bringing, because Ebuskiza au vile anasema.
Cliff Opanya wrote to the officer commanding Nairobi Central Police Station, notifying the OCS of an intention to hold what he describes in the letter as peaceful processions along major streets within the city of Nairobi. The notification comes just a few days after the opposition announced that the anti-government demonstrations will resume on the 2nd of May. After 1 month break, Okukusa reports.
In the letter signed by Wycliffe Oparanya, the chairman of Azimio Executive Council, the coalition singles out Moi Avenue, Kenyatta Avenue, Haile Selassie Avenue and Harambee Avenue as the areas where they intend to hold the day-long procession. Oparanya.
Okay, I don't know what is wrong with I think my machine or something.
For the former ruling Jubilee Party has now drawn in retired President Uhuru Kenyatta, who turned up at the party headquarters today as rival factions fought for its control. The former president has apparently thrown his weight behind embattled Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni, who is locked up in a battle for the control of the party with a faction led by Yala MP Kanini Kega. The former president appearing to assert his authority as party leader, saying Jubilee was intact and urging those that have switched allegiance to leave in peace. Jeremiah Kioni and Kanini Kega have been embroiled in a bitter contest for the Secretary General's post, the court having directed the warring factions to first take the matter to the party's dispute resolution organs. Let's get more from our very own Chemtai Gowin.
The main entrance to Dik Dik Gardens in Kileleshwa area of Nairobi was for the better part of the day a beehive of activity. Police having barricaded the entrance to block rowdy youth who were seeking access to the Jubilee Party headquarters offices. The youth, members of a faction that is seeking to dislodge Dembato Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni from office. The arrival of Yala MP Kanini Kega, who insists he is the bona fide Secretary General of the party, alongside other allied leaders, sparred chaotic scenes. Police forced to lob tear gas to disperse the youth who are attempting to gain entry into the estate. Attempts by the Kanini Kega faction to gain entry into the party's offices futile, as Jeremiah Kioni locked himself in and used his vehicle to barricade the gate. As more chaotic scenes played out, one journalist was injured by youth who were pelting stones at each other. Despite failing to gain access to the building, the Kanini Kega faction was adamant that they were the legitimate officials of the party, saying they would follow the law to kick out Kioni.
I hope from today he will not purport to represent Jubilee. He will not purport to have this office as a headquarter, because this office is also not gazetted as an official headquarter of Jubilee. And from today, Jubilee will not operate from this headquarter. And these are the officials of Jubilee.
I would like to look at Uhuru Kenyatta and Baba on the face and ask, did Sabina sacrifice for this party? And so if there's something that has happened, it is noble for our seniors to call us and have a chance to talk to us. I also want to appeal to the party leader. You are our leader. It is important that you call all of us together.
The party leader and former President Uhuru Kenyatta eventually turning up, saying they still held the reins of the party and admonished those he said were plotting a takeover.
Mimi niko hapa kuthibitisha ya kwamba sisi kama wana Jubilee, sisi ni chama ya amani. Na mnajua ya kwamba sisi wakati wananchi waliamua vile waliamua mwaka uliopita mwezi wa Agosti, wengine wetu ambao tulikuwa viongozi sio tu wa chama wa nchi, tukakubali huo uamuzi na tukaendelea na tukakabadhia wale ambao walishinda haki yao, na sisi hatuna shida na hiyo. Lakini tunasema jamani, pia hawa wanastahili waheshimu haki yetu.
Haki ya mtu kwenda kwa chama
the one that the party that you want. It's your constitutional right. But you should not endeavor and even go to use extrajudicial means to destroy a party.
The former president warned the police against being used to settle political scores and urged Kenyans to remain peaceful and not allow division to bring strife.
We have our mechanisms as a political party with which to solve our problems, and we shall solve them. And we shall have our meetings, and we shall call our meetings as and when, and the membership of the party will decide the future of the party.
Yes.
And we don't need to be governed or to be ruled or to be pushed by police or to be... We will make our decisions.
The prolonged dispute over who are the bona fide officials of the party is currently before the party's Disputes Resolution Committee and is yet to be resolved. Chemutai going.
Now, Chalo, I think you were able to summarize everything. When you look at all these people, everyone is claiming they are the bona fide leaders. Kanini, Pandeaka, and as I've said, I think as per me, I think he's a machine for hire. What do you think will be the end of this story? Because somehow it has to come to an end.
But the end of the story is the chairperson, the leaders of Jubilee, and it's not a governmental function, it's just a private chama. They have to sit together and solve their problems at their own. Not vile wakubwa walifanya pale tunaenda tukaingie. That was not the solution, because that is not to reason. They could have reasoned in another way. It could be not more than that what we saw, because they didn't reason. And that's why I tell you, we miss leaders. There is no leaders. We miss leaders in Kenya. Where we missed is some leaders. They really started beating us, whereby when we started choosing misleading leaders, that is when the rain is really beating us. Because kama wale watu ni face of the people, they should not have done or gone in this manner. Akwenda tukataka kuingia. These people who are the youth, I think they have nothing to do with this. Chama ni chao ama sama si chao. The youth are not the viongozi wa kile chama. Wale uongozi wa chama should sit and tackle their problem. The person who wants to leave is free to leave, get his shares and leave. The person who is there to stay, and he will stay under the rules of Jubilee. Me, I'm not a Jubilee, I'm not a ODM, I'm nothing. I can tell you for free. But what they did to storm that office was just the first mistake. And two wrongs, they will never build a correct one. When you make a wrong and a wrong, it is a failure. So this is a show of failure to the so-called leaders. They are failing. They are failing the state. They are failing everybody. As a leader, you have to put your promise and you have to show your face as a leader. You cannot just say I'm a leader because I was voted or I was chosen. There are people being voted, but they are not leaders. They have no face as leaders. A leader is a person who will be very wise in anything and knows what to do next, but not just jumping in, calling people names, going with so many people because you give them money, you give them lunch. Because at the end of the day, I'm very sure there's some few people who got something to go and eat at their own. Why they do this? Because they don't want these people to be to open their eyes. Because if they build some companies for these people to work for themselves, these people, I don't think they will be running up and down every morning to Mandamano. But they have nothing, and nobody is wishing them anything. Their wish is they will stay like that so that we can ongoza them, so that we can be on top of them. But if they have a lot of money, you can hear some people called like Gachagua, you hear so many people there rich. Why don't they build a small company for few 7 people? Mama Boga will get her bread there, because when I work, I go buy tomatoes at Mama Boga's place. I have generated Mama Boga. He has got one shilling to buy his orange. But if there is nothing, and the government, the so-called leaders, they are not even thinking of building in a small company, what do you think will happen?
Okay.
So the thing is, they are trying not to do that, so that the people remain poor, so that the people will dance for them every time, every 5 years. That's why they're trying not to do something better for these people.
Okay.
They don't want to bring anything for these people. Moi, he used to give us milk at the school. So when I go back home, I'm satisfied. My stomach is not hungry. I tell my father I've taken milk from Moi. So even Moi, people were saying Moi was bad, but in the other side, he was even trying to see that their generation, the coming generation, is steady. But nowadays, they even want to stop this generation to go to school, so that they can remain idiots, so that they can do with them anything they want. So they want to make the prices of school fees so high, so that a poor person can do nothing. They want to give no room for anybody to go and do something, any business. The business license will be too expensive, so that you can just remain down, so that tomorrow you can go and beg. So they try to make us beggars. They don't think wise. They just run in the streets calling people, shika hii kumi, shika 20, nakula chapati kwa kibanda. And then these people, they just run up and down, fighting with the police, fighting to finish everything. And this is our country. When we finish this country, we are finishing ourselves. But we as blind people, we don't see that, and we don't hear that. These guys are together. They just bring sarakasi, ndio sisi tukose tuchanganyikiwe zaidi, and at the end, they will never build any company where the people will work so that they can earn their own bread. Ni jambo la kusikitisha sana. I'm very annoyed. Let me see to my chama. I don't even need those things. I'm on my own. But what the leaders, these people we call our leaders, they are the ones who wants their stomach to be bigger, and the other wananchi wa kawaida kama sisi na mimi na wewe, we remain hungry, and tomorrow we will go dance at them. We will dance at them the way they want, and they will be happy. So ikifikia hapo ndio kunatokea hao watu wa makanisa wanakuja wanafanya vile wanavyotaka, wanabrainwash watu wanafanya vile nini. Unaona kama mtu unamsikia anasema yeye alibadilisha maji ya chumvi yakawa mazuri, that is a lie. Kwa sababu kuna bahari, the water from the bahari hapo ni chumvi zaidi. Why don't he go and pray there so that Kenya can have a lot of water? At least we were making irrigation. But when he goes to prayer, the water comes to be not salt anymore. The people will be enriched, they will be clever, they won't dance for them. That's why they make this extra. So tomorrow or after tomorrow, they will bring another scanning. They will bring another thing again. So Wakenya wabebe waende. Wakaripigana polisi warudi. In 2 days, something else. Why? Kama wana pesa iko kwa watu mfukoni, they should build small companies, start small companies. So these people can work for themselves. Utaona watu wanafuatana nao watu nyuma. Lakini we go behind these people because we need at least lunch. Take it from me. Because I'm 56 years old and I have seen so many serikali hapo ya Moi na mimi na sio. Nimeona serikali ya yule first vice president of Kenya. The first vice president of Kenya was Ronald Ngala. That was the last vice president of Kenya. I was already born. And we saw it. And this Ngala family are my neighbors. We saw what happened. We saw everything. I saw everything. I used this money. And by then, Kenya was okay. Because there was a suitable president who says, I do this and he will do this. I build this and he will build this. But not this is lies. Tomorrow you get Wi-Fi for free. People are going to the internet. And after that, there's nothing. There's nothing to do. No work, nothing. And if you fight too much for yourself, they will try to tackle your money too. They will just run and say you have to pay a PIN, you have to pay this, you have to pay this, and at the end, you remain with zero. This, your hard-working money is gone to the government with this, I don't know the word, you should. Your person will go now, you should. What I tried for the so I don't know where we are leading. To say the truth, we have no leaders. That's all. Si ati mambo yake ni decide moja hadi kwa sababu ya mtu wangu, huyu ni mtu wetu. I got a good friend who used to sleep together on the floor. He's not the speaker. He's the speaker for Bunge side. Speaker Senate. That person we used to cook omena together. So I wonder, at this juncture, we should be having reasonable politicians who are talking about the people, about the mananchi, who are doing, not only talking and doing. Sikupanga. So this is where we go wrong.
Allow me to play my final clip. So
Okay.
It is Maandamano Reloading, Tuesday lile siku.
Ome and Bungei, this is your chance to show that police are independent. If you are not aware of the court order, today you are. Keep law and order, not only on these premises, but stop allowing hooligans to come and disturb the peace of the neighborhood. This is a residential estate where people are living. These people pay your salaries through their taxes. Stop letting them down and bringing fracas. This is the second time. We hope it will be the last. I do not want to go more. I'm very upset by this act, and I want my brother, Kalonzo Musyoka, to add.
Thank you, Mother. Oops.
Sorry.
These are the after effects of an attack.
Aftershock.
Aftershocks. So aftershocks. Well, Secretary General Kioni, we congratulate you.
Thank you.
And for standing strong. And we are here to show solidarity, as Mother said, on behalf of Azimio. The fact that the coalition chair himself came, who is also the party leader of Jubilee, should put this matter to rest. All those other pretenders, I think, should now scatter properly, so that the children of this neighborhood just scatter properly. By the way, there is, Mother would agree, a senior counsel, a very clear position when it comes to equity, because we're dealing with matters of equity and justice. We are talking about having an enabling environment where the bipartisan parliamentary talks can take place. But this, as Mother says, is actually, she uses a better word, desecration of a violation, an aggression on not just even multi-party democracy, but democracy in this country, for which all of us have fought. We will never tire from calling a spade a spade. And we want to tell Kenya, Kwisha, stop it. Just stop it. Just stop it. So that we can then move on to the next level. If indeed you're serious, some of us suspected they were never serious in the first place. All right? Otherwise, they would have by now, you know, the parliamentary teams could have met and agreed. We suspect that this aggression on Jubilee was a result of the arguments about the composition of the bipartisan team. That they have taken a member of Kenan, who is a member of Azimio, and taken him to their side. So they wanted now to justify that aggression, by that very unfortunate situation, by coming to cause to do an aggression against a party, one of the main parties in this country. So we want to say we are standing in solidarity with Jubilee. Azimio will live on. Azimio will get to talk. And by the way, at this rate, they're actually inviting us now to confirm the 2nd of May as a public holiday. Yeah, that's what they're saying. After Labor Day. If they think they're the ones who can bring 500 policemen to cause an aggression on a properly registered, well-directed, well-managed, a former immediate former president of the country is the chair of Jubilee, and you dare not even show him simple respect. Well, we will prepare ourselves, because if these things fail, Article 37 of the Kenyan Constitution 2010 stands solid, respectable, the right of every Kenyan to, in fact, I think this one should be led by all the Jubilee supporters on the 2nd of April. Oh, and then they kind of now seal this matter and put it to rest. So we want to urge from this position that this gerrymandering, these shenanigans really must stop if we still believe Kenya is a democracy. And that therefore they should look for somebody else, not Kenan. Kenan is my friend. Let him not be used this way. Let him not be used this way. Kenan, my friend, don't be misused. People in this country are watching. All right? So let them look for somebody else and move on. And they keep on arguing about Posing. Posing, I think there's the situation from the Registrar of Political Parties as of this Friday was that Posing's party, which is it? What is it? KUP and Jubilee are solid members of Azimio coalition. That is a simple thing. So please stop the shenanigans and let us get going. Our options remain very open. Thank you.
First of all, I just wish to confirm to Kenyans that we have served notice of our resumption of mass action from 2nd of May, which will be Tuesday next week. And as you know, we always do these on Mondays, Mandaman on Mondays, but because it was a public holiday on Monday, we respect our workers, and we said we will extend that holiday by 1 day to Tuesday the 2nd. So you have a long weekend ahead of you. And we are here also with the Deputy Party Leader of ODM, Wycliffe Oparanya, who signed and actually served this letter on the police. So we are preparing for the 2nd of May. And what you have seen here today is an attempt by Kenya Kwanza to actually destabilize us, destabilize an affiliate party, Jubilee, and destabilize Azimio ahead of our planned mass action on the 2nd. But we want to tell them that we shall not be deterred. We are prepared to face them. One of the issues we know also, as Honorable Kalonzo has said, is because of our objection to Kenan's presence in the talks. So they are trying to forcibly take over Jubilee so that they say that now Kenan is on their side. But the law is clear, and we want them to respect the law. Jeremiah Kioni, the SG, remains. According to the orders as read to you by Martha Karua, the status quo remains as it was before the letter of the Register of Political Parties. So we are here to stand in solidarity with Jubilee and to assure Kenyans that what we are seeing is an attempt to kill multi-party democracy. We have already seen an attempt to kill devolution in this country. As we speak, counties have not received their money. As we speak, civil servants in the national government have not been paid. As we speak, workers of county governments in the Republic of Kenya have not been paid. And what we are seeing here are just sideshows. So we are inviting you to come and march with us. Our march is a march in defense of multi-party democracy, march in defense of devolution, and the march against tribalism. Kenya Kwanza has entrenched tribalism. Just look at the appointments that have been made this week alone. Same community. All key parastatals from KPA, Kenya Airports Authority, to Kenya Pipeline, Kenya Power, everywhere. We cannot go on like this. Let me invite Oparanya to say a word as we close. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Azimio. Azimio. Yeah, let me reaffirm, having signed the notice as the chairman of the National Executive Council, that we shall resume maandamano on 2nd May. And one of the main reasons of the 2nd May maandamano is what is happening here. We have complained as a coalition that Kainan is a member of Azimio. And as leaders, we must respect rule of law. Still, Azimio can legally leave Jubilee. Still, Jubilee can still legally leave Azimio. And there is a process. This process has not even commenced, but they want now to force it through what they are doing here illegally. If they followed the proper process and they moved out, obviously we shall call for a by-election in all those constituencies of the MPs who will have moved with Jubilee. That is the process. And as leaders, we must respect the rule of law and respect others. If you are a leader, you expect others to respect you, and then you also have to reciprocate by respecting others. Because what is happening to Jubilee is very unfortunate. And if we continue doing this country is headed in the wrong direction. We cannot allow this. We have so many problems. People have been crying of high cost of living, issues that they should be dealing with. And now they are dealing with the issues of 2027. Can we continue campaigning for 5 years when our people are suffering? We can't do this. So Kenya Kwanza should respect multipartyism. And this is one of the critical issues that is on the table already. I will request that Kainan should voluntarily resign from that committee. Because one person cannot hold Kenya at ransom. He should leave. Otherwise, if we have problem, we shall be crying this one person called Kainan. Thank you very much.
Majority.
Chalo, even as we wrap up, when you listen to even those guys speak,
sometimes I don't like to listen to any Kenyan politician. Mimi mwenyewe niko pale lakini huwa sipendi kuwasikiza kwa sababu they talk what they don't mean and they mean what they don't talk. So in the other side, kama kuna sheria ifuatwe na pande zote, kila pande ifuate sheria.
Okay.
So the sheria ambayo iko kama ni mtu resign alipo shazi zake, then the sheria has to be followed. Mtu resign na alipo zake na aende.
Okay.
lakini si hizo sinema wanafanya hizo movies. That is nothing. That's why most of the time I don't even want to listen to these people, because they will just create in my body memory or bad minds in my head, and I don't want this. And we Kenyans, we pay attention to these people too much. We open our ears, we listen, and we get what they don't mean. Tunaelewa vile ambavyo tunaelewa sisi na wale hawaaminishi hivyo. Tuliambiwa hapa kila mmoja atakuwa na wheelbarrow yake, so we went all because we needed wheelbarrow. Hata saa hii mimi tayari ni moja sijapata pamoja. So that was just a lie, a kind of. How wengine wanasema sheria ni ifuatwe, and they don't follow the rule themselves. There is no country I've ever heard of somebody who is a murder to go free. Who is a murder to go free? Ama analipishwa bond. A murder has no bond. So it can't be they just guess somebody's murdering so and so that they don't know. And there are so many intelligence there. If they know this person is really the murder, then this person has no bond. If this person is not the murder, it's not the murder. But there in Kenya, it's just like guesswork. Even the police are doing guesswork. Understand? Just guessing. I think somebody maybe has done this, but you have the only man, but you don't know if he did it. That's why even the murderers there, they go scot-free. They pay 100,000 in the court. They just leave. If somebody has murdered somebody and he goes free, how do you think? Maybe he did it. He didn't. He did that, and he can go still do it some more. Because hata huyo pastor huyu tayari alikuwa kuna wakati alikuwa amepelekwa jela, and he was later released, and they didn't even know what was in his mental, in his head, but he has nobody cared about it. Ukisikiza yule jamaa vile anaongea, yeye anaongea story nyingine, that he was not any longer a pastor for over 2 years. He was finishing with the pastorship. So the serikali inampekea. So we don't know which is which, because hii mambo haikufuatiliwa from the beginning.
Okay.
So the thing is, we just assume this politician, they tell us good, and these people, they mean no good for us at all. If they mean good for us, they could have done something. And if somebody private does the thing for them, they get scared, and this person will be stopped. I can give you an example. There is a person in Mombasa, it's called the Mombasa Cement. Thing is an Arab, Asian. He gives food every Friday and Sunday. So they try to stop him because he gives food from Kilifi, if you know the area. He gives food from Mombasa. From Mombasa, Kilifi to Mombasa. They were really trying to fight this person. They were really trying, the government was really trying to fight, because he gives food to these people. And the government didn't even try one day to give food for these people. That's where it lies, that all the politicians there, they are cheating us. Hao jamaa wanatudanganya, wanatubrainwash. They just live like kwa mfano, I've never been to Nairobi very good, but if you see Kibera or the Kibera or the Soda, it's the biggest slum of Africa. And there was a person who was over and over MP for Kibera it was over and over. 10 years, 20 years, every year, every 5 years is the same. But he didn't even want to do something small. And something small is better than nothing. He didn't do anything. So, do I respect this person or do I trust this person? No. So that is the situation where we have somebody coming in, we vote him, we give our trust, he goes there, anapiga chapa yake, anajaza kwake vizuri, alafu he sits there enjoying Kenya. And they say we have to follow the rule. The rule ni ya mnyonge. Kuna wakati marehemu Moi alisimamisha nyimbo ilikuwa inasema mnyonge hana haki. He stopped that song. I don't know if you know it at that time. We went to discos and it was being played everywhere. Singing mnyonge hana haki, nini na nini, this thing. Moi came out and said, no, this should stop. And the song was stopped. It was never played again anymore. So these people, they just gave that mind that if you have nothing, you have nothing. If you have no school, you have no school. And for them, they are better. Hata ukiangalia sana watoto wao wengi wanasoma nje, hawasomi zile skuli za pale. Hospital. If you look at the hospital, there is nothing. You go there, the doctor will be there. He has never been paid well. He will go and open his chemist. He writes you the medicine and he sends you to go to buy some somewhere. And this place, he goes after work, he goes there, he collects the money. He collects this money for which you have paid for this medicine. You have NHS. You go some places, they say, oh, we cannot deal with you here because we have nothing. We have never received any money from the government. So these things, and these people, they are shouting there. When I see Nairobi, many people are shouting, I'm rich, I'm millionaire, I'm like this, I'm like this. Some people, they have even helicopter, but they cannot even help in the industry of hospital to bring some refer them say they are a skill. They cannot do that. And then you tell me you are a Christianity country. There is no Christian there. They are all liars. Believe me.
Black, how are you? I can see you and I have read your message.
Yeah, fine. I'm fine. Sorry, I'm somewhere in a sensitive place. I cannot be on video today.
It's well.
Yeah, so my apologies to fellow panelists and the viewers, but I hope mtamsamea kwa leo. Now, my view is this. I think Azimio, they all should start stopping being hypocrites. It's like the constitution is always just supposed to work for them. And it's like, you know, the spoiled brats, the ones that have always been, when wamekuwa kipewa kila kitu yenye wanataka maisha, so they feel entitled. Because when I look at them, these complaints that they are bringing now, I recall kuna time Wetangula alikuwa ananyang'anywa chama yake ya Fort Kenya. They did not stand up with him at that time. Walimwacha tu akapambana mwenyewe kivyake. Hao wenzao hawakumkuwa kusukumana naye kumsaidia. Number 2, just before elections, kuna there were some movements that were happening. Now, key to this debate is, I'll give an example of Maendeleo Chapchap. When Governor Mutua moved to KKA, his candidates remained in Azimio. Yet he had initiated the process of them moving out of Azimio. Why didn't Azimio at that time say that nyinyi mshaondoka na leader wenu, but leader wenu ameondoka, mnafanya nini hapa? Mbona wako wafukuza au candidates? So it's like, because they knew they would gain votes from these candidates by being in their fold. Now, that's why I tend to wonder at times. Even another example, during the campaign period, we can recall the KK team being chased, wakafungiwa ile Bungoma Stadium.
Bukungu.
From having a rally, wakatupiwa matia gas. It was Bungoma or was it Kakamega?
Bukungu Stadium.
Yes, wakatupiwa matia gas na nini. Why didn't these people stand up and say, no, this is not right? I think Kenya Kwanza have a right, kama kulingana na constitution, wa campaign, because already the campaign period had begun. So if kumbe kutupiwa gas, tear gas na manini kufukuzwa kuwasikubaliwa kufanya campaign yao is wrong. Why didn't they talk then? So to them, I find them as being the biggest pretenders that we have in Kenya right now. It's like kila kitu inafaa iwe na wafanyikia correctly. Wow. You understand?
Yeah.
So it's about time that we call out this hypocrisy that we see in the Azimio. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Naweza muuliza swali. Naweza muuliza swali. I want to ask a question to the person because I don't see him here. I don't know the name. Sorry, but so Blake, when you say that the Azimio, because me, I'm not a Azimio fan. I'm not a Jubilee thing. I'm not anything. There are sometimes you know whom to defend, and sometimes you don't. You know whom to defend and whom not to defend. Because there are some fights, when you go and defend there or fight there, maybe you will earn something. And there are some fights, even if you go to fight there, you will always lose. So maybe these people, they thought there is no use of helping this one, but it should not be a revenge because they didn't do that for him. So then the other thing you do that is not how we go to the government.
Now that's the reason why I call it hypocrisy.
If somebody, the right way is somebody, if he wants to go out of his party, he is allowed to resign, to give resignation, and demands his shares and to be given and walk out easily, rather than fighting. Because the fighting will at the end bring nothing. It will bring mvutano ambao hauna maana. If I have to resign because I don't like the party anymore, let me resign and demand for my shares and I go. But
now let me ask you.
For the Kenya politician, they are afraid to resign. Even if we see making toilet at the street, you will say, no, that is the only big problem we have. They are afraid to resign. Ask me.
Now, what you are saying is right. That's how it's supposed to be. But the question is, the hypocrisy is, why is it that these rules only apply when they are against or in favor of Azimio? That's why I gave you an example or a few examples of when just before the elections, Alfred Mutua had put up resignation to part ways with Azimio Fold. And when he moved to Kenya Kwanza, Alfred Mutua, his candidate still remained in Azimio, yet the party leader, I don't know if you understand, the party leader went to KKA, but the candidates belonging to Maendeleo Chapchap wakabaki Azimio. Now, at that very point, listen, at that very point, mbona watu wa Azimio hawakusema nyinyi party leader wenu tayari alishatoa barua na kwamba hata hiyo story hata ilipelekwa kotini kwamba hataki kuwa na nyinyi sisi, hata tayari asha move Kenya Kwanza. Mbona nyinyi mnafanya nini hapa? Si nyinyi muondoke ama mbadilishe chama nyingine ndo mkue Azimio. But otherwise your party leader has already asked to leave the fold. Why didn't not but if we are going to apply rules, if we are going to apply rules, question here is this. If you want to apply a rule, yes, the question is this. That's what I'm asking. Is that what not we call hypocrisy? That sheria iwe inafaa kufanya kazi rightfully as you've explained, ikiwa either kitu kinaenda mrama Azimio ama kinaenda kufavor Azimio, but ikiwa pandele nyingine the same does not apply. Hizo sheria as apply. I don't see you
said Mutua.
Is it right?
No, you said Mutua was the chairman of his Maendeleo Chapchap.
Party leader.
He was the party leader of this Maendeleo Chapchap. He still is. Yeah, yes. Okay. When he was going out of this, of his party, did he break his party or he left the party there? Did he finish the party?
Listen.
No, he finished the party or he left the party there?
Elewa kitu moja alikuambia ni hivi. Acha nieleze Kiswahili. He moved with his party as a party leader. He made that move on behalf of the party. You know, you follow the party leader is the one who makes the decisions. The party leader is the one that made the decision to join Azimio, and it's the same party leader that made the decision to quit Azimio. I don't know if you understand.
Okay. I understand.
So if the party leader, if the decision maker, if the key decision maker decided to join and the same person decided to quit, it ought to have been that it would only be prudent enough if also Azimio at that point, if indeed they really are followers of the rule of law and they are clean as they pretend to be, wangewaambia wale wanachama wa maendeleo chap nyinyi tayari mshaondoka Azimio, mnafanya nini hapa? Wangewafukuza, but hawakuwafukuza kwa sababu walikuwa wanajua watu watawatafutia kura huko Ukambani, sio? Nikakutolea mfano huo wa kwanza, nikakuuliza mfano wa pili, nikatoa mfano wa pili, nikasema Moses Wetangula ndio ukasema eti kuna watu wanachagua vita za kupigania na zingine za kupigania. That is hypocrisy. Sasa Wetangula is the party leader, is the party leader of Ford Kenya. Alikuwa anataka kutupwa nje na renegades MPs.
I'm telling you this answer. I want to answer you this way.
Yes.
I want to ask you this way with your understanding. If Fred Mutua, he didn't break chama chake, akawapa shares zake wale watu wake, they were able to stay anywhere. Yeah, he's the chairman and he wants to go, and these people, they don't want to go. And his people didn't want to go. So he should have broken the chama, give shares of these people, and leave them like the way they want.
You see now. So why don't you use that? Why don't you then use the same principle on this party now, Jubilee? Why don't they break the chama?
Yeah, then the chairman of Jubilee has to do it. He can just break it and pay these people and they go.
So why are you complaining then? Why are you complaining then?
Even Kenyatta today said that anybody who wants to go, is allowed to go. He didn't stop there. He didn't stop anybody. So if somebody has to resign, give his resignation, they accept his resignation, and he asks for his thing, and he goes away. That's all. So if somebody comes here and say, don't do this, this thing was not done in a good manner. I know where you support me. I'm not a Jubilee. I'm not a ODM. I'm not a Azimio. I'm nothing. But I know where you get you wrong, because you know that is very well the Sharia is not followed. And this is what they did.
Ndio maana nimesema, ndio maana nikasemaje, hii sheria yenye umeisema vile inavyofaa kuwa, na ni kweli inafaa kuwa vile ambavyo umesema, walakini hawa watu hivi vyama hivi vilivyokuwa vinataka kuondoka viliondoka. Sasa nikasemaje, K9 ni wa Jubilee, si ndio?
Just one Black.
Yes.
Ninatoka dakika 2-3, kuna phone call nachukua. Alafu Kenya Rebel is in. James Geoffrey Mboro pia uko ndani. I can see you if utasha camera, and then I'm coming in the next few minutes.
Okay. So, and that's why I'm telling you, yeah, there is some level of hypocrisy. Kwamba hiyo sheria vile ambavyo unaisema ni correct na nakubaliana na wewe kabisa. Umesema vile inavyofaa kuwa, lakini
to your side unasema ni hypocrisy. But these people, they are all free to support anywhere they want. The same way you support the other chama is the same way these people, they do the same. They support where they want to be better. They support everywhere where they will be better. They cannot just support everything.
So they should not complain. The Jubilee, so right? They are
not complaining. They are supporting. They are supporting because they have favors there. They support because they have favors. If they don't have favors, I don't think they would have supported. The best thing is the rule of the law to be followed. Somebody has to resign. In fact,
and I agree with you. I agree with you.
In fact, our politicians, they cannot go to be Jubilee. When they get the votes from Jubilee, they come to UDA. Otherwise, they should have resigned from Jubilee before they joined UDA. Is that not correct?
Na nakubaliana na wewe kabisa, lakini sasa na nakubaliana na wewe, sikatai. I agree with you 100%. But the question is where I've given you an example. Kwamba jinsi vile unavyosema, why is it not then that the time when party leader wa Maendeleo Chapchap aliondoa kutoka mahusiano yoyote na Azimio, why did those candidates that were vying katika chama cha Maendeleo Chapchap ambacho mwenyewe ni Alfred Mutua, mbona wako ambiwa wa resign kutoka kwa hicho chama cha Alfred Mutua waje na chama chingine? Maana yake tayari Maendeleo Chapchap was no longer in Azimio. Why were they allowed to still buy under Azimio?
Ni Alfred Mutua ndo alikuwa ni awaambie wale, sasa mimi naondoka na chama changu nimekivunja, nyinyi tokeni kwa chama chenu. That was the right person to say that.
Well, again, that's what I'm saying. You see where the hypocrisy is.
I'm getting what you are saying. But
yes.
You are the one who will stop that bus driver. You will stop that bus. Nobody.
He tried.
Can stop.
Alijaribu. Walakini Azimio said nothing and did nothing about it.
Yeah.
Na nikatolea mfano mwingine. Mnatuambianga article 37. Mnatoleanga mfano kila siku article 37, everyone is allowed to picket, which is correct, but the same constitution also allows people to campaign. Why didn't they speak against the vice whereby the deputy president then, that was William Ruto, when he was campaigning, walifukuzwa na kutupiwa tear gas when they were campaigning, wakakatazwa kuingia Bukungu Stadium? Mbona hawakusema, wakasimama wakasema hapana, hii venye serikali inafanya ni makosa? Ule hata kama ni Ruto ni wa chama nyingine na ni mrengo mwingine, ana haki ya kukampeni. Hii tumekataa kama Azimio, si tumekataa because they did not say, hawakubishana na kukataa, kwa sababu mwenye kufanya hayo mambo tayari ni mmoja wao, chairman wao, that is Uhuru, mmoja ni chairman wa Azimio. Why didn't you talk why didn't Azimio speak when the constitutional right for Kenya Kwanza to campaign ilivunjwa at the time?
The problem is
hypocrites.
You are also hypocrite because you want to force some people to support other people, or some people to support other people. That is not.
Well, that's what Azimio does.
No, but they are not forcing anybody to support another thing or the other thing like the way you are saying now. Why do you want Azimio to force themselves to support what they don't want? Kwa nini unataka Azimio wa support?
Umesema ni sheria. Umesema ni sheria na ni kweli ni sheria. Sasa mbona basi hawakusukuma hiyo sheria? Hawakufuata hiyo sheria.
Sheria ni kama mtu anataka kutoka kwa chama, atoe resignation, apawe share zake, atoke without anything.
Na hivyo ndo walifanya Alfred Mutua akatoka.
Kama kuna watu watasupport, kama kuna watu watasupport, wasupport. Kama hakuna watu watasupport, that is none of somebody's business. Kama Mutua angevunja chama chake, okay, you people go away from my chama, me I'm going my way, I don't think there will be a problem. Lakini wale walibaki pale na hawakupa shares zao za chama. I'm not a supporter of anything of Kenya, my friend, but I'm telling you the wise way to be, not to be in one side and support the other side because this was doing this last year and this was doing there 10 years ago. It's not like that. The thing is, chama kivunjwe, toka kwa chama, resignation, power pesa yako, go away. There are some people who because you are going. There are some people who they will cry because you are going. There are some people they will never cry when you are going. There are some people who will cry when you die, and there are some people they will be happy when you die. You get it?
Sijui kama kuna mtu anaelewa hiyo point hapo kusema. Nakubaliana na wewe kabisa. Kile kitu ulichosema ni sawa. Sasa nimekutolea mfano, je, mbona wakati kile kipindi ilipokuwa watu wanajiondoa kutoka Azimio, mkubwa wa chama ameshajiondoa, ameenda mahali chama mrengo fulani, hataki tena mambo ya Azimio, ameshaandika barua mpaka ameenda kotini, walakini wafuasi wa hiyo chama wengine candidates walibaki Azimio, iwapo mna mkubwa wao tayari kwa shaondoa chama kutoka Azimio. Mbona Azimio hawakusema nyinyi ambao tayari mshajiondoa kutoka Azimio jiuzulini? Manake mjiuzulu, hamstahili kusimamia na hiyo chama ambayo tayari shajitoa ndani ya Azimio, na nyinyi eti mko hapa Azimio na chama chenu hakiko kwa Azimio anymore. Why did they not do that?
Ningekujibu nikakwambia the bus starts with the bus driver. Kama huyo bus driver angesema mimi bwana nimetoka kwa hii chama yangu, naiondoa chama yangu, mimi ndio chairman, I will pay you all your shares and you go whenever you want.
Kenya Revolutionary.
I don't think they could have gone.
Okay, Kenya Revolutionary.
So no, this person as a chairperson, this is the bus driver. If he says, okay, the bus is going to move anywhere, I don't think the bus will move because he's the driver. But if the driver says, okay, I'm just driving around this place and you people sit inside, then the people will sit inside. This is what Mutua did. And these people are just blackmailing our minds. So you can support any team. I can give you example of the teams we support. You can be a supporter of Arsenal, you can be a supporter of Manchester, but if in the phones unaona Manchester ikifunga Arsenal itaenda kama bingwa, then you will have to support it because you will get out of Manchester to support the bingwa. So these people, what they did is they support where they know they will get and eat. So this is what you don't get. They support where they will eat. They don't support where they don't eat. You get it? They will support.
Sawa, tumpatie nafasi huyu ndugu yetu naye pia. Kenya Revolutionary. Mambo vipi?
Poa. Habari zenu leo?
Nzuri sana kaka.
Haya. I know something happened in Jubilee. I didn't follow the news. Nilisikia kidogo niangalia tu headlines, but I wanted to say this about these parties and party hopping. I think we should differentiate a difference between working with another party and actually leaving the party that you are voted on. For example, Jalas went and met President Ruto. And after meeting President Ruto, Azimio, ODM party, wakasema ati wewe usirudi hapa. They didn't even let him to come in the next meeting they had. Now, does that mean that Jalas alijiuzulu katika chama cha ODM? No. You can work with whoever you want. There's nothing wrong with that. Mi sioni shida. Just because you are, kama hii story ya Kainan anaitwa nani? Adan Kainan. Ambayo ako kwa hiyo is on the Kenya Kwanza side of the negotiating table. Na watu Azimio wanalalamika ati huyu mtu ni wa Jubilee, sasa tuwezi kuendelea na hii meeting kwa sababu ni mtu wa Jubilee. No. Wao wamechagua watu wao na nyinyi mmechagua watu wenu. Kujeni msikizane, tuangalie vile tunaweza kusikizana kuja na resolution ya hii shida. So even if you're a Kenya Kwanza and you want to work with Raila in a project or whatever the case is, any mission, that is not a reason to resign from your party just because you want to work with somebody opposite your eneo. Hiyo ndio kitu tunafaa tutoe kwa mind yetu. Unless useme hivi, ati mimi sasa hii chama naiwacha, nataka kwenda chama cha UDA ama PNU ama whatever, ODM, you write a resignation letter and you quit. So ndio maana mimi nikisikia watu wakilialia wanasema Jalasa wache ajiuzuru kutoka kwa chama cha ODM. For what? He shouldn't. Anataka kufanya kazi na the president ndio alete maendeleo Lang'ata. The same thing with the Adan Kainan, whatever his name is. Akitaka kufanya kazi kusaidia Ruto on his part Kenya Kwanza ndio wapate suluhisho katika hiyo meeting yao na Azimio, there should be no problem. So that's why I say kwa maoni yangu, just because you want to work with somebody from another party does not necessarily mean that you should resign from your own party. That is not grounds for or a reason to get somebody out of that party. Ama nimesema vibaya, ama nimepata hii, maybe hiyo mjalada yenu sikuelewa vizuri. Nilipata nusu.
No, ile argument ilikuwa inakuja hivi, kuna wale wanachaguliwa. Kwa mfano, wewe unachaguliwa na chama cha Jubilee leo. Mpaka ukishapata kura tu, kesho you jump to the other party. Kwa nini hunge ingia kwa ile chama before na uende uchaguliwe? So unaona hapo ndio wanatutit. Hapo ndio wanatudanganya. Juu kama mimi nimechaguliwa na wote, nisimame na ODM, maana ndio basi langu. Si ati nimelipa tikiti kwa ODM nimepata, halafu nishuke. Kuna wale hata walipa tu nomination tickets. They just walishuka. Ile sawa sawa, basi ile kawaida na sheria ni arudishe ile nomination ticket, aende akapata nomination ticket kule ambapo anataka.
Lakini swali ni hivi. Swali nitakuuliza ni hivi. Ukisema they jump into another party, jump yani wanasema kwamba tuseme haya, kwa mfano mimi ni mtu wa ODM. Alafu rais akaniita huko Ikulu kwa miti fulani nikaenda. Does that mean I've jumped the party because nimeenda kukutana na rais? Ndio maana nataka kuelewa hapo ukisema you jump to another party, what do you exactly mean? Jump party na sasa mimi ni mwana Kenya Kwanza ama
so in that way kuitwa na rais uende kumsikiza, that is normal, but the driver of the bus can say, okay, you got out of my bus. That is the chairman, the driver. You got out of my bus, and this bus won't let you get in again. We have so much people. Is that driver allowed to say that? The driver of the bus, you jumped off the bus because umeona matatu nyingine, ushuke mbio kwa hiyo, alafu ukirudi dereva na makanga wakwambia no, this bus now it won't stop for you because you just got out just right.
Sana sema hivi, nilikuwa kwa hiyo basi yako nikaona matatu wengine huko imepata pancha na mimi nilikuwa na spare, nikaenda nikamsaidia na hiyo spare part. Nikienda nikamsaidia mwenzangu katika hiyo chama chengine kuweka hiyo spare part, nikarudi. Kuna ubaya hapo? Wewe mwenye driver sasa hiyo matatu yangu, hiyo matatu niko.
Hapo hakuna ubaya, lakini hakuna ubaya, lakini driver akiamua kutokungoja hata kungoja. Driver akiamua kutokungoja hataendelea na safari yake. So you won't blame anybody. That I was left here because you got out yourself.
That's why I said the hypocrisy in Azimio. Rules have to work for their favor always.
Wacha niulize. What does the law say about this mambo inter-party relationship? Does it, and what defines leaving a party? Ukidefy, tuseme kama, that's why I use the Jalasa as an example.
Yeah.
If you went and met the president without the approval of your party leader, does that necessarily mean that you've abandoned your party to a point where you need to be expelled from your own party? Hiyo ndio kitu nauliza, because there's a distinction between resigning from your own party or joining another party altogether. Tuseme kama Jalasa alikuwa amechaguliwa na ODM, akaenda akasema okay,
there are some rules guiding the party. So there are some parties without rules and there are parties with rules. So some rules they allow, some parties they don't allow such things. That's why I told you, when you get out of this matatu to help your other matatu there, the driver will decide to stop and wait for you, or he will decide to drive and go. That is what I told you. Wewe driver atakungoja kama anataka, kama hataki hata kungoja. It depends na sheria za chama. Kama chama kinasema Jalasi anaruhusiwa kwenda, anaweza enda akaongea na mtu yoyote. Kama chama hakimruhusu Jalasi kwenda, atakuwa amevunja sheria kama chama hakimruhusu.
Swali ya mwisho alafu tutamwachia Jeff. Nasema hivi sasa. Kama mimi ni Jalasi, nilichaguliwa na ODM, my first responsibility is to my constituency. Si chama, my constituency wa Lang'ata. Nikaitwa na Ruto, nikaenda, Ruto akaniambia atakupatia 50 million usaidie watu huko Lang'ata. Sasa mimi nilienda nikakutana na rais, nikarudi nikamwambia Raila, baba, mimi nilienda nikakutana na rais, akanipatia 50 million nisaidie Lang'ata. Ubaya uko wapi hapo? Nimekosea wapi hapo? Why should I be expelled?
Hapo hakuna ubaya. Hata sijasema Jalasa alifanya ubaya. Mimi nimesema if sheria za chama zinasema wewe mwanachama wa hiki chama unaweza ukatoka nje, ukaenda ukakojoa nje na ukarudi. Ukitoka nje ukikojoa, sheria hazina neno. Lakini kama sheria zinasema hapa mwanachama anakojoa hapa ndani na anakula hapa ndani, haendi kwingine, ukitoka utakuwa umevunja sheria ama hujavunja sheria.
basi wangemfukuza Jalas, wangemfunga Jalas vile wangesema hii sheria tunafutia sheria section 523 inasema usikutane na rais bila ninio, bila permission ya baba.
Sasa wanaonekana hawana sheria hiyo. Lakini kama kungekuwa na sheria hiyo ingefanyika hivyo hivyo nakwambia.
Basi ndio maana mimi kuna shida. Ndio maana nasema kuna shida ya kumfukuza. Basi
sheria iko kidogo tu, sheria iko kulingana na katiba. The first opening remarks inasemanga president is a symbol of national unity. Kishuka inasema the president shall work with all elected leaders, governors, blah blah blah, all elected, because in any case he's the topmost employee of our country. There is no way some may say me, I will work with so and so, I will not work with so and so. Funny thing is, if you listen today to Uhuru, he acknowledged Ruto as the president. In fact, he was apologizing to the Muindi and told him, I wish the government can listen to you and the police as well can listen to you. And even said, wale niliwapea uongozi, wale walioshinda, as per his words. So kuna recognized, either by law or the constitution or the Supreme Court, there is a recognized leadership. You cannot say, I will not work with it, right? You cannot say, I don't acknowledge you, because by the end of the day, the president does not just represent your constituency, he represents the country. So how do you have to have permission? Itafikaje unaomba ruhusa uende ufanye nini kazi na rais, na wakati huyo kiongozi wa hiyo chama anapoenda kutana na huyo rais hawaombi nyinyi ruhusa wanachama? So who is this?
Ndio maana niko nasema, that's why I was saying, that's why I was saying, for them to ostracize and chastise Mr. Jalas was wrong. Jalas had all the reason to go meet whoever, especially the president, who is the symbol of national unity. Ama Jeff, unaonaje? Tumweke Jeff pia ingie kidogo.
Jeff, habari ya leo? Umepotea kaka. Jeff, unmute. Umekuwa mzalendo, unafaa ujue hizi maneno mbio. I think hiyo machine unatumia haina sauti, hatukusikii. Mnamsikia? Hatukusikii Jeff. Mboro, how you hatukusikii? Okay. As Mboro is working on that. Kenya Rebel, ebu imagine hivi, these are not small children. You see, my child ndio nitamwambia usiende kwa jirani kukula. Understand? I'll control my children because I want to protect my child. There's a reason I would want to protect my child from not going to the neighbor's house, probably, and azenda chome CV. Something can happen, you know. I'm responsible for my child. What happens that this is an elected leader, as much as alikuja na chama, alichaguliwa na mamilioni ya watu, ama na mamia, ama maelfu ya watu. As much as ni wa chama changu, which is a bonus, akona another responsibility. Kama chama ingekuwa everything, leaders hawangekuwa wanatoka. Tumeona watu wakianguka wakiwa kwa chama cha Jubilee. Tumeona watu wakianguka wakiwa kwa chama cha ODM. Chama is not everything. By the end of the day, kuna yule mpiga kura. Who should this leader really represent? The party or the constituents? Wale ambao wamemchagua. Who should this person represent?
The constituents.
Can you hear me now?
Okay. Now we can hear. Now we can hear you.
Thank you.
Ulikuwa umekanyanga nia sauti.
Sorry, it's the first time I'm using this show with a computer. That's why.
Lazima ujichoche.
Yes. I've been using the phone, so today I decided, because I'm in the house, I should try to come with a computer. I don't want to talk much about the party politics. So I'm enjoying listening to the two gentlemen. Then as I gain momentum, I'll give my submission. So please.
But I'm sure you saw what happened to Jubilee today.
Yes, and to me, it's an unfortunate thing because I believe so far the former president is supposed to have understood who he is and the position that he holds in the country of Kenya. He is the only retired president that we have. He is supposed to be a statesman, a man that we can learn to whenever we need advice, a man that we are looking upon to help even the governing government. But if he continues in that route, he is destroying his dignity. So I wish he can resign from politics, from active politics, because he has already served his 10 years. I don't know what more. I don't know what more he wants from politics. So that's my view on that. To me, it's unfortunate when we have the former president in the kind of shenanigans that we are going on. Is not a good picture, not only for Kenya, but even outside there, because he is a good man, especially when it comes to the international affairs. He is somebody who can hold greater positions, even in the international community. So let him see far and realize that the politics of Kenya right now are not favoring him so much, because as a critical thinker, I am just asking myself, what does he want in this? So I wish he can choose another person and leave another person to handle Jubilee and those politics. He is a big man. We would not like to see the former president being in the middle of the tear gas and all those shoutings, and it doesn't look good. Any one of us, even if it was any one of us in the position, having acquired the position that he had acquired is not good, a good picture for any one of us. So,
and then what even caught my eye is not him, the people that surrounded him. I would see Akina ghetto president, some women who are screaming. It made me feel sad.
He is lowering his standard. He is
sorry, I'm not supposed to participate.
He is devaluing his position, and I feel
I felt sad.
Every Kenyan should be having the same feeling that this is our former president. And as a former president, there is what we call the expectation. Not only the expectation of the party, but the expectation of the nation. So he can do the same thing. He can even support Jubilee, but in another way, but in another forum, in a more organized manner. We don't want to see the former president on the streets. We don't want. We don't want that.
I agree with you, Mboro, because in any case, this thing did not start yesterday or today. It has been a long time coming, like 2 months. This thing has been on. I think the right thing, Angeita, the Kanini faction, the Kioni faction, as the head, because he is the head, away from the cameras and all this drama. My view now, I think this person who advises him should have told him early in advance that cool this storm before it goes out of hand. You know? So today's event was unfortunate for starters. It was unfortunate because just this week, I think was this week or last week, he was awarded to be a peace, the person who brought peace in Ethiopia.
Yes.
And then few clips forward, he's now in another video with police in his own country, you know, where tear gas canisters were thrown here and there, you know, and where people are shouting against the police. You know, this as I was trying to tell Charlo, this police, I think, respected him because they would have still scattered that crowd as they were marching towards them. Yeah, they would have scattered them and said, these guys want to attack us or something. Wangewarushia tear gas canisters. But I think they respect even the element of them driving away, to me,
Yes.
I tend to think it is it's a respectful
They didn't
sign.
want to humiliate
They
him.
didn't want to engage the former president because he is still one of their own. Because even when they die, they will accord him the respect of a former commander, so they cannot humiliate him. So to me, I tend to think they respected their boss.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would want to think. But I like what you're saying, and I would want to ask you this. Even if Jubilee goes back to him and everything comes to how it used to be, what is it in it for him? Like, what does he care if he has Jubilee or not? What is it in it for him? Like, does he want to run for office tomorrow? Why is the matters of Jubilee so close to his heart?
Mr. Charo, Stephen Charo, maybe there is something you want to say about that. That's a very good question, and maybe you can answer that.
Yes. About what he just said, that these people, they respected, the police respected him, and they didn't do anything, they just went away. The question is, when his farm was invaded, how long did the police take to reach there? And when this office was in a problem today, how long did the police taking to go there? That is the question.
Mr. Charo.
So there must be hidden agenda.
You see, Stephen, we need to put the debate in the right perspective. What you have done now, you have left the topic, and now you have gone to, you are losing focus.
No.
We have to
question is very good.
We have
The
to
question
be
from Chalo,
the issue we are dealing with.
Kidogo too. I love your question, Chalo, because Chalo also brings another aspect, the response time of the police, because it's one thing for the police to be on time when it is something against the government, but to take almost a whole 24 hours to respond to something that attacks the opponent. Like for instance, that day fire broke out, people stole goats or sheep or what they stole, but it took them long for the police to kind of respond. But the other question is this, Chalo. The same land is protected by the police. The same land has security. Where were they? Could this also still have been an inside job? You see some of these things, sometimes me, at times I say, what is beyond me? At times I don't want to really engage, because you may be surprised. Probably this was an inside job.
So, Charo, the question I wanted you to help us answer, or the thing we are trying to unveil here, is a very important, critical question that has been asked by Jakes. What do you think Uhuru stands to gain, even if everything goes back to factory setting, the way Jubilee was when during the campaign time? What does he want to gain if all this, even if Jubilee is so much organized and is put under his hands? What is next for him?
What is there for him?
What is he looking for?
I can tell you one thing, which you should not even forget.
Yes.
That is called Kenya. I think I told you at the beginning. That is called Kenya, and he is called Kenyatta. That only tells you that he has something in it. And he is the person, the head of this Jubilee there. So he must be having his own share there, whereby he doesn't want to maybe he doesn't want to share with anybody, he wants to have his own. He cannot just walk inside where he won't get anything. Everybody will go somewhere for a reason. He cannot just work from home. Maybe he was asleep and he just walk in there. He must be gone there because of a reason, which we don't know. Even you don't know. And
it is good that you have admitted that we don't know his interest.
Maybe the picture is, and I told you, this is Kenya and it's called Kenyatta. So there must be a reason which we don't know. So that's why he went up from his house to go there and protect that thing. He must have a reason. But we don't know the reason why he went there. We should not say that he shouldn't have gone there, because we don't know why. We
Yeah,
don't have
I
to say
thought
what
I thought you knew why he was there, because
no. I
me-
just give you example. He has followed something there because he is called the Kenyatta, and this is Kenya, and this Jubilee is like his. So he must have followed. Don't say that he should just have gone there. The
Kenya
problem
Rebel, what do you think is the interest of Uhuru in all this? Because by the end of the day, after Moi went home, we didn't see him fight for KANU. In fact, even Uhuru is the one who kind of tried to rebrand KANU, eventually forgot about KANU. He was the chairman and formed another party known as TNA, right? We never saw Moi come out to, guns blazing and doing what Uhuru did today.
Yeah.
What do you think is the game plan for Uhuru?
Okay, I want you to, and I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, and I'll speculate. First of all, this is not speculation, it's the first part. Moi was there for 24 years. He had ruled for 24 years.
Yeah.
And by 2002, he was very unpopular. Also, Moi, by his age at the time compared to Uhuru is very young, relatively speaking. I mean, compared to Moi, Uhuru is still young. Okay? So Moi, after those 24 years, he was like, okay, you know what? I'm old. I'm unpopular. Wacha nikae kando. Okay? Uhuru is young. That's number one. Number two, there seems to be a battle of who will have or who has the most influence in Central Province. Who is left in Jubilee right now? Who is left of stature? Who has most influence? You see, like the two functions you mentioned, okay? Rigathi Gachagua is also making noise wherever he is. Like him or not, he's trying to have his footprint down in Central Province, okay? Jubilee, and I hate to bring it down to tribe, I think Jubilee, the majority who are left are mostly people from Central Province, the Kikuyu Nation, okay? Whoever is going to have the leadership in Jubilee will be viewed as the kingpin for Central. Because remember, the whole thing we were saying about Ruto, why Ruto won the Central Province, is because he co-opted most of the Central Province bigwigs, the noisemakers, Wakina Ichungwa, Wakina Nyoro, even though they're not as whatever, but it was said that people on the ground, they were clapping at Nani, they were giving Nani applause when Kenyatta was speaking, but they were not really supporting him on the ground because he was trying to sell them Raila Odinga, and Raila was not popular in Central. So what I'm trying to say is this: Uhuru, by going there, he was basically trying to, and it's to me, in my opinion, because like Mburu rightfully said, he had no reason to go there. I mean, he's been president for 10 years. You don't need to be standing beside Wakina Gaucho. It is optics. It is for people to see that he is there to bring, okay, sorry, Mburu. He was there to portray that he's bringing the, not TNA, but the Jubilee coalition together. The Central Province, proverbial kingpin, is bringing the warring function within the Jubilee to put the house in order. In a way, in short, he was portraying himself as the kingpin of Central Province, try to galvanize what's left of Jubilee. Because if I look at Jubilee right now, I would say it's the party for Central Province. Just the way we look at UDA and say this is for the Rift Valley. ODM is for Nyanza Province. Jubilee is the Central Province. And I would like to hear maybe, Jeff, maybe if you can disagree with me or agree with me. That's my...
Before Jeff comes in, Jeff, yes, there is a verse in the Bible that says, what does it benefit a man, right, to gain the whole world and lose your soul? I coin it this way: what will it benefit Uhuru to gain Jubilee and lose the nation?
Very quickly, power. there's nothing sweet like power. Jex, you don't know what power is. That's what I'm saying.
But it is a shame. It is a shame when you are a former president and a Muhindi tells you to your face, kindly leave this area. Your office is causing disturbance. Muhammad.
I understand that. I understand
power
that.
Or not, that is shaming. You know, like
it's I know that. And believe
someone
me,
grabbing you by the balls and telling you, you know what, I can beat you up, and there's nothing you can do.
So
and
I think
before you are a bully, right?
To be honest, what our former president is lacking is good counsel. He needs good people to sit him down because there is a lot of expectation, especially from the former president. He is totally out of order. One, you saw the approach he had, the way he confronted the police. And the police are more, our police are more reasonable than our former president.
Actually, to me, they scored good points than him.
They did very well. They did. Okay.
They did.
Can somebody just tell me what happened? Because I never watched the video. Can somebody just walk me through very quickly?
He went and told the police, go away. And he was, you know,
let me get you
going physical. Now, the police realized this one is our former president. We cannot tear gas him. Let us just leave. You see? So the police acknowledge his position. But as the former president, he does not know who he is and the position he holds, not only in Kenya, but in the world. What other power is he looking for? He is already, due to the different power of the office he holds, he already has power. Now, lowering yourself from the former president to fighting for the party position is not a good way.
Jake, I think Charo nitakupatia nafasi hata wewe. From what I see and I'm not a huge Uhuru fan. I'm not. I'll admit it. So if I say something, just to understand that I have that bias against him. But first of all, he looks like, from watching him for the past 10 years, he looked like Ali Chapamaji Kidogo. And you're right, I agree with Mburu. First of all, he shouldn't be there because it can be interpreted so many negatively because number one, it shows his arrogance. He's showing it. He's telling the police, "Kwendeni, kwendeni." I mean, if I'm the police, I'm like, "Who do you think you are walking there, telling us twende?" We were obviously ordered by somebody to bring peace over here, to maintain peace. But so you're right. The police, their right to, they respected him because he was the former president. And Buru is also right. Uhuru should not put himself in that position as the former president. Do not. Chukua nini wengine huko nyuma. Even drama is too much. It just looks bad on all.
Point exactly. You see, I'm sure he has a way to reach Kanini Kega. I'm sure he has somehow means to reach Sabina Chege. These were his lieutenants sometimes back. He has mechanism to sit them down as the party leader because both factions are saying he is the chair. Both teams. So there's nothing big, right? There's nothing.
But now to my last point. But do you see now where I say Uhuru, if you don't forget, Uhuru, and maybe correct me, in my opinion, he's arrogant. And he was showing his arrogance by doing what he was doing. What's the point of telling police that he mwendeni? All he had to say was tell people, all he had to say is to tell those policemen, hey, tulieni, I'm coming to conduct my business, tulieni, msiharakishe wananchi. You know, he didn't have to say, hey, and anyone. And so even the way he was walking, it was like, you people should, that's how I'm interpreting it. But yeah, it was not a good look. Amacharo umeionaje?
Yeah, before Charo says something, Charo.
Yeah.
Charo.
Yeah,
I know you might want to support Uhuru, but
no.
as much as no, let me just put it this way. As much as he belongs to Azimio, and maybe you belong to Azimio.
Sorry,
I know
Chalo does not belong to Azimio. Chalo
you don't belong anywhere. You are neutral.
He tries,
I know genuinely everybody, regardless of the party you support, regardless of who you are, you would not like, or anybody would not like to see his former president in such shenanigans, in such hooliganism. It's unfortunate. To me, it's very unfortunate.
Yeah, I give you right by this point. But two wrongs, they cannot make anything. Two wrongs will never make anything. The mistake was started before. If there was a problem, and these people are representing our representatives, they could have called the defense together and discussed the matter before the escalation of the police. And why the police came, nobody knows. Nobody had asked a question why the police went there, because it was a problem of the Jubilee. Then the Jubilee people, they solved the problem at their own, not with the police. Because I don't know at the beginning what started on, but really to say that two wrongs will never make it correct. The people who went there, the people who were making discussion before the police came, they were the first people who did wrong. Before we judge Uhuru. Uhuru is a young man. He's still young. Yeah. I don't support him. He's still young, and he's alive in his way of manner. So the
but Charlo, young or old is not a ticket for you to forget who you are. You know, it's, for instance, you told me you are 50 something, right?
Yes.
I would find it tricky if I found you playing in the mud, you know, like Komatope.
Yes.
I would question so much. In any case, I might even call the paramedics to take you to the hospital for because as per how old you are, I expect or I anticipate that you behave in a certain way, right? When umefika some levels, when you are a loyalty, when you are a former president, when you are a former diplomat, when you are a former, you had a very high office. It also calls for very high form of responsibility, because if someone had a vendetta, let's say against Gaucho or any of the person there, right, and then a shoot through or a two-pack tear gas, what would the news have read today?
The news could be very bad, but the first thing, that was a Jubilee problem. Why were these police going there? Who sent this police? Because it was a Jubilee problem. And the Jubilee problem will be solved by the Jubilee people, not by police.
Jake,
so this
I
was
want to take the clips back, because the story, whatever showcased,
maybe I missed the story. Maybe
how
I
it began very differently. It began with Kanini Kega marching to the offices.
Yes.
Jeremiah Kioni, listen to this clip. Jeremiah Kioni blocks the offices using his car, and some leaders from those who are allied to Kanini Kega, others were locked out, others were locked in. And then goons came, right? And within no time, stones zikaanza kurushwa. Na kwa hii video utasikia kuna mahali Kanini Kega ni kama alikuwa anasukumwa and all. And then police had to fire the first tear gas. From there, all hell broke loose, and eventually the police had to increase.
The former ruling Jubilee Party has now drawn in retired President Uhuru Kenyatta, who turned up at the party headquarters today as rival factions fought for its control. The former president has apparently thrown his weight behind embattled Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni, who is locked up in a battle for the control of the party with a faction led by Yala MP Kanini Kega. The former president appearing to assert his authority as party leader, saying Jubilee was intact and urging those that have switched allegiance to leave in peace. Jeremiah Kioni and Kanini Kega have been embroiled in a bitter contest for the Secretary General's post, the court having directed the warring factions to first take the matter to the party's dispute resolution organs. Let's get more from our very own Chemtai Gowin.
The main entrance to Dik Dik Gardens in Kileleshwa area of Nairobi was for the better part of the day a beehive of activity. Police having barricaded the entrance to block rowdy youth who were seeking access to the Jubilee Party headquarters offices. The youth, members of a faction that is seeking to dislodge Embato Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni from office. The arrival of Yala MP Kanini Kega, who insists he is the bona fide Secretary General of the party, alongside other allied leaders, sparred chaotic scenes. Police forced to lob tear gas to disperse the youth who are attempting to gain entry into the estate. Attempts by the Kanini Kega faction to gain entry into the party's offices futile, as Jeremiah Kioni locked himself in and used his vehicle to barricade the gate. As more chaotic scenes played out, one journalist was injured by youth who were pelting stones at each other. Despite failing to gain access to the building, the Kanini Kega faction was adamant that they were the legitimate officials of the party, saying they would follow the law to kick out Kioni.
We are hoping that from today he will not purport to represent Jubilee. He will not purport to have this office as a headquarter, because this office is also not gazetted as the official headquarter of Jubilee. And from today, Jubilee will not operate from this headquarter. And these are the officials of Jubilee.
I would like to look at Uhuru Kenyatta and Baba on the face and ask, did Sabina sacrifice for this party? And so if there's something that has happened, it is noble for our seniors to call us and have a chance to talk to us. I also want to appeal to the party leader. You are our leader. it is important that you call all of us together.
The party leader and former President Uhuru Kenyatta eventually turning up, saying they still held the reins of the party and admonished those he said were plotting a takeover.
Mimi niko hapa kuthibitisha ya kwamba sisi kama wana Jubilee, sisi ni chama ya amani. Na mnajua ya kwamba sisi wakati wananchi waliamua vile waliamua mwaka uliopita mwezi wa Agosti, wengine wetu ambao tulikuwa viongozi sio tu wa chama wa nchi, tukakubali huo uamuzi na tukaendelea na tukakabidhia wale ambao walishinda haki yao, na sisi hatuna shida na hiyo. Lakini tunasema jamani, pia hawa wanastahili waheshimu haki yetu.
Haki ya mtu kwenda kwa chama the one that the party that you want. It's your constitutional right. But you should not endeavor and even go to use extrajudicial means to destroy a party.
The former president warned the police against being used to settle political scores and urged Kenyans to remain peaceful and not allow division to bring strife.
We have our mechanisms as a political party with which to solve our problems, and we shall solve them. And we shall have our meetings, and we shall call our meetings as and when, and the membership of the party will decide the future of the party. Yes. And we don't need to be governed or to be ruled or to be pushed by police we will make our decisions.
The prolonged dispute over who are the bona fide officials of the party is currently before the party's Disputes Resolution Committee and is yet to be resolved. Chemutai Goin, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
All right, Goin, thanks so much for that. Still on that story, angry residents of Killer.
Jakes. This is a reminder of how arrogant this dynasty are. Do you remember Raila when he was walked into the DCI, he was trying to get into the DCI with the thousands of people when Matiang'i was in there? You saw how he was behaving. Now here is Uhuru walking there. Did you see how he was walking towards them? He was like, Commando, Rambo, I'm coming. He's telling people. In fact, I wish I was, yeah. Ningekuwa polisi hata mimi ningepatia tu tia gas moja tu aonje ile maandamano. But anyway, to your point, I agree with everyone that will say a person of his position should not put himself in that mess. All he had to do, call Kanini ama huyo nani Kioni, wakutane mahali, have a meeting, sit down, resolve the issue. Hii makelele, it reminds me of when Raila and Kijana Wamalwa were fighting during, was it for Kenya back in the day? This is 1997 or something like that, before Raila bolted out of that Nino. But it's the same thing. We need to do better. Uhuru, I agree, Uhuru should have not meddled in that kind of mess. That's embarrassing. But again, it's Uhuru. What do you expect?
Yeah, I can imagine how people like Kanini and Sabina felt when they saw the commando coming. And, you know, I can imagine the awkward situation that they were put in, because that would be the last expectation that they were having, that the former president would appear in such a situation. So, as Revolutionary said, that was so much lowering of his position as the former president. But I want to say this. He is used to say, to act like that. But there is a point that Charo made, which to me was a funny, I'm not trying to say it's not, it is a good point. You had a point. But when you say that Uhuru is still young, does it mean that his brain has not grown to the level of knowing what he is supposed to do, what he is not supposed to do, what is the expectation of the people of Kenya?
No, I thought what I thought Charlo meant was that Uhuru is still young, vibrant, and is allowed to engage in politics, or rather, he still has the muscle, a muscle or some energy to still run around and do some politics here and there. And that's why I was saying, yes,
Jeff, are you forget?
He has that,
Jeff.
but to me, I also tend to think as much as he's young and he has the energy to do it, he still has a higher calling. He has a higher, because other nations are calling to him as a peace broker, right? There's what people look at, right? Yeah, he was awarded the other day because of mediating peace. So to me, I think that is a very high calling. He needs to find a way, because as today he was saying he wants peace. I think at times you don't walk or march deep into a line of battle to prove a point of peace. At times you can call the troops away from the battlefield. So he shouldn't have marched deep into the battlefield and showcase some degree of pride. To me, I tend to call it so: pride, arrogance, some form of entitlement. Because by the end of the day, he's a former president, he is wealthy, he is everything. But by the end of the day, there is a respect we have for him that we wouldn't wish he were tainted. Sasa Gaucho.
But tunataka tujue vizuri. We want to know properly why were these people going there, and they have been going there all the time. Why were they going with a hope of getting inside, and they're always going there? I don't think that it's their first time to go there. They have been going there to have their meetings there. Why should they have gone the normal way which they used to go every day or every time? Because the Kadini Kega, the person, I don't know them, but I am sure they have been going there in a normal manner. But today, they went with some people behind them. Who sent them? Or who told them they have to cut some people to go there?
Jake, I think we're expecting too much of Uhuru. You shouldn't forget, this is the person who was addressing the nation one time on top of a car, drunk, na alikuwa anajikuna matako while talking to the umati wa watu while he was president. Why are we surprised?
It's okay.
That is somebody's behavior.
We accept all his behavior.
We don't have to kill the dog with all stones. That
exactly.
Is his behavior.
At times also, Charlo, you don't throw away the baby with bath water.
Yeah.
We know he has all those.
Yeah, so we know he has all that time, and he did this as a human being, and any human being can make a mistake. We don't have to fight him because of his mistake. We should remember we are also human beings. We do our mistakes. He did his mistake today. He did his mistakes all the time, but we should not judge him like the way we judge him all the time, because he was our president.
He needs to call these two factions to order, because by the end of the day, somehow it is his character at stake here. He is a leader. He is the chairperson of this former huge party. Most of, or almost all, the elected leaders are with Kanini Kega. Former leaders ndo wako na Jeremiah Kioni. So Jubilee, as we know it, if it loses its elected members, it just becomes a party bila elected leaders, just like NAC Kenya. So I don't think it is wise to fight this war. It is not necessary. They should just sit down, iron out their issues. They can even call an NDC or a party, whatever they call it, and then they do even a proper election, right? Kama that will help. It is not a must iwe Jeremiah Kioni. It's not a must iwe Kanini Kega, but it's a must for Uhuru to bring this thing to an early closure before it goes out of hand, because it is not looking good.
How many elected members of Jubilee are still supporting the Azimio agenda?
unless I count, there is one from Western anaitwa former whip. I'm forgetting his name. He's still supporting Jeremiah Kioni, but over 30
from Central Province. Name one from Central.
From Central, there is
Central
zero.
Province, because
Zero.
Charo made some remarks that Uhuru is trying to control Central. Was it revolutionary through Jubilee? That he has already lost that grip. He is not holding any Mount Kenya as a kingpin. For what? He has already served as the president. Where is
I
he?
have to ask a question there. Do we have kingpins in Mount Kenya? Because it is a statement we have had 1,000,001 times, but I don't know. I have a close link to Mount Kenya, but I have never seen or had such a conversation of a kingpin or someone we die for, because Kikuyus go for the moment. One time they are with Kibaki, one time they are with Uhuru, the next time they will be with someone else. They don't follow an individual for far too long without changing their mind. They can change their mind.
Happens, because I come from Central Kenya, and I think also as one of them, we have seasonal kingpin for a certain season, for a certain period, for a certain purpose. Like right now, we are still weighing whether Gachagua will be up to the task.
I don't think so.
If he will be.
He himself is his own poison.
So
no. Gachagua is good.
Oh my goodness. You should come to the
What
ground.
we don't
You will
have
understand.
in Central Kenya. In Central Kenya, we don't have semi-gods. We don't worship leaders. We don't bow to them. What we do is we give you this position for a certain reason, for our interest. If you don't meet the expectation of the people, we are not with you. We are very dependent people, independent-minded, and we can change the position anytime.
A question, Jeff. So let me ask you a question, since you're from Central. So right now, let's say if the elections were to be hard, let's say, okay, if the Central were going to vote, would they vote for somebody who is being supported by Gachagua faction or the Jubilee factor? Who will Central Province lean towards? Gachagua?
Right now.
In Central Kenya,
right
we
now
don't
it's very
recognize.
tricky.
Central Kenya right now does not recognize Jubilee. And that is why you have seen everybody who is able to see far, they have left Jubilee and they have joined the government. Because Jubilee, as far as Central Kenya is concerned, is a dead horse. You cannot ride it. You cannot keep on following it. What they are doing right now, they are just trying to sustain the party because of the funds that are given to the parties. Nothing else. Nothing else is remaining.
Mzalendo, how are you?
I'm doing great, Jex. And how are you, panelists?
Tuko salama. Pole, umekuta tukiwa katikati ya kitu. I allowed it to sail through.
No problem. I was also listening in. I don't just want to budge and say something that is so relevant to the topic of the day. You look like somebody who is so lost. But from what I gather, you are talking about Uhuru's today stormed the Jubilee headquarters in Kileleshwa. I want to differ with most of the panelists, what they have said about Uhuru coming to defend the Jubilee Party. Remember, Uhuru Kenyatta created the Jubilee Party. He was part of it. That is his baby. And Uhuru is young. And with the Kenyan politics, you don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. You need a vehicle that you can control. And political parties are funded by government. You understand that. So what is here is that people are scrambling for the resources that come with the political parties. Otherwise, if they wanted to resolve the disputes amongst themselves, that is the political, is it called the political parties dispute resolution, where you go you have a meeting and you resolve the matter. Because this is an internal affair. It is a Jubilee matter. And Uhuru is right because he formed the political party. This is his baby. He cannot just let it go like that. Remember how Raila Odinga fought with Kalonzo, and they break up to the Orange Party. Yeah, kulikuwa na ile chunganusu. I don't know what it was called then. That Kalonzo
ilikuwa na orange ilikuwa orange of Kenya, sijui what.
Yeah, there was a half a orange somewhere that Kalonzo
ODMK and ODM.
ODM Kenya and ODM. Yes. That we have seen Ford Kenya and Ford Asili, things like that. So this is the kind of discourse that we always see in Kenyan politics. But I can assure you that this matter, Uhuru cannot let it go. This is his baby. And Jeff, central people, yes, they are in UDA, and they are the most unpredictable, the most predictable voting bloc. I wanted to use the wrong word, unpredictable. The most predictable voting bloc. They are swayed just by the night. A central Mount Kenya voter can change his or her vote at the 11th hour, depending on where the masses are going. They don't vote on ideologies. They vote on what the people are saying. You understand? And that one, we know it so well. Yeah, these are the most unprincipled voters. They come in, you go to a polling station, you don't know who even your MCA is or your women rep. You ask the people who are voting, around hii munapatia nani? Ni nani ndio tunapatia, hii chama ndio tunapatia. That is how people in central Kenya vote. Yeah, they either vote through by emotions or, they are dictated by the larger community, or there are people who decide for them. They don't vote on policies. Yeah,
Zalendo,
they don't
just
vote.
1 second. Allow me to do something. I'm coming.
All right. It's okay. They don't vote on policies. So that is something that we have seen in the past. And if you see Uhuru Kenyatta coming out, there is so much happening in the political scene in Kenya right now. There is the seven-side talk that is going on behind the scenes. We don't know what will come up with this kind of talks that is going on. And from the previous talks by the Prime Minister, the previous talk by Ruto allies, you hear this talk of, hey, Uhuru is too young, he's going nowhere. Ruto is now very, very young, he's going nowhere. Baba is too old, he needs to retire. So this time, they are going somewhere. There's so much that is going to come. So let us wait. On this one, I really support Uhuru for standing up for. This is something that he really built. You saw the other day, Babu Namwamba really wanted to wrestle the ODM party from Baba. You saw what happened. You have to come out strong and defend your political party. Thank you.
So Mzalendo, you said that Uhuru created the Jubilee Party, and you said he's like his child. Don't forget that he did not create that party alone. He was together with his deputy, who actually played a greater role than Uhuru Kenyatta. And all those people, both the Kanini team and Kioni team, were in one team. So my question is, yes, they are fighting. We can say Kanini and the team, they are fighting because they need a party to support them to gain maybe political power. The critical question we are asking ourselves, as the former president, you have said he did good to come and stand for the party. What does he stand to gain? Is it going to work for him to build him, or are we even expecting the Uhuru comeback in politics, or become a president again, or become a prime minister? You know, sometimes as you decide to fight, you fight because you know what you started to achieve. For me, he is fighting a losing battle. I don't see the reason. I don't see what he's fighting for. I don't see what he is likely to gain. But also, Zarendo, you have made remarks about concerning the Central Kenya people. I being one of them. We don't vote emotionally, because if we vote emotionally, if there was somebody we would have followed, was Uhuru Kenyatta as our president, whom we had supported for 2 good terms. And we are also very unpredictable, because I remember I came here at Muzarendo TV, and I told you people that people are not going to follow Uhuru Kenyatta. I remember one of you telling me, there is no way Central Kenya people can leave the president, because even the Kikuyu elders are together with the president. I told you people, you don't understand how Kikuyus reason. You don't understand how Kikuyus make decisions. If there was somebody who had the upper hand, or if we are swayed by money or power and all that, if there was somebody who was in a greater position to be followed by the Central Kenya people, was Uhuru Kenyatta and the team, because they had all what it takes. Not Didi Nyoro and Gachagua. But can I tell you, the Central Kenya people look at the future. They already knew Uhuru is not going to come back as the president. So he is telling us to follow him to take us where? And yet he won't be having any position. He won't be having any power. So we look ahead, we know what we want, and we decide basing on informed decision. We are following this person because we see the future. We could not follow him because he was nowhere.
All right, Jeff, you have a point. Kenya revolutionary, you had something to say. I saw you raising your hand before you forget.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Mzalendo, I think the argument wasn't whether Uhuru Kenyatta, it was wrong for him to stand up for his party Jubilee. That's fine. It's just the way that he did it, getting involved in tear gas and everything. That's what I just wanted to say. The manner in which he went about it is what we were discussing. He shouldn't have involved himself with tear gas and all that shenanigans, walking around like he's Rambo. 2, I would say the Central Province, they are predictable, but not for the reasons that you gave, Mr. Mzalendo. Maybe you might be right, I don't know, but I would just be curious with how Jeff will respond to this when I'm done and you're also done. I feel like the Central Province, they have this Raila phobia. It's a strong feeling. Because if you look at historically, okay, even since Raila became that, the guy, we can go back to Tomboya when Luos and Kikuyus had this difference, okay? But let me just use Raila for example. Every time, 2007, okay, let's go to 2007, when ODM were going to win, it was, in fact, they won. All the Kikuyus did, well, let me say not all, because I don't know all of them, but most of them were not for Raila Odinga. I mean, Raila tried to put Joe Nyaga there as part of the, was it Pentagon at the time or whatever it is. Come 2013, same thing. You had Ruto and Kenyatta, who they were supporting at that time. Central was majority voters were Kikuyus. They voted for Jubilee. 2017, Jubilee, most majority was Kikuyus for the Jubilee party. 2022, when Uhuru, this is where they parted way with Uhuru Kenyatta, but Uhuru obviously was also losing some Kikuyus because, number one, the economy wasn't doing good. But the main reason, he was trying to sell Raila to Central Province. Okay? And that is a no-no. You can take it back historically. In my view, you don't sell Raila to Central Province and think that you're going to win. So it's predictable as far as anybody that's aligned with Raila Odinga, they always not vote for him. I don't care who he is. So Ruto knew that, and he got the rebels, the young rebels, Wakinandidi Nyoro, and all of that, brought him to wherever. And that's why you see Mr. his deputy, Gachagua. Gachagua is very clever too. He uses this Mau Mau thing, reminding the Kikuyus that, Jomo wasn't part of Mau Mau. You know that? Meaning mtoto wa Mau Mau. He wasn't part of Mau Mau. Who's the real one? Meaning I'm the real Kikuyu, okay? And that helped, that kind of language helped bring them to Ruto and help them Ruto. So in my submission, last sentence, Kikuyus are always voting against Raila, who represents Luo. But I don't think it's more because they hate Luos. It's just the historical difference between Luos and Kikuyus since Tom Mboya's death. The only time they came together was 2002 when they brought down. They had a common enemy in Moi, and Raila also knew that he wasn't going to make it in 2002 if he was to stick with Moi. So he joined Kibaki, and they came together, and it was a wonderful victory. So yeah.
Before you proceed,
Muru, Jeff,
yes.
allow Stephen to answer that, to say something. Then you can sum it up.
Yes, that's fine. I wanted this gentleman to say something that he has mentioned. That's fine, Stephen.
I will concur with Muzalendo. I will support and hear what Muzalendo said. He was really right, because what Muzalendo said is really what is happening.
Yes.
So these central people, what are they getting right now? Because they say they look where they get something. That's why they go to vote where they get something. What are they getting now? Because I'm from the coast, from Mombasa, and we were no time in the government. We were always opposition, and we will still be opposition till now. Even if you stand there with Jubilee in the coast, I'm sorry, you won't get it. When you stand with Ruto, is where you will be even further away, because they have never given anything to the coastal. Sababu watu wa Central wako na akili, lakini nilikuwa nafikiria ni ya pesa, kumbe ni ya tamaa. When you have this anxious, kusema hata nikipa 500 nikiambiwa Nairobi kuna 600, I will just go there. I will just go without even knowing if the money is there or not. That is the problem. So they voted what they voted because they were thinking they will get money. And you will see in the next voting, they will vote another person because they never get the money what they were thinking that they were going to get. That is the problem. We have to take the issue underneath, because there is no good politician in Kenya. We miss it every time because the politicians...
And Charo, your mic keeps on disappearing. If you can stay focused to the mic so that we can hear you clearly.
I mean, we missed as Kenya because the politicians are not for the people. They are for themselves. So the central people, if they say, we go vote where we get, even right now, they got nothing. They will get these people who will shout there, who will just blast other people, but they will never get anything better. Till now, they will go hit themselves whatever with words against themselves, each other, and this thing. But they are really not that wise.
Thank you, Stephen Charo. And maybe now.
Can I say
Jeff,
something before I forget?
You can now say whatever you wanted to say. I know.
Yes. First of all, let me start with what Charles said about the Mount Kenya people. When I say that they make informed decision basing on the future, there has been this misleading information from the politicians that the Mount Kenya people are given money by the government and all that. It is not like that. Our expectation was not to receive anything or material from the government. What the Mount Kenya people want is peaceful environment to do their business. They are hardworking people. So, and that is what Raila Odinga does not know. This maandamano of his takes support, Mount Kenya support from him totally. Because if you want to be a good friend of the Kikuyu people, those hawkers, just give them peace to hawk their goods, to do their businesses. Anytime the businesses are closed in Kenya, and the people know very well it is because of the maandamano, which are called by Raila Odinga, they leave him. Even the few support that he got right now, I don't think he is still in the same position. But also, revolutionary. I don't know your real name so that we don't swallow our tongues here trying to pronounce what you have written there. You talked about the Raila phobia. The question you are supposed to ask yourself, because a phobia does not develop just like that. There must be a trigger, because a phobia is something that you fear. It's a fear of someone. Why does the Mount Kenya people fear Raila Odinga? That is the critical question before you say, we will never vote for Raila Odinga. The critical question is, why do we fear him? And the answer is, it is because he has done more harm than good to the mountain people. First of all, he has been, it's only the time that he's in the government that he will talk good of the Mount Kenya people. Every time he's out there, he tells people how the Kikuyus are supported by the government, given free money, and other communities believe so. He says, go to Mount Kenya, it's like paradise, but you other people are living in poverty. Whereas even in Mount Kenya, we have real poor people. We are suffering just like any other Kenyan. He talks of how only the Mount Kenya people are being employed in the government. Is it true? So those lying and not talking the truth for his political survival has made the Mount Kenya people feel this guy, even if we give him a chance, he will continue to oppress us. He does. People have that fear. That this guy, he talks good of us only when he is benefiting. But when he is out there, he talks other things. However, Muzarendo, you said that if you, that our prediction, the way you can predict the Mount Kenya people, look at the side that Raila Odinga is and you know they will not be there. So that answers, that gives the answer that it is a lie that Raila Odinga, as he has been saying, that his votes were leaked. He said that he had 2.5 votes in central Kenya. So by your insinuation that we cannot vote where Raila Odinga is, you are answering the question that he has been telling people that he was rigged in Mount Kenya. It is true, he was not rigged. And Charo said he agreed totally with what you said. So I don't believe he was supported in Mount Kenya. I don't believe his votes were rigged.
All right, Jeff, you've really answered some of the questions, but you have evaded the real point, and some of your claims we cannot substantiate whether they are true or false. But the truth is that the voting bloc in Mount Kenya is a very tribal voting bloc. That is the truth of the matter. They are very, very tribal. Another truth that you are simply evading is that the Kikuyus have benefited from government jobs more than any other tribe from Moi, ever since Moi exited the scene. That is another truth that you're not saying. They have benefited more than any other community after the exit of Moi, followed by the Kalenjin community. And the reason why the Kikuyu community will always vote against, will always vote alongside the Kalenjin, one is the fear factor. Kikuyus are spread all over Rift Valley, in some parts of Rift Valley, and in some parts of Kenya. And mostly they are populated in the Rift Valley region. Some of them live in schemes in the Rift Valley. After the 2007 elections, Kikuyus have always worked together with the Kalenjin community, and you can hear this from our leaders who are saying that hatutawahi piganishwa tena katika hizi siasa when it comes to elections. So the community will always vote with the Kalenjin community because they are in Molo, they are in Nakuru, they are in Eldoret, they are spread in most of the Rift Valley voting bloc. So they depend on each other. Yeah. Another thing that you said, oh, we vote on. Yes, you don't vote for, you will never vote for Raila. And for reasons being that you have been told by maybe your parents that this man Raila is Mkorokio, all those names that he has been called, is uncircumcised, things like that. Those are the things that really make Raila not sellable. But having said that, I don't think the Kikuyu community in the multi-party democracy has ever voted outside their tribal bloc if they don't have any gains. All right? That is why they voted for UDA, because they were getting the deputy. And they knew pretty well that after Ruto, they are going to get the presidency. Wait and see when they are denied that position of the presidency by the Kenya Kwanza's team. That will be the turning point of the Kikuyu voting bloc. All right? They have never voted for anybody other than William Samoei Ruto for the promises that he made for the community. First, akawapatia a deputy, and secondly, for the fear that their people might be displaced in the Rift Valley. That is the more reason why they voted for William. And the promises that after hii kumi yangu, then you go back to another Kikuyu for leadership. And that is the greatest fear that Kenyans are seeing today. Why I always say that Gachagua is the only one saying the truth, is that every time you see Azimio are always on Gachagua. Any politician is always criticizing Gachagua. Go to any of the pages, even on social media, the person who is on target is Gachagua, because this cycle has to be broken at some point, and that will be the turning point of Kenyan politics. Thank you.
So,
Jeff, yeah. Okay. I just wanted to say that I think we all now confirm what I say, that it's true, that the Kikuyus never vote for Raila for whatever reason. That's why I said phobia, fear, whatever the reason for that phobia, you name it, come up with one. You can come up with any reason. So yes, that's correct. You confirm my point. Number two, on the point that Zalendo said, Kikuyus have never worked with, they always work with Kalenjins. Not necessarily. I think 1992, was it 92 or 92, I think, 92, where there was clashes between Kikuyus and Kalenjins in Molo.
Let me correct you. I said
Okay.
after the multi-party democracy. I didn't say going back.
Okay.
After the new constitution. Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's fair. Then you're right. You're correct. Then you're correct. One last point. What was I saying? Okay, Kikuyus. Let me say this: they are no different from any other tribes as far as predictability. In this sense, every tribe vote for their own or their own interest. Okay.
Exactly.
So I don't want to make it seem like Kikuyus are always, of course they'll drive. That's why I gave an example. Before Kenyatta had a handshake with Raila, before he tried to sell Raila to the central province, they rallied around him. He was the most, he was popular in central. They might not agree with everything that he was doing, especially the economy, but still, they would rather vote for Kenyatta, who was messing up the economy, than vote for Raila for whatever reason they hate him. That's why I gave an example. So, yeah, Kikuyus vote for their interests. As for the question whether the common Kikuyu really gains from the government, I think they gain, but not as much as they would like to. The common Mwananchi, the Kikuyus are still struggling just like anybody else. But yes, whoever is in power, they have to throw goodies for their own people. Maybe not enough, even Kenyatta. I'm sure Kenyatta was the president for 10 years. Jeff, ulipata pesa man. So I'll let you answer that. That's all I wanted to say.
No, yeah, when Kenyatta was the president, wao Kikuyu, wacha nikwambie, all the loans za zile walikuchukua wamechukua za makahawa nini, they were all forgiven during Kenyatta's reign.
Yeah. Listen, I agree with you, Mzalendo.
What did you say?
No.
All the loans. Kuna loan ya majani ya chai ile watu walikuwa kanazo hizo maareas nini. Hizo serikali, they took them up and wakalipiwa. It only happens to one community, the Kikuyu.
Yes. Mzalendo, you see, let's be very honest in this debate, because when it comes to
nitawaacha kwa sababu naona inaanza kuingia kikabila sana.
Sawa Steven Shara, tumeshukuru sana kwa kuungana na sisi. Karibu tena Mtembei TV. Asante sana. Goodbye. Respect. All right.
Yeah. So Mzalendo, when it comes to tea and coffee and other plantations that we have in Kenya.
Do you have internet?
I don't think only Kikuyus have tea in Kenya. We have tea in Oroba. We have tea in Kisii. We have tea in Kericho. We have tea all over. Does it mean that when those loans were forgiven, the president or the government singled out that I'm forgiving Central Kenya people? You see, that is the kind of misleading information that many of the politicians
now Jeff
give out there.
Coffee is not in the Rift Valley. Coffee is not in Kisumu. Coffee is not in Marsabit. Coffee is not in the coast region. Where do we find the coffee growers in Kenya?
Largely in Central Kenya.
Thank you. Look at the loans that they have been getting.
What about the tea?
Even the tea,
if the Kikuyus were forgiven, everybody else was forgiven. Is it a good thing?
My point is, it is a very, very good thing, but well targeted to the particular community.
How can you substantiate that? That in the mind of whoever came with the idea, the target was to support the Kikuyus.
Because listen, Jeff. If you gave the coffee farmers in Kiambu some reprieve, then I would expect him to go to Nyanza and give the fish farmers some reprieve. Then I would also love him to extend the same to Mira farmers in Meru. Yeah.
Wait a minute. You said who forgave who, and because for me, I'm always very careful not to discuss what I don't know, because right now I am in the middle of a debate that I have no clue and I have no idea.
You have no clue. So when you don't have any clue,
but however, if you
when you
are
don't have
telling me,
any clue, do your research.
So you have just introduced a new debate. Allow me to do my research, then we shall revisit, so that I can talk about
All
it
right.
when I'm
Okay, Jeff, I agree with you. This is above your paycheck. So let us move to the next point.
Yes,
fair point.
Kenya
but wait a
Revolutionary.
minute. I wanted to make my submission basing on the many things that you talked about. One, though the Kikuyu aspect was not the agenda of the day, but because it has come anyway, it is good to discuss, because at the end of the day, we are all Kenyans. It is good to understand the nature of our politics in Kenya. As I said another day, Kenyans are united all the time, except when it comes to choosing the leaders or voting. And we have to agree that most of the time Kikuyus are seen as tribal, not because of who they vote for, it is because of their number. Because if it is the aspect of being tribal, all people in Kenya are tribal. Even those who pretend they are not, they are. If you go to the Kenya, to the Kambas, they always follow to a greater extent Kalonzo Musyoka. They know this is the man who is standing for our interest. Every tribe, you go to the Nyanza people, they are behind Raila Odinga. That is the politics, the unfortunate situation that we are in. But maybe in the future that will change. That is why, and I want everybody to understand, sometimes it is seen like Kikuyus have been given more positions than other people. That is not the case. The issue is the number. We are more in number. So you find like when we are counting thieves, we have so many thieves. You see, when we are counting pastors, we have so many pastors. When you go to the political positions, we are still many. Why? Because of the aspect of the number, the equation and balancing the equation of the number that we have. The same number, it works against us because it makes other people feel that where this bloc will vote automatically, whoever they are going to support becomes the president or is going to win. So the issue of being tribal, I don't agree with it, because if you go to Azimio, you find the Kikuyus who supported Raila Odinga. We have Uhuru. Is Uhuru a Kikuyu? Yes. We have Jeremiah Kioni and the team. And so it is not about the person. It is about the interest. So the politics of Kenya, previously, we have been voting almost 100%, basing on one of our own. But the politics of Kenya are changing. That is why there are so many people who supported Raila Odinga, and you can see even now they are fighting for him. They are Kikuyus. Ruto is not a Kikuyu. Just a few years ago, we had a great difference with him. But who voted for him? To a greater extent, he is in the position because of the votes he got from the Mount Kenya. So politics keep on changing and changing, but until we reach the position whereby we shall now, as a country, we shall have changed and be like Tanzania, whereby they don't vote tribes, they vote people basing on their agenda, I can say it will be a very good thing. But right now, we are yet to be there. The politics of Kenya.
Thank you, Jeff. You know, Jeff, I know your standing points. Most of your points are very, very correct. Sometimes they lean towards the tribe too much. But where we agree with you is that Kenyan election system is very, very ethnic based.
Exactly.
Ethnic based. Kenya Revolutionary, you had something to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to make that point too. Jess, you're right when you say most people, most of us, we vote tribal along tribal lines. So we can't just limit that to Kikuyus. But when you say that I don't know, because you are so many, so that's why you kind of no.
In every sector, you see many of us.
Right, but the reason why people see that Kikuyus, and I see that happening with Kalenjins now, is because Kikuyu have been in power for long, and if you start with Kenyatta, his cabinet was also full of Kikuyus. Kibaki, after kicking out Wakina Raila and Karua and everybody, in fact, Karua stayed a little bit longer. He went ahead and selected a lot of Kikuyus in the most important positions in his government were Kikuyus. And people were talking about that. And most Kenyans were talking about how Kikuyu was being tribal because they were in power. I mean, Kibaki basically appointed his people. Come back to Kenyatta. Kenyatta took tribalism into steroids, put steroids in it. Okay? So you can't deny that most of the people that have been elected who become the presidents have appointed their own who are Kikuyus in position. That is a fact that you might not like, but that's how it is. It's not because Kikuyu are so many that all these tribes are less qualified for a position that was given to Kikuyu. That's not being realistic. It's simple tribalism, okay? And I'm also sure, even if you look at ODM, like you mentioned, ODM, it was mostly dominated.
Before you proceed, can you put that aspect into perspective? Because you have to understand the context under which I talked of the number. I didn't talk about that because we are many, so we should all, or the government should only have the Kikuyus. What the aspect is, because of the number, they will appear in each and every sector in large number. So sometimes the leaders make mistakes, and I don't support a situation whereby you will give positions of power to people from only your tribe because you come from that tribe. I don't think I am in support of that. And I believe in Kenya we should have laws that govern how everything is done, appointments, the jobs in the government, of which I believe we have so many laws. What should happen? Those laws are supposed to be implemented. And when you are a leader, you should be governed by the law. And anytime you go beyond the limit, that's why we have the four arms of the government. That's why we have the parliament.
That's why I mentioned
govern our leaders, their conduct and all that.
Yes. That's why I mentioned when a Kikuyu president became a president, the dominant tribe that occupied governmental positions were Kikuyus, regardless of whether others were qualified or not. Whether it was Kibaki in the second term after kicking the rest, or it was Kenyatta 1, Kenyatta 2. Now, the reason why it seems like Kikuyus are more, it's more tribalistic, it's because they've been in power. The light was on you. Unaelewa? See, actually, they are more tribal than others. No. I'm sure if Raila was the president, he could have done the same thing probably. But I'm saying since you've been in the limelight for a long time, that's why most people see it that way. You see what's happening in Kalenjin right now. Ruto is in power. Every appointment that's Murkomen, their positions and everybody is whatever, people are saying, this is now becoming a Kalenjin government. That's the mamas that we hear from, especially the ODM side. So now people are saying, wani kila kitu now is Kalenjin. So I don't want to make it seem like Kikuyus are more tribal than others. I'm just saying.
Exactly. And we have to agree that we are not more tribal than other people. We just put ourselves in that position, in that situation.
No. I'm saying the reason why it seems that way is because you have been in the limelight for a long time. If you look at the business sector, who are the leading people? If you look at the government in Kikuyu-led regimes, Kikuyus were there. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. These other tribes that are not dominant. They look at this and see like, our Kikuyu, but I'm not saying they're more tribal than others. Just to be fair.
And I want to add something on that, on what you have said. We have to agree that there is no offense, there is no mistake Kikuyus have made by being in power for those 3 times, because they haven't broken any law. But not unless we have changed the way we elect our leaders constitutionally. None of those people. Kenyatta one never made any mistake by being a president. Kibaki never made any mistake by being a president. Kenyatta was actually supported even by Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. When we come to Kibaki, was supported by the son of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga.
Yeah, listen, Jeff.
You see,
I'm not. Listen.
I understand you. I'm just trying to let the public know.
No.
You haven't made any mistake by being in leadership.
No, yeah, that's you're right. What I'm trying to say is this.
Therefore, people should not. Sometimes people are becoming angry and that these people have been in power and all this, not forgetting that their own leaders are the ones who support them to be in power.
To be fair.
So there is no offense. There is no offense.
Yeah, that's not something that I can say.
So
that
if I have a vision, my friend and Mzalendo here, you decide to support me to become the president, I become the president. Nobody should feel bad that I have become, because
that's okay. But listen, Jeff,
was a Kikuyu. He did not become the president on my behalf.
Jeff, listen.
I understand.
But here where we shall depart a little bit. 2013, if it wasn't for Kibaki's government helping Ruto and Uhuru, as far as the evidence that they had for them to go to Hague, the disappearance and the killings of the witnesses, even without that witness, Uhuru and Ruto were not supposed to be president. Do you agree or not?
Again, that's a very unfortunate statement, because you cannot be in a position to substantiate what you have said. How did the government,
let me do that. Let me do this.
Government help Uhuru and Ruto
Good question.
in making those disappearances?
Good question.
Myself, I refrain totally from talking things.
Okay, then let me substantiate what I say.
I don't know, and I believe also.
Okay.
You don't know what you are talking about.
I want to substantiate it.
Yes, do it, please.
When the case was brought against Ruto and Uhuru, okay, the witnesses that were supposed to testify against Uhuru and Ruto was supposed to be protected by the government. The identification was not supposed to reveal where they live, who they were, and whatever the case. Itumbi, being one of the people who revealed he was in the government, among others. The Kenyan government at the time, being ruled by Mr. Kibaki, failed to do this. And the witnesses, and that's the reason why they're not in jail, because there was no testimony, so there was no sufficient evidence of what they go look at their case. That's why even if you look at the case, right? Listen, let me finish.
Let me
finish. I have to finish.
Yes.
Even in the ICC, the case against Uhuru and Ruto says that since the witness did not come forth, and if there's any additional evidence by the prosecutor, if it can be brought, it can be reopened. Now, notwithstanding, the fact is Ruto and Uhuru by law were not supposed to run. They were not qualified to run for the presidency. Okay? He left.
So you brought something very hot. Why did he have to leave? Kenyan revolutionary. You brought something very hot. But you see, the thing is about tribe and tribalism in Kenya. One must understand that this thing was brought in by the colonialists. They divided and segregated us into tribes, especially the large communities like the Kikuyus and the Luos. They were separated and kind how to manage them. So they managed them so well. But after after the colonialists came, then the tribes found a common goal, a common front that, we don't need these boundaries. We need to fight this Muzungu who is bringing these boundaries to us and chasing and have our independence. That is how these boundaries were created. But the African in us or the Kenyan in us went back to the same boundaries. All right. After chasing the Muzungu, we went back to the same boundaries. Otherwise, Kenyans were living as a community. We didn't have any boundaries that were dividing us. The Mzungu divided us into Kikuyus and Luos. As the large tribes, the Kikuyu were separated and the Luos were separated for them to control us very easily. But we forgot that his aim was to control us easily. If these boundaries were not there, Kenya would have been united as one nation without any particular boundary that govern this tribe. So when you see Mburu defending his community and so much, that is just tribalism that is in our culture, and it's the negative ethnicity, because we have got enough laws in the Kenyan constitution that govern employment, enough acts in Kenya that governs, that talks about the way somebody should be employed, the number that you need, the gender balance that you need. We have all that. But our leaders have been breaking all those laws. They have been going against it. Kibaki did it, Uhuru perfected it. Now Ruto is doing the same. So we need to really call it the way it is. If you want to have sanity in the public sector, there should be no nepotism, there should be no tribalism. All right. So Mburu, don't say that we have numbers. What numbers? You don't have more numbers than the Kalenjin community. You don't have numbers. People should be employed on merit. Yeah. You should be employed on merit. Merit being that I qualify for this position, I am better than this Luo, or I'm better than this Kalenjin, and I can provide services for my country. Regardless of my political affiliation, I have graduated from a Kenyan university. I am entitled for a job, provided by the government of the day. That is how good governments work. They don't look at you at candidates from a particular region. But having said that, we saw our people in in parastatals and in government position, bringing in their village mates and employing them. Some of them were not even graduates. But when there's a position that is about to happen in the organization, you are told, hey, Mburu, kuna kanafasi kakazi kanatokea mahali, enda usomee hii degree, tutakupatia hiyo kazi. That is what has been happening in Kenya. And sad to say so. And we have been very, very tribal in our thinking, that we only hope that our community can change the country, or our community is the only one entitled to get money and put some food in the table, and other communities are not entitled for the national cake. And Kenya Revolutionary, in 2007, you saw 42 against 1. 42 tribes ganged up against the Kikuyu community. And it was for the same reason. The same reason. Kibaki, I keep on saying, had the best opportunity to fight tribalism in this country. And he said that, in my legacy, this Mzee Raila Odinga has supported me so well. Let me hand over power to him. Do you think that the Kikuyu community would not have listened to Kibaki then? That is the biggest question. do you think that the Kikuyu community would not have listened? Maybe Raila angepatiwa angeanguka, but at least Kibaki should have extended his gesture the way Raila did, by sacrificing his ambition and saying, our common enemy today in Kenyan politics is Daniel Arap Moi. He must go and we must unite against this creature. Uhuru Kenyatta came very, very late in the game. Ingekuwa game ya Arsenal na Manchester kama leo vile tumetwangwa. He came very, very late in the game. People watapata ma heartbreak hapa.
Hata afadhali yenu, sisi tumelala vibaya. Hata siongei.
Uhuru anakuja 90th minute kama tuko 4-1 chini, anajaribu kuokoa inchi dakika ya mwisho, dakika ya lala salama, ndiye anacheza. Bwana, hii Raila ndio mtu mzuri zaidi. He had the opportunity before the game. But he came very late in the game. So we must smell the coffee and see that these leaders are only looking up to their interests. Otherwise, thank you very much.
And the one thing, Jeff, I don't want you to feel like we were. I didn't want to make it feel like this is a talk against Kikuyus. I don't want to make it seem that way. I hope you didn't take it that way. I was just painting a picture.
I'm always very open to debate, and I'm the kind of a person, and I believe many people are like that. That I only state the facts and the truth, and I know Mzalendo know that, and I don't take anything personal. So, on the same aspect, just to put on perspective of what Mzalendo said, it is good to try to understand the perspective and the particular aspect under which somebody made a statement. I know you understand the maths of the ratio. So if we have 30 Kikuyus and you have 5 Kalenjins here and you have 10 Kisis here, and then you are told now balance these people in employment, automatically there will be more Kikuyus than the others basing on the ratio. That's what I meant. I didn't say that because we have the higher number, we should be treated any better than other people. And that's why I insisted and said the law of employment, the acts of employment should be followed. And should anybody break the law, then we have other arms of the government that are supposed to govern how the president or the executive do their things. Having said that, I want to go back to, I don't know whether to call it revolution. I wish you can give us an easier name. We can
this is
revolutionary. Give us an easier name so that we can be using that.
Just call me like Jake's called me, Kenyan Rebel.
Exactly. Now,
I have another name I can call you, but I avoid.
Yes. Now, you said that the Kibaki government, I want to take you back. You said that the Kibaki government helped Ruto and Uhuru become the president and the deputy president. Not forgetting that we had a coalition government of 50-50 executive power. Raila Odinga controlled half of the government. Kibaki controlled half of the government. And even when we were making the constitution 2010, it was Raila Odinga who proposed the presidential system that we have right now, because at the back of his mind, he believed that he had an upper hand, or he had a fair chance or a greater chance of becoming the president. So he did not want the other systems that would have denied the president more power or enjoying more power. And having said that, just to show you that the Kibaki government did not help Uhuru and Ruto to escape the ICC. If you forward the submissions, because I forwarded them critically and keenly, especially the submission of Githu Muigai, who was the Attorney General at the time. I forwarded the submission he made at the ICC, and Ocampo said that the government of Kenya had failed to protect the witnesses. And Githu Muigai asked Ocampo, how can we protect the people that we don't know? And he asked Ocampo, have you disclosed the names of the witnesses that you have? He said no. He was told, this is the request of the government. Give us the people that you want us to protect, and we will do so. To that extent, if you come here and tell us that the government failed to protect the witnesses, yet the issue was raised on the international court, and they were defeated. They were not able to answer the submission of Githu Muigai. I am wondering what we are saying. In addition, you have said that Kibaki was supposed to help these people or helped these people. And that if they were not in ICC, if they were arrested, or if they were arrested by the ICC, they were not going to be in the ballot. At the back of my mind, I'm asking myself, was that the aim? For genuine property ownership, there is some noise there. Was that the aim of the people? Was that the aim? Commercial properties in prime locations across the country. Somebody's phone. Thank you. Was that the aim? That these people are going to have this case, and because of this case, they are not going to contest. So we broke them. You said that they were not supposed to run for the office, which I believe is not true. Because the law, even the international law, gives people the latitude or gives people permission to contest so long as they have not been proven guilty. So there is no law, and that is why they contested. There is no law which they broke by becoming the deputy and the president of the Republic of Kenya. They didn't break any law. They didn't violate any law, not international, not local laws. Yes.
Just to correct you, after the 2010 Constitution,
yes,
if a charge is brought against you, whether it's by local government or by the ICC, you are ineligible to run for public office as per the Constitution. You are not until you finish and you're cleared. That's why you see, you live in the US, Jeff?
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump announced that he was running 2024, and a week later, there was charges brought against him, which they are most likely bogus charges, because it is said that the district attorney, whatever the attorney that brought it up, will most likely drop that case because the minority, the House, the Republican House, whatever, are looking into it. So what I'm trying to say is this: even if you take out the witness thing, by law, the new constitution, which is 2010, as I say, if a charge is brought against you, you cannot run for any public office until you're cleared. Okay, that's why you see everyone was making noise about Sonko and all that. So Ruto and Kenyatta were not supposed to run for presidency. They were not qualified until they had to finish that ICC. But being Kenya, people don't have respect for the Constitution. They went ahead and put themselves in the ballot.
Jakes.
Kenya Rebel, not really. If you remember correctly, I think that issue had first gone to court. And someone had gone to court to ask if these two can vie. And I remember then the court, yes, it did. Mzalendo, do you remember the court made a determination on Uhuru and Ruto vying as president? Someone had gone to court to question them. Let me get the video for you then, if you don't believe me.
Yeah, you know, the law is very, very clear, and that is why people go wrong. And you know, when you have to exhaust all their appeals when you are accused before you can be barred to vie. That is why people accused of corruption, you are still seeing them vying, because their cases are in court, but they have not been convicted and jailed. That is what the law says. You must be convicted and jailed. All right.
Let's if Jackie were in the computer, please bring up that law, because here's the thing. This is why it was made in the Constitution. Because, for example, if I'm accused of whatever murder, okay, and I'm running for president, next week is the elections, okay. I win the election. 10 days after winning election, I'm guilty of that murder that I was accused of. What happens then? That's what they were trying to avoid. That's why I read that, look at that. I think it's in the not Integrity Act. What is it called? Chapter 6, is it, of the Constitution? Somebody pull it up.
Kenya rebel. If you are accused of murder and you are the president of the Republic of Kenya, you are accused in a court of law and you are sentenced to jail.
So maybe we shall look for
saying?
that. We shall look for that.
No. Let me just finish. I'm saying this anyway, and I hate repeating myself. I'm saying this, and look at that chapter 6 again. I think it's chapter 6, if I'm not wrong, of the Constitution, when it deals with that. If you're accused of any criminal activity, you are to, as you said, clear up your name. The matter has to be settled in court before you run for that president, which means, and the reason why Uhuru Kenyatta, they were not qualified, because the ICC process of the ICC accusation was going to take time, but the elections were near. So that's the part of the reason why everybody, remember, at that time they were complaining, oh, Raila set us up for the ICC, sijui nini, is the one who alipatia Ocampo barua for them to stop those two. Okay, and it became a marriage of convenience for those two people. So let's look it up, please. Jack, are you looking it up?
Yes, as he is going to look for that, rebel.
Yes.
This is what I have to say. If at all we have such a crowd that condemns people before they are heard and prosecuted, then it is an unfortunate crowd and an unfair crowd, because people can fabricate cases. And as you have said, this being Kenya, people can come up with an accusation, which you have totally not done. Then we say, Mzalendo has a case, so he should step down. Do you believe that is what the Constitution is looking at?
Yes, but if you accuse me of something, let's say 2 days before the elections, what's the process of that? You go to court, okay? You say, depending on what are you accusing me of? Let's say murder.
Yes.
Okay. 2 days before election, you still be in the ballot, okay? The case, because what does it? First of all, before you get arrested, the police, before you even get to the court, police, they should arrest you based on the evidence of the crime. The police cannot just come in and arrest you because so-and-so said he stole my chicken or he killed Mr. Mwangi over there. They have to go and arrest you if they have evidence. So if you accuse me of murder and the police say, okay, who did he kill? Oh, Mr. Mwangi over there. Mr. Mwangi is still alive. You see what I'm saying? There's a process to all this. So it's hard to, that's why you see, I gave an example of Trump. The evidence that the DA gave are flimsy. And they're looking at it right now because it was, if you look at it, the guy is being paid by George Soros, who's connected with the Democratic Republic, the DNC, the Democrats, in a way to keep Trump from running for president. And now the evidence is unraveling because there's no case there.
Of Uhuru and Ruto contesting was taken to the court, and the court ruled upon it, and the court said they are eligible to vie. Who are we to say?
All right, fair enough, but I'm saying this because this is the same court. Okay, this is the same court, if I'm not wrong, that ruled that who basically said the elections in 2017, the second one on 26th October, that election were fair and square. Uhuru won while he ran by himself. How legitimate was that
Wait a minute.
ruling? I'm just giving an example.
It was very legitimate.
What made it legit?
Because the time frame was given within which the election was supposed to be conducted, and it was conducted.
Before it was conducted, there were conditions that were supposed to be met. Part of it being IEBC being reconstituted, the server being open, which was never done. But these things went on. That's what Maraga said before the second whatever. These things should happen before that is done. But they went ahead. Remember, before the second election, the coronation, what we call it, coronation. Justice Mwita's bodyguard was shot a day before the ruling. Surprise, surprise. And the ruling went Uhuru's way.
And anyway, Kenya Rebel, these stories that happen in the justice corridors, we can speculate a lot. But in the case of the repeat elections, ODM said they are not going to contest. Was it ODM or NAC? They are not going to contest the repeat elections. And there was this back and forth between IEBC and the opposition party about what the courts had recommended. And each and every time, the electoral body was saying that they have reformed, they have implemented whatever the courts had said. So it was neither here or there. So you would wonder who to believe in.
What about the server issue? Remember, the server was supposed to be open too.
Then there was the server issue. Was
the
it really
awaited ruling by the International Criminal Court's pretrial chamber on the matter of the 2007-2008 post-elections skirmishes could have major political and legal implications for the 6 Kenyan suspects, and specifically for 2 suspects, Deputy Prime Minister Uhuru Kenyatta and Eldoret North MP William Ruto, who have their eyes trained on the country's top job in the forthcoming general election.
The chamber has not discussed with
The big question is, can the two vie for the presidency if Justice Ekaterina Trodafilova and her 2 colleagues confirm charges against them?
If you are convicted for criminal offenses in an international court, then your ability to exercise state authority in a manner that will bring dignity to Kenya as a nation and respect to the office of the President of the Republic of Kenya is compromised.
I do not envisage any kind of interpretation of the Constitution that can bar those people from vying. Not Chapter 6, not any other provision.
Deputy Prime Minister Uhuru Kenyatta, in the meantime, maintained that his presidential ambitions were on course, regardless of the pretrial chamber's ruling.
Whichever way, my campaign is not built around the ICC. My campaign is built around an agenda which I have and a vision which I have for the country called Kenya. And that is what is important.
Those opposed to Kenyatta and Ruto participating in the forthcoming race to State House cite provisions in Chapter 6 of the Constitution on leadership and integrity.
If you are found in accordance with any law to have contravened Chapter 6, then you're not qualified to vie for parliament. And you know, for you to vie for the presidency, you must, first of all, have qualified to vie for parliament.
Article 99 of the Constitution articulates that a person is expressly barred from seeking an elective public office if he or she is sentenced to a 6-month prison term at the time of registration as a candidate or on the date of the election.
Now, those who are talking about Chapter 6 are not pinpointing at any particular provision in that chapter that says that if you have charges in a court of law, you cannot vie.
However, if Kenyatta and Ruto vie for the presidency, regardless of the ICC ruling, and clinch the country's top job, Article 145 of the Constitution provides for their removal through an impeachment motion, as long as that motion garners a 2/3 majority support in the Senate.
While on the basis of Article 145, you are not prevented from running for office for the presidency, you are liable to be impeached the following day, as soon as Parliament and the Senate are constituted.
And should the charges against Kenyatta and Ruto be confirmed, a political and logistical challenge awaits them, since the Rome Statute does not provide for trial in absentia, meaning they will have to be physically present at The Hague during the trial process.
Occasionally, these gentlemen will be required to be in The Hague for several months. And now, if you are talking about an election year and a campaign period, definitely that poses a serious political problem.
All rise, we will there.
The ICC ruling is expected any time from now. Though no definite time has been given, the 6 suspects will know their fate on or before Monday next week. Francis Gashuri, Citizen Live at 9.
Ribeiro, what do you have to say?
Yes, sir.
I hope you answered. That puts all the matter to rest, because I told you that in Kenya, the corridors of justice are very interesting. And you are relating it probably to what you see overseas and all that. Even here, even where we...
Kidogo, he had mentioned about Sonko. I wanted to respond to that. Sonko had exhausted all... Actually, you can vie and even have a seat or win a seat and govern with active cases in court until you have exhausted, the word is exhausted, all the channels of appeal. The reason as to why Sonko was bad, his case was determined in Supreme Court in totality, in finality rather. So he was trying to go to in Itango East African Court. So he couldn't have vied. Kesi yake ilikuwa imetatuliwa. So and that's why you have Waluke, who was jailed but still vied because he had appealed. Remember Waluke alikuwa amefungwa hata. Sio tu kwa he was in prison. He was in prison. But because there's a statute that says until you have exhausted all the appeals, you're still free.
So after listening to those lawyers who are giving their views on the eligibility of Ruto and Uhuru, you can tell also there were also people interpret the Constitution basing also on the political divide that they are in. Mm-hmm. But on the same case, when it comes to the law, there are so many clauses that point to the same thing. So you cannot just read one and leave the others. You read all of them holistically to understand the right position. So you don't look at, like now what you are saying, there is that clause that says they should be barred on the basis of accusation. No. You look other related laws until you find if there is a lacuna or there is no. So there was a leeway for them to contest, and that is why even the court could not stop them. So who are we to come in the court of public justice and condemn them?
Okay, so I will wrap it up this way.
Yes.
I'm leaning towards Zalendo's kind of reasoning. Kenya, what happens in the corridors of power of the court, Supreme Court, whatever courts, we don't know. But here's what I'll say. because that's Kenya. But here's what I say, Jakes, before I finish, because I'm
This
wrapping up.
confirmation of the charges against the two presidential hopefuls brought in its wake heated debate, so much so that the High Court has decided to put a halt to it. Reason being, there is a case in court filed by 3 voters and 2 civil society groups challenging Kenyatta's and Ruto's eligibility to run for presidency. The petitioners also sought to permanently restrain the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, from accepting the nomination of any candidate who has been committed to trial for serious criminal charges under both Kenyan and international law. IEBC, the Commission on Implementation of the Constitution, KANU, and 4 other political parties are interested parties in the case. Kenyatta and Ruto have since been enjoined in the matter, but were not legally represented during Thursday's proceedings.
I think it's good that once the matter is in court, it leaves the public.
Justice Isaac Lenaola of the Constitutional and Human Rights Division of the High Court issued the order after lawyer Kibe Mungai representing KANU alerted the court that there had been public debate over the issue, which could compromise the direction and outcome of the case. In agreement, Justice Lenaola ruled, quote, in view of the fact that this court is now seized of the question whether Uhuru and Ruto are qualified to run for the upcoming presidential elections, the issue is now sub judice and all persons and authorities are enjoined not to discuss in public, failure to which this court will issue appropriate sanctions, end quote. The debate on the duo's eligibility to run for presidency has dominated public discourse as the accused, the civil society, the public and top legal minds face off, citing their interpretation of the Constitution as the right one. Such is the direction the debate has taken.
Why do people attach so much weight to what Mutula says?
Because he's the minister for Constitution.
So what? I mean, who is he, for God's sake? What is his history in terms of reforms? Where has he come from?
You are the ones who offer these people refuge. They come here, they use your very highly respected stations to confuse the public for nothing.
Those confusions are his own personal creations.
They come here and they think this is an opportunity to bash Mutula.
Who said Mutula is the repository of constitutional interpretation?
Justice Lenaola, however, said those who feel aggrieved by the Constitutional Court's order can challenge it on the 17th of this month when the case comes up for mention. In the meantime, the High Court's order is in itself expected to be the subject of intense public debate, given that the Constitution guarantees within the confines of the law freedom of expression and the media, especially on matters of immense public interest such as this one.
All right,
so
very quick.
As I told you, it had gone to court, and now the court ruled that they can vie. So I was right. I'm trying to get the ruling. The ruling was very precise, and they were given the go-ahead to vie as they await the determination. And then as the case zilikuwa zinaendelea zikaisha tu hivyo.
Okay, but here's the thing. Ndio nakwambia, I think Mutula died right after that, his statement. But here's the thing.
But he has talked nasty. I don't know if you have heard.
What?
He has talked so nasty. I don't know if you heard what he was saying.
No. But the bigger point was he was
referring to Grand Mula as people who come to Kenya. You know, he's a Somali. So he was describing him as a foreigner who wants to make his inroads in Kenya using Citizen TV.
That's besides the point. Let me finish my point.
Before you proceed, can you now, out of listening to all those lawyers giving their submissions, are we now in the same position that nobody should be barred to contest on the basis of accusation?
No, and that's why I want to tell you. And this is my last submission because I have to go, Jake. But this is what I wanted to say. If you're accused of crimes against humanity, serious crimes that these two gentlemen were being accused of, okay? First of all, the case naturally is going to be dragging. It will drag. It will take months. The big cases take time, okay? And as you've said, you know, the appeals and all that, if you have to appeal before they come to the conclusion. It is obvious, especially if you're facing elections, the prudent thing to do, the courts, as the Constitution, he didn't say it expressly, but you were not qualified. You cannot go. That's why you see there was a debate whether IEBC should even accept their papers for running, because they don't want to be in a situation where you are the president. Then what happens if the president and his deputy, in this case, are both convicted of these crimes, being sentenced to 100 years in Hague? Then what? Do we have a government? So the Constitution was trying to avoid this. If you have serious crimes against you brought, you should first exhaust that. And if once you finish that, is when you can go run. So naturally, automatically, if you are to go by the Constitution, these guys were not qualified to run. But again, to Mzalendo's point, this is Kenya. You'll have Abdul Nasir, who's Somalia, who's trying to get heroes, as Mr. Kalonzo Nani said. They'll come bring confusion. And Kenyatta, if you know Kenyatta and Uhuru, they have power and money. It can go a long way in Kenya if you have those two things. So that's the reason why these guys ran for president. But if you were to follow the Constitution, they were not qualified. Anyway, thank you for the debate today. I have nothing to add. It has been a good debate. Tomorrow, Jake, I'll be here too. If you're on. Pole for Arsenal. As a Chelsea fan, I cannot even laugh at you anymore. Naenda kulia kwa kitanda. So,
Ripel, I wanted to tell you what happens if they were convicted before you go. You know, the law states clearly, and we have the Constitution. In case we don't have the president who takes, in case we don't have both of them, the Constitution has stated clearly. So we should not be worried that if they were convicted, what would have happened to the country? The country would continue, the government would have continued until we hold another election. So there was no room to worry about anything. The Constitution has checked everything.
Okay. Sante Jake, Sante Mzalendo, Sante Jeff Buru. Kesho, you're going to be on, Jake? Utakuwa on?
Yeah, we'll be on.
Sawa.
Yeah, and Jake, you are giving us a lot of breaks. Keep the fire burning.
Funny enough, issue I miss.
It has been there.
Mzalendo, we have been on daily, right?
Yeah, we have been there. I mean, we have been coming maybe once and when Jeff amepotea sana. I don't know why he
sometimes
unajua hii nchi tuko bana ni kutafuta. So when you see somebody is missing in action,
be texting me.
Unaweza mtumia a link. Jeff is always a very good debater with some insights that we can learn from all the time.
He's not in any of our groups, so
yeah.
I have sent my number there.
Yeah,
text me.
Jeff unajua, and he brings a lot of insight on issues.
And you like pressing me so much.
I like pressing you.
That makes the
debate. No, not that I like pressing you. It's only that I want the point articulated properly, the way you articulate your issues. So when I bring an issue, I want your base or the people who listen to you or subscribe to your kind of ideology to listen from you. And I put you in that awkward position to see how you will react. The same way is your presidential candidate might react to the same question. So some of these things are just the same way the leaderships react to certain questions. And it is sad. If you go back to
guys, you made me forget. I was supposed to mention names of guys who have won some presents here at Mtembei. Or I do it tomorrow?
Yeah, you can do it tomorrow. You can
do you want to close the debate right now? And there is
because I forgot to read the names under.
Which I thought passed me. I wanted to talk something about it.
What was it?
What was that?
I would take the debate back from where I found it when I joined.
Oh,
it's okay. No, it's something I've just remembered.
Yes,
because I've seen someone comment here. I've literally forgot. I think I had a lot in my mind. I forgot to read the names. I read the names of those who won yesterday,
So if I don't have a gift, please don't eat today. Anyway.
Yeah.
No,
Actually,
I think the big story
you're
is
the one who
today.
should be gifting us.
The big story has been Uhuru Kenyatta storming Jubilee House. He has not been seen for a while, but today I saw Uhuru's face. I saw the body language. He's not really a very happy man.
He's not. And then
He's not a happy man.
He looked.
He looked. I wouldn't say.
He looks odd, confused, and frustrated.
No, I think this guy has been. Amekuwa akikula nyama mingi sana.
I'm sure that one comes from your heart. But for me, I think he has. It's dawning on him that he no longer controls the power. You know, he used to describe himself as Simba. You know, he used to almost term himself as almost all powerful. So I think it's dawning on him that the largesse that comes with power, reduce. So that police don't really care who he is. They can tear gas his office and all. So to me, he seemed, you can imagine, few months ago, like a month like today last year, he was the one commanding this police. A whole year later,
he had forgotten that he was not the president. That was the aspect he was not remembering when he went.
You know, this is the beauty about a constitution. This is the beauty about a constitution that is working. Once you exit the seats, the camera rolls to the next president.
Yes.
Your story is forgotten. And
in any case, he's making news because, as per me, he has been out of sight, right? And he's coming back. Is raising some juicy news, but it cannot really last compared to someone.
Ndio mi nakwambia Jex, you know the guy who messed this country is Kibaki, and I keep on telling people. I remember the Wako draft, the Bomas draft, how it was manipulated and all that. There were these positions that these people are now talking about. There were these things of the BBI that Raila was now bringing. There was this thing that now unasikia.
Funny enough.
Alafu wako pia alirudi akakuwa member wa Azimio. It's so annoying.
These people will support the document or oppose it depending on the timings and their affiliation at the moment. Because the Wako draft, whatever, the Yashpal guy draft, all those drafts, they were opposed.
Unajua Jex, sisi tunapiga tu kelele hapa, au tunapiga hizi kelele on behalf of these leaders. At the end of the day, they are the ones who get these seats. Kama ni kiti ya prime minister, Raila ataipata. Kama ni deputy, pengine Kalonzo ndio ataipata. We keep on just making noise on behalf of them. So chakula ya mwanasiasa ni watu kama sisi. Yes.
So, Jex, was the Wako draft the same as the Yash Paragai draft? I think Yash Paragai contributed towards drafting the.
Yeah, you know, the original draft had got the powers of the president. The presidency was reduced completely. It was not really completely the appointing authority. Then we had the prime minister.
The Naivasha draft. Is it
that there was the Bomas draft. That is what is called the Bomas draft. Then there's the Kilifi, I don't know, Kilifi draft. Then there's the Wako draft. Wako manipulated the constitution and put in some things and tukaipitisha hivyo. Unaona? Now we are back at.
No, we didn't pass it. We didn't pass it. We didn't pass it.
Ilianguka 205.
Ile constitution ya nani?
The Wako
draft. Wako ndio ilianguka 2005.
Yeah, the 2005 constitution ya Wako ndio iliangushwa.
Yes, that one failed.
That one failed. No, but the constitution was still manipulated.
the one we
adopted.
Have, the 2010 constitution that we have, the person who manipulated is one Raila Odinga, because he believed because he was the prime minister, he was going to benefit more. So he removed the things that were reducing the executive power from the president. There were so many proposals that we were supposed to have a president with less power. But now, because he was already the prime minister, he said, this is the system we should have. But Mzalendo, you have brought in a psychological kind of aspect. You looked critically to the facial expression of our former president. And the question we should ask ourselves, why does he look the way he looks? Why is he looking that confused, frustrated, sad? For me, I think it is because he was not prepared to leave power. And the reason why they were doing all this massage of the constitution with the BPI, it is because, and this is my view and this is what I thought, is because they had an arrangement with the former prime minister that Uhuru was going to become our prime minister after dropping as a president. Now that that did not work, he has realized for sure he is no longer in power. He had not prepared his mind to step down. And that's why he looks the way he looks, confused. That's just what I'm thinking.
I think you're right, and there's also a lot of pressure on not being in power. You know, these are people who are used to being in power, so life outside the power becomes a bit frustrating. So he needs just to take a break. I think sometimes it is good. He had taken a very good break. Him coming out to defend his party, that as I emphasized, was a good thing because this was his creation. So we hope to see more of we hope to see more of Uhuru. Alex, karibu kwenye show. Naona leo wewe ni pilot. Mpaka ukanunua my earphones. Yani leo whatever you are going to say here, this show will be closed. Definitely.
The show will be on fire.
The show will be on fire. Alex, karibu kwenye show. But what I was saying is that
alikuwa among the first
and alikuwa anasema ati I'm sleeping. I was just seeing you talking there rubbish, saying that I'm sleeping in the show. I was not sleeping. I was very much awake.
Ni mafans wa Man City hawa.
So bana, you acha kurudia hiyo maneno. You know, my son is a supporter of Man City, so we have been at loggerheads because of that game.
But so I knew once Tulipo drew the last two games, I knew this thing is gone.
No, it is, you know, there is an aspect of football, Jakes, that you don't know. The team to beat is the one that is always on top.
Don't divert, because if you get there, you show it, Aisha. We will up. Don't get into soccer. You show it, Aisha.
Yes, I agree with you. Let us focus.
Unaona, Jeff sio mtu wa soka. Alex Vidia pia ni mtu wa Shabana FC. Tungekuwa tunaongea juu ya Shabana huko Dogokan, hiyo angechangia, lakini mambo ya English football hawezi. Haya, sawa.
Haya, Alex, karibu sana.
Yeah, you see, I like what my friend Jeff is saying, but I think politics is biased. And when you look at politics from a local point of view, I think it can blind you. Like, I want to be honest, it took me a long moment to acknowledge that some of my views were very blinded, because there is something deep inside that I wanted, or I do want. And once it doesn't come out, I don't acknowledge or accept it. And what happens is that it pops out in my speeches or in my conversations or in my dialogue. You see, I've always said, unless we define power, we will always read about power. It was Baba who reminded us when he went to Kigali that if we do not write our own history, we the lions, the hunter will always tell our story. Uhuru knows what power is. Uhuru has exercised power. Uhuru has lived in power. Not for 10 years. He was born in power. So to just flippantly say that he did not prepare himself, I don't think that is true. Uhuru underestimated his enemy. Uhuru thought his enemy was somebody else. He did not know the enemy was within. And in politics, they do say this, especially Machiavelli principle. If me and Jax were to fight Mburu, once I succeed to fight Mburu out of power, I must kill Jax for me to survive, and I must befriend Mburu. But I have to be very careful with Mburu, because the enemy of your enemy is your friend until you are done with your enemy, then you get another enemy. So Uhuru did not know the vicious circle of politics of enmity. And we kept telling him, look at Kama of Botswana. He is in exile right now. He was a president for 10 years. His father was a president, but the guy is in exile. Because Masisi, when he came in, he realized for his posterity, he must completely destabilize, demolish anything called Kama. And that's what Ruto is doing. Politically, Ruto is doing the right thing. Ruto cannot fetishize Uhuru Kenyatta and the Uhuruism and the Mount Kenya. For him to survive politically, he must demolish, deconstruct totally whatever that was done. And looks like Uhuru and his people were not prepared for that. So that is what power does. Power must take out the establishment, create new power, establish the center for posterity. So what I'm saying simply is this. Uhuru understood all this, but the problem with Uhuru was this. He did not know the vicious circle of power, enmity, and it revolves. You cannot have permanent enemies. Now, the other thing is this. Uhuru was too loyal to the people who surrounded him. He did not know that the people that surrounded him were his enemies. The moment Muturi went, the moment the Kirinyaga governor went, the moment he saw the exodus of all these people go from his circle, he should have known that he had lost the power. That is why the moment he got out of power, Kanini Kega, Sabina Chege, and all these people have left. So Uhuru was left with Nick Salat the way Moi was left with Nick Salat. Uhuru was left with Kioni and thought that Kioni is going to help him. Uhuru did not know that power and the party belongs to the people, not to the leaders. He was not vicious enough the way Raila was when he saw Ruto wants to take his party. And when you give somebody power, knowing that you had played mischievous games with him, remember what they had done with Ruto. Ruto vowed, he said, amuta tufukuza Jubilee vile nilifukuzwa vyama vingine. And then after kufukuza Jubilee, and then you give him power, what do you expect? What did he expect? So politically, we might, tunaweza sema Ruto is doing this and this and this, but I think politically, if I was in power, I would be doing the same thing if I want to survive. So on this is a creation of Uhuru himself, and he should not cry to anybody. And he is not going to resuscitate this shell called Jubilee. He better know that. And the only reason why Uhuru is being fought is the new coming law that might put Raila completely out of contesting in 27, That might give Uhuru a lifeline to recontest, and they must take away the vehicle to contest first and foremost. And that is what they are doing. So they must block him totally and completely. But the question at hand is this, that it's bigger than everything. Once the Kikuyu people take away, because this is political and tribal, when that shell is taken away from Uhuru, what remains of the Mount Kenya people? That one is what you need to know. That Ruto has a game plan that after the Jubilee, he must go after Rigathi Gachagua with all his heart. But the good thing is that Rigathi Gachagua is prepared too. So as Zalendo always says, Rigathi Gachagua is not a person to push like this, the way everybody thinks. Rigathi Gachagua has a dual personality, whereby he speaks foolishness when he wants, but sometimes you listen to his speeches in English, you wonder if he was the person that was speaking foolishness. Be careful with Rigathi Gachagua. That person might become a president against all odds.
You are right, Jakes. Rigathi is the common enemy right now for any opposition leader. Why? Because nobody wants to fight William Ruto. You have realized even from Azimio talking points, the only person that they keep on attacking is Gachagua. They don't really attack Ruto so much because Ruto has got something to offer. But the guy in question, the target that they know can manipulate things or can distort their ambition is Gachagua. Because Gachagua is a new kid on the block. He has not been on the political circle for long. He's a new dancer, yeah, and he's dancing very vigorously on the scene. So how do you slow him down? Yeah, that is what is happening in the political scene regarding Gachagua. So for Ruto, he knows Raila Odinga in and out. He knows what his next move would be. And Raila also knows Ruto in and out. Ruto also knows Uhuru Kenyatta, the former president, in and out. He knows even his next move and or his next statement. Likewise to Uhuru. He knows what William Ruto can do and what he can't do. But from what you see, these guys are so scared of William Ruto's presidency because they have been with him. They know what he can do. And that is what is scary. That is what is scary, and it needs to be slowed down.
What do
So
you think
that's
they're
my
fearing?
take.
What do you think he can do? What do you think they know what he can do?
You see, from William Ruto is a schemer, is a shrewd politician, and is also very intelligent. He's not your average politician. He has been in the game long enough to know how to manipulate things into his favor, even to an extent of changing or passing a law through parliament that will favor him after his presidency. He can do that very, very easily. Very, 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 very easily. After the death of the coalition agreement, you know, there was this coalition pact that was lasting for 6 months between Azimio and its affiliates. That pact, I think, was supposed to last for only 6 months. After that, it is dead. So what has happened? All those Azimio MPs who were elected under Azimio have now decided to be on Kenya Kwanza side, but they have not resigned publicly. from their political parties, but they are voting on the side of the president. That tells you that any law that is passed in parliament, he has got the majority to pass any law. But a fundamental constitutional change is what William Ruto cannot do. But right now, he's in control of all the organs in the country, including the judiciary, the police, and parliament. And that is what a president needs to be in power. Even in the first world countries, you see Biden appointing judges that will favor him. You see Trump getting when he was in power, is looking at an opportunity to appoint a judge that will favor the Republicans' policies and ideologies when it comes to ruling. So the presidency is connected to the judiciary. That is what Kenyans don't really understand. Although they say that the judiciary is independent, the Kenyan judiciary is not really supposed to be independent. It is supposed to support the government of the day through its agenda. And it should be a lawful agenda. That is the reason why we have now the Supreme Court. Largely look at the rulings of the Supreme Court. Yes, they rule as per the law, but largely they are supposedly in quotes to support the government of the day, because governance is about law. If I pass laws in parliament and tomorrow Jakes works in the judiciary and I want to implement something, that one is told at the judiciary point of view, at the judiciary point. So the government cannot move without the judiciary. Thank you.
We can't hear you. Unmute.
Paul, I even forgot. We begin trying to wrap up the show. I'm gonna points.
I just wanted to mention some few things, because Alex talked about gives some strong points about the government and how the government are run and how political leaders finish others. And as he was concluding, he said that at the end of it, there is a high possibility that Ruto will also try to crush his deputy for his survival. And I wanted to somehow disagree with him that it's not a must for you to sustain power that you destroy the other person. Yeah, it's a political method that many people use, and everything is possible in politics, but it doesn't have to be like that. So when I look at the relationship between Gachagua and Ruto, I see two gentlemen who are open to each other. So I don't think, okay, as I have said, there is, in politics, everything is possible, but I see them as people who can continue working together, and Gachagua can support Ruto for his 5 years and another 5 years, and maybe in the future he might be having the ambition of becoming the president. I don't know. He might also decide to support somebody else, because everybody will be saying it should not be the same game of Kalenjin and Kikuyus. So I see a very hard road ahead of him if he has such a vision of becoming the president, because Mzalendo will not support him. I'm not sure if Jakes will support him.
Who are we talking about?
I'm talking of the future of Gachagua. So
he can never be president.
So many people will be having that aspect of saying this is a Kikuyu Already I have had people here saying and telling me, Jeff, Kikuyus have been in power for so long. So the person who has a high chance.
It's not about Kikuyu, Kalenjin, or whatever. You know, you could tell Ruto can be president when he was deputy. He had attributes that led him to the, like you're tailored, like your cloth is tailored for you. Mine water, you don't need to go to slim it. It fits you so well. The measurements fit rightly. Ruto was that for you. Gachagua is that person who I may describe lucky. You see, we have he's not the first vice president who will not make it to presidency. We had so many others, Akina Saitoti, Akina Kalonzo himself.
Why are you so confident that you will not make it?
Extremely confident. You see,
yes.
Unless he anaenda tongue therapy na tongue transplant, because his greatest weapon, ambao ni self-destructive, it is his tongue. You see, in any case, you may call yourself a truthful man, but also you should also kind of know how to put your words. Ruto has a way with words. His speech, he's an orator. Him is a vice versa. And now that when you compare the two, that works against.
Is Gachagua an orator?
No, he's not.
Who is an orator?
Unless he's speaking in his own language. But when he's speaking in English and Swahili,
who is an orator?
Someone who has a kind of, to me, someone who can kind of more charismatic, kind of more of a, can pull crowd and sustain crowd, can, let me ask you, do you think Gachagua on his own volition, him alone, not campaigning for Ruto, campaigning for himself, do you think he can pull a crowd in Nairobi?
Now, before I answer that, I'll answer that question by asking you another question. 5 years ago, before now the second term of Uhuru, did you know Gachagua?
Gachagua is a one-term MP.
So Gachagua was not known. He is a one-term MP.
He came to the limelight.
He is a one-term MP. And now he is the deputy president. Does that tell you something?
It does in two aspects. He was a helping hand to someone who was already strong on his own. Ruto, with or without Gachagua, just needed someone as a running mate.
Anybody?
Yes. Nani would have done so well. He would still have won.
Jakes, as much as you want to rule out Gachagua,
I'm not ruling him out. He's ruling himself out.
let me just take you back.
Mr. Before you proceed, just last week I met somebody. I met this old lady from Nyeri, and we greeted each other, and she told me, I'm from Nyeri, and she happens to know the Gachaguas very well. Do you know what she told me? She told me, you see that man that we have as the deputy president, we love him so much. And not only that, that family, apart from Gachagua, the entire family, beginning from the father, the mother, and the entire family, she described them as people who are very smart, upstairs, very wise, very clever. And she told us, she told me, watch the pace. That is the man to watch. Because if Gachagua is a first timer, and today is the deputy president of Kenya, he has outshined people like Kabogo who have been there. Actually, many of us thought Ruto might take somebody like Kabogo with experience and all that, and money and all that. We had people whom we thought would outshine him. But today, it is out of him being very smart that he is the deputy president. So let us, Jakes, don't rule him out.
I haven't. I've said, and I repeat my words. I repeat my words.
Even
my words are just one moment. My words are like this. yeye ni nguruwe, yeye ujikaranga mwenyewe. This is what I mean. You see,
na amejikaranga mpaka akakuwa deputy
you
president.
see, there's one point I want you to know.
Yes.
He's not the first person who has ever been a DP. Ruto is the only person who has done something that has not been done before, like going for the first time and being a president. That we haven't seen. There any other thing we have seen, because we have seen Uhuru trying to come up and be something in 2002. That didn't happen. But Ruto comes in, has not lost any election from 1997. That's a long time. That's a career. That's something you can. That's someone you can.
Genius.
Unanielewa? That's someone you can go back to the books and try to study. How does he make it every time? You know. Now this person who has tried one time to be an MP, we don't know what would have happened if he would have gone for the second time. Number two, we don't know the other thing. We have not exposed him as Ruto was exposed. We have not exposed him to challenges.
Who?
Manielewa? One of the challenge that Ruto did so well despite facing it is your boss has rejected you, right?
Yes.
But because of your skills, that what I've described, your ability to win elections and all, you have been able to marshal almost all the troops, including Kobakia, their president himself, right? I'm yet to see Gachagua pulling Mount Kenya together. There's already a storm brewing between him and Dende. There's another storm brewing because here is Uhuru again, who has refused to leave power, unlike what Moi did. You see, Moi did not hang on. Moi left. So Ruto had an opportunity to shine, right? Now, here is Gachagua. He has so many things that works against him. So he needs to have an inner ability, which I'm yet to see. As you have rightfully said, maybe I'm dismissing him too early, but I'm yet to see something in him that, you know, a magnet that pulls towards himself, not repels. Not repels, pulls towards. Because the more you have, the more arsenal you have in your quiver, the more easy you are to defend yourself, you know, the more you have things to fight your enemy. You don't have just yourself. You're not the only strong person. You have many. Ruto had a team. Ruto, despite being isolated, he had a team. You remember one moment he would say, I have the numbers in parliament. And he did. He had over 150. He had 150 on his side supporting him. You see, having such a number, and it's not just from your community, all bases, that speaks volume to a leader. That speaks volume to a candidate. So I'm yet to see, who do we call him? I'm yet to see Gachagua really pull that streak out, because maybe he will build it, maybe he will not.
Whom do you think?
I think Jakes, Gachagua has got self-belief, and that is the most important attribute in life. Believing in yourself. You don't care what people say about you, but you believe in your inner conviction, what you want to achieve. I think Gachagua believes the sky is the limit, so you can't draw him or rule him out.
Which is true.
So no matter what you think about him, he doesn't really care what you think about it. But there are people out there who cares what he says and what he thinks about. So for him, he will only tell you what is in his. You see, Gachagua doesn't speak what is in his mind. Listen, Gachagua doesn't speak what is in. There's a difference between speaking what is in your mind and speaking what is in your heart.
Okay.
So Gachagua speaks from the heart. He doesn't speak from the mind. Right now, you are speaking from the mind, all right?
Yes.
A mind of your mind, your own mind, the way you think.
Yeah.
But Gachagua speaks from what he feels inside him. That is why when he wakes up in the morning, he just dresses anyhowly and thinks that going to pray to his gods in the mountain there is the most important thing that he can do. This is somebody who thinks very awkwardly, and no matter even if you think differently from him, he will still do the same thing.
Some of these things that you think.
And listen, and you mentioned Ruto being very smart, despite everything that he went through, he still found a way of addressing issues. I keep on referring to when Ruto stormed the Bomas. That was the turning point for me to admire this kind of courageous human being. There are very, very few people who you would come across with such charisma and such courage in recent time. It is only found in William Ruto. He is one of the most charismatic politicians we have today. Yeah, that is why Baba and his team the other time could not debate him, even when the debates were called, you remember, at Catholic University, they could not face him. They knew that this guy has got a lot of charisma. He would convince millions if they are tuned in, especially Baba supporters who thought otherwise about him. That was an opportunity to bring him down, to tell him that he has stolen, but they couldn't face him. That tells you that this guy has got something special that nobody has at the moment. That's how I look at Ruto. I look at Gachagua also. He comes from the same school of thought. He is not as charismatic as Ruto, but he speaks what is in his heart. Ruto also speaks what is in his heart most of the time. That is what makes them the two. So I think it's a good combination of give and take. They complement each other well, and I believe that whatever Gachagua has achieved, has been impossible for most political leaders to galvanize central Kenyan votes and wrestle it out from a dynasty like Uhuru Kenyatta. That was a very, very, very big plus. And whatever they did to central people,
I would still also say this. Ruto's vote in Central didn't come in 2022. That one you need to remember. There was the famous 10-10. Number two, there is what Kenya Rebel said, the phobia. There is the preaching that Uhuru himself and leaders before him did against Raila himself. So it took long for them to come and counter that narrative. The other thing, they undermined Ruto's constant presence in the central province. Like he was like ever there. That one really, he went to places Raila has not gone to date. He went like deep and wide. That one created a way of connecting with the voter. So by the time Uhuru comes in, Ruto had already done the damage. Gashagua's presence, because the running mates wanachaguliango a few months to the election, Gashagua's presence really didn't kind of increase what Ruto had at it to so much magnitude. That one, my view, I reserve it that way. I believe Ruto still, regardless of who he had chosen, if he had chosen Kindiki, he might still have gotten the votes he got. If he had chosen whoever he would have chosen.
I beg to differ.
Just a moment. My thoughts. Just a moment. If you think I'm wrong, think about it this way. When they were choosing the running mate, no one was like angry if Kindiki was to be the one, right? People had accepted that fact. People had accepted the fact of Dene Nyoro. People had accepted the fact of Gachagua. So to me, it wasn't really the deputy factor. unlike Azimio where they were saying the mother effect, to me, I don't think Ruto had that really, because he had things running for him. He had sold the hustler narrative. He had sold the sympathy card, like he had sold so many other things that had endeared in people's hearts. So whoever he would have chosen, that would just add to the number that he already had. Ruto already had some numbers. As per me, he had some numbers. It's just like this. Raila had some numbers. Whoever he would have chosen, angechagua Karua, angechagua hata angekuja nichague mimi. He already had some numbers, what we call his organic numbers. So these numbers, what his running mate was to do is to top it up to reach the 50+1. To me, that's what I view the elections 2022. So Gachagua to me is not the kingmaker compared to Uhuru and Ruto 2017, 2020, 2012. Ruto was the groundsman. He would pull the crowd. If you go to the clips, I would play many if you want. Uhuru would even speak for 2 minutes, but the person who would do the mobilization, the talk, the influencing of the people, it was Ruto. Even in his own election, 2022, he was the MC in all his meetings, all of them. He was the one doing like the donkey work. So by the time Gachagua, they were just topping up what he had already done. So to me, I think I would term Ruto as his own man. So that's why I would say this. I'm yet to really see something that would say Gachagua can make it on his own minus Ruto and clinch the presidency.
So, Jakes, let me say something. One thing is a good observation that you have made. But I would say you are judging Gachagua that way, basing on the fact that you don't know him much. As you have said, he has not been in political limelight for a long time. So even your information pertaining his character, his strengths and weaknesses, we might not have, or we might not be in a position to say exactly that we understand who he is and what he is able to do. And having said that, it is good also to know that Gachagua has built his character for many years. The same person who taught Ruto politics is the same person who has raised Gachagua. And many people don't know that when Moi wanted Uhuru to become the president, he handed Uhuru over to Gachagua for Gachagua to train him, to nurture him to the position of becoming the president. So Gachagua is somebody who has been there in politics, though on the backbench, or we can say behind the curtain, he has been making things happen. So, and I know why you are analyzing him that way, as somebody who is not able to pull the crowd and all that. One is because you don't have much information about Gachagua. He has not been in limelight for a long time. And what I can tell you, those statements that he makes and people feel like he is an idiot, or he doesn't know what he is saying, or he should not have said that. Those statements are calculative statements, and they are aimed to certain group of people. What Gachagua is doing, he is aware of everything you have said. He is aware that people have not, the central Kenya has not been solidified behind him. And that is what he is doing right now. So that is why you feel like he makes some statements that might rub other people the wrong way, but in his backyard, those statements mean something. So sometimes you might feel somebody has said this and you say, why did he say that? Yet he is our deputy president. Right now, the way Gachagua is talking, wait, after 5 years or 4 years, his language will have changed after solidifying his home vote of the bloc. That is why he used to come on the TV shows. The way he is talking is not the same way he used to talk. So whatever Gachagua is doing is like a curative move. Whatever thing you hear him talk out there and you feel that is not a good thing for the deputy president, it is a good thing for the people that he is targeting. So don't think that this guy is an idiot or ignorant, as people are saying, or he doesn't care, or he doesn't know what is happening. He is very focused and he knows the position he is in. And right now, he is trying to solidify his political base. And believe me not, 5 years down the line, he'll be the man to watch. Right now, because you have said we have Uhuru still in central Kenya. Uhuru Kenyatta, politically, in central Kenya, he is finished. He is dead politically. And in central Kenya, the moment they write you off, in politics, they don't reinstate you. You know about Wangari Maathai. She was a good lady, and we loved her, but we made her not to be in politics. We continued loving her. And the same case is happening with Mother Karua. She was there. We used to say the only man in Kebake government. But what happened? We decided she is not good for us, and we continued loving her. We still love her, but we don't reinstate her into power. So Uhuru Kenyatta is not a threat to Gachagua. Actually, Gachagua is not competing with Uhuru. Uhuru politically, he is finished because he did some miscalculations. But Gachagua might have other opponents, but right now, he is the man who is holding the flag of Mount Kenya. We don't have another person. He is the leader of Mount Kenya.
Let's go back to what you have said.
Yes.
If history is something to work with,
yes,
and let's work with IEBC results. Raila almost got 800,000 in Central, right? 800,000 to me is not little votes. The margin of win was roughly 200,000. So number one, it's not a commanding lead. Number two, if for instance, we have a degree of disquiet or some wrangles in Mount Kenya, kidogo tu, where it had started, where there was Mount Kenya East, Mount Kenya. I don't know if you remember, there was such a story, Mount Kenya East, Mount Kenya West. If that can happen, kidogo to we don't need a huge fire, just a small one. That one can affect the outcome. Ama would have affected the outcome previously. What Raila lacked, he lacked someone to scale the numbers slightly higher. Probably the choice, as you said, probably the choice of Martha Karua was not the it thing to push the numbers. If he had someone slightly stronger, someone slightly better, to attract what I think Mzalendo the other day said, to attract a certain geography of, for instance, the youth, you know, that one would have changed the narrative. This is not what we'll be discussing today.
Jakes, before you proceed, let me inform you something. Just a point of information. If Raila Odinga got 800,000 votes from Mount Kenya, then I can tell you that from the Kikuyus, he had like between 300,000 and 400,000. What we call the Central Kenya, like now Kiambu. Kiambu is almost part of Nairobi. We have people from all tribes. So don't think that if you had 800,
you're forgetting one. When we talk of Mount Kenya, we are talking of the
I just want to show you.
The 10 counties,
the aspect of
the 10 counties. The 10 counties combined.
Yes.
Now the 10 counties have a close to 5 something million, but not all of them voted. It wasn't as effective as the Kumera Thuraku moment.
Yes.
Unanielewa? In short, Ruto didn't get the support like Uhuru got. Maybe people are too angry with Uhuru that they just not to vote at all. Maybe they might forgive him or something, and maybe he may grow back to their hearts. But Ruto didn't galvanize much votes as compared.
And I agree with you.
As compared to Uhuru, despite him being kumi and everything, he didn't.
Yes, the only thing I wanted to put into perspective is that when you talk of Central Kenya, don't think that Central Kenya is only for a certain tribe.
No,
it
my mind is
country.
Because it's not easy. Even when we say Nairobi, it's not easy to tell how many Kikuyus, how many Kalenjins, but we use regions as a representative. Yeah.
Yes.
So in that region, he did better than what Ruto did, how Ruto performed in Nyanza. He did well. Let's give it to him.
Jakes, let me just
you are
correct.
supposed to compare Nyanza and
just a moment. To me,
not Central.
I tend to think Uhuru might not have brought as much vote, but it wasn't that bad.
No,
it wasn't that bad.
Uhuru failed Raila terribly.
It wasn't that. No, believe you me, it wasn't that bad. Because
anyway, Jakes, let me just correct you. Uhuru did not campaign for Raila in Central Province. That was his undoing. He never campaigned for Raila at all. And had Uhuru campaigned for Raila, Raila would have been the president today. Had Uhuru gone out of state to campaign directly for Raila each and every day, where the way Raila was campaigning in other areas, Mount Kenyan people would have voted otherwise. Probably they would have not. Ruto would not have got that much of votes, but they would have split it, maybe by half, maybe by a certain percentage, maybe by quarter, but they would have gotten a certain sizable amount other than the 800,000 votes you're talking about. Uhuru did not campaign for Raila in Central Province. He let his lieutenants like Kioni to campaign, but Kioni only controls a constituency. He does not command the whole of Central Province. That is the difference. Had Uhuru come out strongly and said, my people, this is the way I see things, this is what I want you to do, and he would have continued selling the agenda or the propaganda, whatever it is. People of Central Province would have looked at it in a different way.
Was Kioni elected?
Apart from what?
Kioni, was he voted in?
No, he was not.
That is the reason why I'm telling you his choice of lieutenants. His choice of lieutenants left a lot to be desired. He didn't campaign for them. Remember, he didn't campaign for them. As the party leader, he didn't campaign for any of them. And he in fact advised somebody like that lady. What is that beautiful? It's called
Sabina.
Sabina was nominated. He knew.
Yes.
He knew very well that Sabina, this is the way to go. You get a nomination because things are very hostile in Central Province. So he knew very well what to do, but he didn't do his due diligence. So this Uhuru guy,
I think,
most naona ni embarrassment pia ndio inamuumiza sana. He's embarrassed that
how it played
out.
People didn't vote for him or his man,
Uhuru, as much as
despite of what he has done for the Central Kenyan people.
There are two people.
Just a moment. One moment, kidogo.
Yes.
Na sijui kwa nini na participate kwa debate, but anyway.
It is good. It is permissible.
Kwangu mimi Jubilee ilikuwa extremely confident. It didn't see the signs of failure. There were many. One, the by-elections they would speak so loudly. If you remember, they were losing almost in every by-election. The other thing, Jubilee really believe in the fallacy known as deep state system, and they also were confident that they have the money, so they didn't work as hard. And then they were so much confident of how Uhuru would influence their votes in their favor. So that's why they would say respect the president when they come to the mountain. Mtu anasahau kujikampenia yeye, anakampenia Uhuru. You know, like they forgot Uhuru was going home. So it was, oh, respect the president, blah, blah, blah. So eventually, Jubilee lost its mojo when it focused on things that were not relevant. The BBI, the Tanga Kieleweke issues, such. Those were the issues that really broke Jubilee. And then also kutumua watu tu, kila wakati ilikuwa Murathe was so powerful, he was the almighty. So such things didn't resonate well with the people. Number two, as Mzalendo is well saying it, Uhuru took too long. Alikaa sana kuja mlimani. He would go with Baba to Nyanza, he would go with Baba everywhere else, but never to the mountain. He would do every other thing, you know. And when Raila would come to the mountain, the leaders at times would shy away. Unaona, those leaders from Jubilee, those akina Kanini Kega, at times they would not attend the meetings. They were afraid. Akina Wambogo, they came out strong mwisho. When UDA was like every other Sunday and weekend wako huko. So before wakuje waanze kazi, they took too long, then they did too little, too much, too little, too late. So by the time wanajaribu kutafuta kura ilikuwa game imeisha. The other mistake that I always say is victimizing Ruto. Ruto used that card so well. Played the victim, seeked sympathy, and that you kuna watu una attract when you play the victim card. So Jubilee lost it there. Uhuru still misused the police, or rather the police overdid themselves during his tenure. And then funny enough, that played not in favor of any other person, but in favor of Ruto. That is our output.
Yes, yeah.
My thoughts, that is.
It's a good observation. And I just want to say that there are two people who messed Raila Odinga big time. And number one, and Sabina Cheges talked about it, was Uhuru Kenyatta. And also, Minor Commander, and you know he was a staunch supporter of Baba, and you know all the kinds of things he was talking on the political platforms. He said that Uhuru is not a good listener. He does not listen to anybody. And you know Uhuru is that's why we call, many people to call him Cerelac baby and all that, is because he has been brought up with a lot of privileges and he has never been told no. So whatever he wants, he gets away with it. Whenever he wants to talk to somebody, people have been humbling themselves to him and going down to him because of who he is. He has been riding on the name of his father. Now after that, he became the president. He has never been told no by anybody from the time he was a young boy until he became the president. So when things changed, Uhuru never realized things have changed. Uhuru did not even see himself going out of power. And he believed that the same influence he had before, he was still having it even when he was going to retire as the president. And that was the mistake he was making. So even when other people were losing, he believed that because I have told people Baba Tosha, everybody is going to follow. And that is why he never went on the ground to campaign. Number two, the people who were surrounding him. You can imagine the biggest political advisor of Uhuru Kenyatta was Murathe. Murathe, somebody who so many years ago lost the seat of Gatanga. Now, if somebody cannot convince a constituency, how is he going to campaign in the entire province for Baba? So the people who were surrounding Uhuru Kenyatta did not tell the president the state of the ground. Even Sabina Chege, the reason why she did not want to contest, not that she didn't want Jakes, she wanted anybody would like to be voted, but she knew the ground was slippery. All those people who were surrounding Uhuru, they were interested with his money and the money he was giving for campaigns, but they knew very well that the team they are in was the wrong team, and they knew the ground was so slippery, and they knew Baba was not going to win in central Kenya. So Uhuru Kenyatta also underestimated the strength of Ruto. That is why he was talking the way he was talking, arrogantly and fighting him, which was another serious mistake. The moment he was humiliating the deputy president, people were sympathizing with him. And people decided, okay, you are doing this to the person who campaigned for you, to the person who helped you to become the president. Okay, we will show you. So many people who voted for Ruto, they were voting to show Uhuru or to teach Uhuru a lesson. Not for any other reason. Many of them. So the aspect of humiliating the deputy president, fighting him, gassing him, closing his offices and all that, and harassing the people around him also worked against Raila Odinga. And the funny thing is that Uhuru himself believed in that deep system, which he himself did not even know where it was or how it works. He believed in the deep state and the system. But if anybody asks you, what is this deep state? What is the system? And he made Baba believe, because I'm the president and I'm supporting you, automatically you will become the president. So they did not see the reason as to why they should go to the ground and campaign seriously. And the other mistake was the choice of the running mate, Martha Karua. How do you choose a political reject? Somebody who had been rejected severally by his backyard, by his constituency. And now you want that person to go and sell your agenda in the whole province. That was a serious mistake.
Boro, I don't know if you remember that Abduba Dida defeated Martha Karua in elections.
Yes. And then you take the same person to go and try, like, let me see if people will vote for me in the same region. Surely. For me, I think if Raila Odinga, and I came here, if you were here, you remember I came here in Mutembei TV, and I say if Baba will choose somebody like Raito Murungi or the other guy, Munya, Peter Munya, those people would have divided the Mount Kenya votes, because like the Meru people would have said, at least we will have.
That's what I'm saying. He lacked someone to bring, to top up, to top up from Mount Kenya, because if he had a serious running mate from Mount Kenya, I can tell you for free, Ruto would be singing a different chorus.
See, the difference was only 200,000 votes.
Yes.
So
that's not a resounding victory.
If he had Peter Munya, I am telling you, all the Meru people, the Raka, all those people around that area, the Kirinyaga people, all of them would have voted for Baba, because they would say, at least this time around, we have the deputy. And I said it here, and I was told, oh no, Geoffrey, you are not understanding. The elders are the ones who decides who people are going to vote for in Mount Kenya. So
Mzalendo umejimute.
So those
Tarakaniti iko wapi?
are the ones. Sorry?
Tarakaniti iko Upper Eastern.
Yeah. And all those votes would have gone to Baba.
Hey, Tarakaniti ina kura mingi bwana.
So
If you get a candidate running it, they should come from Tarakaniti.
I came here and I said,
and it's what I've said. Baba only needed a stronger, because there's a question I've always asked. Before Karua joined Baba, before that day they teamed and greeted each other. Before that day, what in the 5 years between 2017 and 2022 was Karua doing to gather votes? You know, like how had she built herself? You know, what was she doing? We were not seeing her really out there like she is right now, championing for issues, you know, telling us things. The first time I think I saw her is after BBI had failed the first time. After it failed, there is where I saw her coming with the Linda Katiba thing.
So, one,
Jerona maitao nani? The Linda Katiba lady anaitwaje? Unmute. Mzalenda unmute.
Nani unasema?
Ule demu wa Linda Katiba anaitangwa aje? Ule
Linda Katiba, Linda Katiba.
Anaitwa na say sijui something.
Faith.
Hapana.
Wa Linda Katiba. She's on which? She's on. She's a civil activist, or what was she?
Yeah, she is.
She's a civil activist.
Hata nikwambia anaitwa nani tu sasa.
Linda Katiba. Linda Katiba. I don't know. Or she's not prominent.
She's called who? I'll get the name just now. So with that team, ndio walirudi wakaenda kotini. You know, and that's how eventually I saw Karua coming out, nini. And then, if you remember, there was a moment this guy, Moses Kuria and Gonjiri, you remember? The three of them met. I don't know if you remember Mboro, the three Moses Kuria, this guy from Laikipia.
Yes, I remember.
The three met, and that is how we began seeing her. And they were like, then Moses Kuria is the one who said, if anyone wants to talk to Mount Kenya, can talk to Karua.
So,
nakwambia angechagua hata Maina Njenga.
By the way, Maina Njenga has a huge
options. He had options.
Mimi nakwambia Maina Njenga alikuwa na following.
But let me tell you, Mother Karua,
in 5 years, Maina Njenga would have revived the Mungiki, scared people away from the polling station. Nakwambia, ingekuwa ni mayhem.
This is what I want to say about Mother Karua. There was a time Mount Kenya loved Mother Karua so much because of her radical character. Because during those days, and this is what happens, many people don't realize when things are changing, and many people don't change with the time. During those days, people felt like we had a common, a serious enemy that we wanted to block from becoming the president at whatever cost. So we needed somebody like Mother Karua to ensure that Raila Odinga will not become the president, and somebody who was an iron lady to stand against him. But in this election of 2022, we had no such enemy. People were not fearing Ruto, that if Ruto becomes the president, anything bad was going to happen. After all, they felt like we have Gachagua there. He's going to have the checks and balances. On the other side, people did not fear Raila Odinga. They were saying, even if he becomes the president, at least we have Uhuru there and some people to look after our interest. So the same aspect of Mother Karua and the character could not have helped Raila Odinga. So Mother Karua
that was overplayed.
Mother Karua did not realize that we did not require the hardness or the iron character. What we needed is somebody who could influence people by politely campaigning and begging and requesting them politely to vote for Baba. So she went with the same character of, I don't joke, I'm a very serious person, And you remember what the way she was campaigning when she was nominated by Raila Odinga. She went with the same iron lady aspect, and people did not want that. So that failed Raila big time. And do you know, Peter Kenneth, who was trying very hard to become the running mate of Mother Karua. Peter Kenneth is liked by people. He is likable because one, people see him as a polite guy, and number two, he is development oriented. Actually, Peter Kenneth, if he wanted to become the governor of Muranga after becoming the MP of Gatanga, he was going to win. So Peter Kenneth would have even been a better choice as compared to Mother Karua. Peter Munya would have been a better choice than Mother Karua. And also somebody like Kiraito Murungi. All those people, even Sabina Chega, because of the aspect of her age and she's likable and all those other aspects that people look at. So that was a very, 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 very bad choice of a candidate. And even now, I don't think Mother Karua is doing Raila Odinga any good. I don't think so. I don't think she is adding any value to the Azimio party. I wish Baba can start looking at that and think on who else can I bring on the limelight more than this person, because politically in Central Kenya, Mother Karua is finished. Politically in Central Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta is finished, because constitutionally we don't have a way for Uhuru to come back to politics.
He might not come back, Mboro. He might not come back, but this is what I would say. I remember seeing Moi after he came out of power, people would visit him. There's something about a former president that I wouldn't wish you be quick to dismiss. He might not be a president, but he can influence the choice of a president. 5 years is a long time. A lot can happen. And if Ruto fails to deliver on his promises, if Ruto vindicates what Uhuru always used to say, that this guy is A, B, C, D, if Ruto plays to that card, and then Uhuru comes out and say, you see, you guys, I told you, you know, I showed you the way, this is what I meant, this is what I had seen, this was my partner, I knew him. If he can come out and repackage, this is what we call rebranding. He can back someone up. He can work with someone else. Like, it doesn't have to be Raila Odinga. He can work with someone. He can sponsor a candidate, or he can back up a candidate. And that candidate, I can tell you for free, that candidate can be very strong. Why? Uhuru is not just any other candidate. He's a candidate who, yes, he has left power, but he had made inroads in some places. He's one leader that would influence. He would influence some votes for the person he backs, even if it's not much, but it is a lot compared to, for example, what if Kalonzo was to back you up, if Martha Karua was to back you up, Uhuru would bring slightly more than what Kalonzo can bring. So he is a former president. He knows all the loopholes. He knows how to go about it, how to be a president. He may guide someone through it. The other thing about this is he knows Ruto's weaknesses so well. And I think apart from today, I was those people who were asking themselves, why is Uhuru silent? I was thinking maybe he wants Ruto to continue messing until a moment will come. Then he comes out and play this card. I told you so. And that card is a powerful card, because it can be a believable card.
But Jakes, I want you to know that if Uhuru continues conducting himself in the way he's conducting himself, in the next 5 years, nobody even will be remembering him as a statesman or the former president, because he is destroying his position, the position of an advisor, a statesman. Why people were going to Moi is because after retirement, Moi,
that's what I was saying,
carried himself with
until today. I really was thinking, why is he quiet? But today he changed almost all that.
And also it's good also to ask yourself, why were people asking why is Uhuru quiet? Not to give them political guidance. They were asking that because he was being accused of funding the Azimio. So we were asking, why is Uhuru quiet? Why is he not even trying to tell us whether is it true or false that he is the one funding the maandamano that we were seeing? So I want to say this. There is a high possibility, and it's not a prayer, but a reality that everybody can see, even the political leaders. Why you see them deciding we are going to work with the president is because they are able to see far. There is a high possibility that Raila Odinga, basing on his age, he might not be in the ballot box. And if in case he will not be, and I've said it's a possibility, I haven't ruled out he might be there. But in case he will not be in the ballot box, believe me not, and we will revisit this to see whether what I said is true. There is nobody in Kenya who will be in a position right now, or even 5 years or 10 years to come, who will be in a position to beat William Ruto in the next general election.
Never say never. You
Listen,
know what?
This is. Do you know why? Do you know why?
No, just one moment. Just one moment. In 2002,
yes,
Uhuru got, I think, around 2 million votes.
Yes.
How much did he get in 2013?
But you see, that's a different case.
No. My point is this:
a
leader, a leader
and
can
you can
grow.
analyze it, and
No,
you see.
my point is, a leader can grow. A leader
But not
backed
overnight,
up.
Not in Kenya. Not overnight. It
Of
has.
course not.
You see.
Of course, not overnight. Not overnight. But a leader can be groomed.
Yes.
A leader can be nurtured, and a leader can be prepared.
Is there anybody so far that Raila Odinga has nurtured? Is there anybody that Raila Odinga has groomed to the level that if he steps down today, somebody will fit in his shoes? For Raila Odinga to reach where he is, it has taken him almost 50 years. That is why today he has support in each and every county. Yet today, Kalonzo Musyoka is only commanding the votes of Ukabani people, and even the Ukabani people are rebelling against him. We don't have anybody. If Raila decides I'm not going to be in the next general election, nobody can fit in the shoes of Raila Odinga. And for anybody to build himself to that level, it will take many, many years. So if Raila Odinga is going to step down, he has somebody to inherit his political position. And in that matter, people will say, this is why you see leaders, they are not scared. Ask yourself, why is somebody like Jarango confidently saying, I'm not for maandamano? And many of them, many. And the reason why actually Raila Odinga opted to go on the streets is because he don't want the people to see us. There is a big problem in Azimio. For people to feel his presence, and I am telling you the truth. As in Azimio House, there are so many troubles because leaders can look ahead. That if he is not there, do we have another person? And no, even the Ruo people, they don't hate Ruto. They know how he wanted Raila Odinga to become the president. When you go to Coast, they have no problem with Ruto. They only had a problem with another Kikuyu inheriting Uhuru. So I don't see anybody being in a position to fit in the shoes of Raila Odinga. If he wanted anybody to fit in his shoes, he would have started nurturing him a long time ago. But what has been happening, he has been putting a huge block against anybody who tries to rise up. not Kalonzo Musyoka, not Mudavadi, not Wetangula. All those people, they don't have a command, strong command in the entire country like Raila Odinga has. So it's very hard. Nobody can beat Ruto.
What I was saying
if
yesterday.
Raila will not be the
Yesterday
president.
is something I said, and I think I'll repeat it.
Yes.
Some of these leaders, they are their own fault why they have not grown. Because why do you follow someone all those years, over 50 years as you call them, but the best you have become is a follower? You haven't gathered the muscles to as well come up. You see, when Raila knew he wanted to go for the presidency, he made those tough decisions. Went for a re-election when he didn't have to, after he left the party that he was first elected in. He first went for the elections in 1997 as a presidential candidate. He didn't know if he will win or not, but he still continued. He still pressed on. Yeah, you can imagine the same year alisimama was the same year hata Ngilu alisimama. Ngilu alisimama the same year. Over time, other leaders have come. In 2002, Orengo tried his luck. The best he has done is become a governor. The highest he has gone. But Raila has grown. You may say he has not clinched the presidency, but he controls the country in a way.
He's a big man. He owns almost half of the votes in Kenya.
He's the one man who can declare a national holiday and it becomes. He's the man who can swear himself in and no one can question that.
So, Jakes,
he has become big. Now, yes. My point was, the other leaders have refused to grow. You see, you are afraid, if Baba doesn't back me up, what will happen to me? Go be your own man. Raila was not backed by anyone. He grew. He went through the process, chose the hard way, but eventually he made it and became something.
But you see, Jakes,
most of these leaders, what they have become, what Alex always called them.
Let me tell you something.
They have become praise and worship a sycophancy, where I have to sing Boro, Boro, Boro. I even forget my own name.
Let me tell you something. You see, for Raila Odinga to grow the way he has grown, already he had a strong political base that was left on his hands after the father died. So even without all these other votes, he knew my tribesmen, 100% and one, they are behind me. For before anybody follows you, they want to see. And as Mutahi Gunyi said, politics is a matter of the tyranny of numbers. So before you say, okay, I am going to campaign until I become the president, one thing that comes in the mind of the politician, the consequences, because choices have consequences. You try to revolt against Raila Odinga, you will not be voted. And I know so many people have suffered the same fate. And now, because of the experience they have, nobody in the backyard of Raila Odinga wants to go against him. Not that they don't want to grow or they have refused to grow. Anybody, including you or myself, would like to grow and become a big person. But what are the chances? Because we run for the positions to become, not to try and fail. So they know very well, if Orengo goes against Raila Odinga, he will not become anything. If even the other guy, Anyang' Nyong'o, even if he's a professor, he tries to say anything against this man, he would not have become anything. And that has been the threat. So already they have the fear. If I don't follow this man, I am not going to be voted in. The only thing Raila Odinga can do, if we want to help anybody, whoever he will hold like this and say, you see, I have grown old, and now I am about to retire from politics. This is the man that I want to nurture. And he goes with him every county and everywhere, campaigning for him seriously. But right now, there is nobody with the stamina as the one that Baba has.
There's something you said I want to ask Mzalendo, because he sorry to say this, he comes from that area, so he might have a stronger understanding to this. There are people who have tried to not really to oppose Raila, but not to work with his party.
To stand
like
on their
Obado.
own. To stand
Yeah,
on their
like
own.
Obado. What happened to Obado that right now he's nowhere? Is it that after he tried, things happened to him, either true or not true, that him deflate? Because I ask myself, what would happen, God forbid, if he was to rest today? Will we have a vacuum and orphans in Nyanza, Azimio, ODM, in Coast? Will we have orphans who truly and wholeheartedly supported Baba, that they did not allow any other person to grow, at least in the event that if A is absent, B can easily take control? Mzalendo.
Well, thank you, Jax. What I can say about that, understand tradition, understand the culture, and understand the politics in Luo Nyanza. Raila was at the right position at the right time. Fortunately or unfortunately, may his father's soul rest in peace. The father died, an old man. So, and he was a leader within the Luo community. So what happens when a leader like that dies? Then they look at among his sons, who is likely to take the mantle from his father. Then we have now Raila Odinga. This is something that was decided by the family, that the person who is going to take Raila's legacy. And plus the Luos have the Luo Council of Elders that would look upon who could be the next Luo kingpin. Yeah. So Raila was at the right place at the right time, and he was anointed. Now, Jeff is saying that Raila could anoint somebody else. You do not. There is no king who would anoint his successor before his death. All right, that would mean that the kingdom is fallen. So you don't anoint any successor while you are still on the throne. Raila is still on the throne, commanding a large and a sizable amount of votes from Luo Nyanza. There is no day that he will decide that, my time is up. Let this guy take my place. He could hint that this is my choice of success. But again, you will first look at his family members, his close family members, to see who can possibly take the mantle. You have seen Winnie being rising in politics by day. She's likely, she's the only one who is likely to take up Raila's legacy from the family lineage. So if you want to see where that leadership or where that, there's a word they use on such matters. If you want to see where it's going to go, then probably it is Winnie, who is now being groomed to take up the legacy from the father. And on the other issue, that if Raila Odinga could die today, God forbid, if Raila could pass on today, then a leader will emerge. A leader will emerge. A leader will emerge and will chart the community to the next level. But as it is now, right now, the Luo community is already beginning to divide itself. We are beginning to think on more of, we want to look at politics in a way that we don't want to be in the opposition opposing the government all the time, but we want to look at a situation whereby how do we change our political strategy by playing second fiddle and being in the government throughout the legacies and later on emerging to be on top. So we are looking at politics in all dimensions right now. There are those you'll find in Kenya Kwanza. Already there are people in Kenya Kwanza who are working directly with William Samoei Ruto. And William Samoei Ruto has known the art. He knows that if he goes to campaign in Luo Nyanza directly, he might not get the votes as William Ruto. But if he uses the leaders who are in Luo Nyanza, then he can get a sizable amount of votes from those regions. So that is what he did in Mombasa. It worked for him. He did that in Embu. It has worked for him. He did that in Central Province. It has worked for him. So that is exactly what is happening. So for the Luo nation, at the moment, we are divided because we missed the presidency when it was right there. We believe that it was stolen from us. Some of us believe that Raila lost genuinely. Others believe a good number believe that he won the elections. So let us wait and see the political discourse. Thank you. There's a baby crying.
Okay. Aha. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for keeping tab. Leo ni kama nimewasahau. Poleni, ni mambo imekuwa mingi. I'll be announcing tomorrow's winner combined with today's winner. So please forgive me for not doing it. I see many of you are still there, but I would wish to do it tomorrow. I'll try to do it the first thing as I open the show. Thank you, Dabo and Gitash, for keeping watch up to this hour. Vincent Kandie, I see you. David Mogaka, I see you. Nancy Nana, I see you. Wanjiro Wanjohi na kuona. Emmanuel Kinjo uko ndani. Arap Hatem uko ndani, asante sana. And many who are still commenting. Gentlemen, even as we wrap up, because we have to now, we are 15 minutes shy of 7 hours of this show. Mzalendo,
yes.
What is the end game plan of Uhuru, even as you wrap up? Because I asked this question earlier, but maybe I didn't satisfied. After all, what do you think is his end plan? Why does he really need this party?
I told you, having a political party in Kenya is one of the most lucrative businesses today. That's why we have got over 100, I think it's over 200 political parties registered today in Kenya. Mm-hmm. Some are briefcase parties, such that somebody can buy it from you and run for the presidency and win the elections. Yeah, look at the parties that have won elections. They have been bought off from people who just registered parties randomly. And parties are also funded by the state. All right. Each and every, for example, the ODM political party controls about how much? 1 billion each and every year. So that kind of funding in the political party, nobody wants to let go, that kind of funding. So it depends on the numbers that you have in parliament of elected leaders. And Uhuru is not leaving it to anyone anytime soon. And remember, what do you want Uhuru to do? He has got everything in life. What he needs is political power and to protect the family property. That is the only thing that is remaining in Uhuru's legacy. He needs somebody in the presidency who can protect the interest of the vast empire of Kenyatta's businesses. And likewise to Raila, likewise to Ruto when he leaves power. He will need somebody to protect their interests. And you can only achieve that by having somebody you can control or having somebody of your choice. So the politics, we are going to see a lot of politics in the next few months. Remember, the seven chosen members from Azimio and Kenya Kwanza are beginning their meetings, I think, on 2nd or something like that. I think it was announced that is a handshake between the two coalition partners that, they have agreed to work together. Now, that brings in a complication in the political scene in Kenya politics. When the minority party decides to work with the government of the day, that is what happened in Uhuru's handshake with Raila Odinga. When the opposition that is supposed to correct the government now decides to work with the government. Now, in this scenario, what Azimio is saying is that we want to iron our differences in a polite language. We want to iron our differences and see how we can work together. That is why they are meeting behind closed doors. And Jakes, we needed to push the agenda that those meetings should be broadcast live so that we know what they are discussing about. For right now, Kenyans are just speculating. What is this so important that it cannot be discussed in camera? Yeah, why are these discussions not in camera? Yeah. So that we can debate, so that we can scrutinize, so that we can interrogate some of the decisions that they are going to make in that particular room that they are seated. But they don't want us to know whatever they are going to discuss. Both Kenya Kwanza, whatever they give out in public or they give in press conferences is not what they are discussing in that particular room. All right? We need to know the exact issues that are in that particular room, how they affect me and you. That is why I keep on telling you, when that handshake happens, believe you me, Uhuru will be back in power. Thank you.
Okay. Mboro, your words?
Wow. I am just afraid of the closing remarks of my brother Mzalendo, that believe me not, Uhuru will be back to power. And I want to believe that he might come back to power, but not through the support of the central Kenya people. Because to me, that would be very selfish. I just want to ask, like one of the journalists asked, how much is enough? And Ruto said enough is enough. It's the high time we start telling our leaders, enough is enough. We have honored you enough. We have voted you as an MP. We have voted you as a minister, as a deputy prime minister, as a president 2 times. Why are you still bothering us? What else do you want? Please, don't we have other people? And I saw the aspect of the former president trying to block other people who have the ambition of becoming like him. It's very unfortunate. We should develop a character of nurturing other people. That's how the country grows. And when you retire, become a statesman so that we can have somebody to advise others. But I am worried by the route that our former president is taking. He is not helping anyone, and people are going to lose trust with him. And if he continues like that, he'll become totally rejected by both the local people and the international community. We do not see the need of going to him for anything. So he should know who he is, that he is esteemed as a former president of Kenya. Kenya is respected all over the world, and he should carry himself as somebody who is highly esteemed by the people across the world. I want to talk about Azimio a little bit. That, as I said, all the leaders can see the future of Azimio is almost coming to an end. And if Raila Odinga does not realize that he needs to solidify his political base and hand over that base to another person, when he will not have the strength to continue doing what he does, he will not have the strength to pull the crowd to go for all those meetings or even to consume the tear gas in Maandamano and all that. He will not have another person to inherit him. It is the high time he starts to build another person. Mzalendo has said that he is likely to hand over his political base or his blessings to the daughter, Winnie Odinga. I don't know whether that is the kind of politics that we want as a nation. But however, even if that happens, before she gets accepted to the level of fitting into the shoes of his father, it will take some time. Remember, it has taken Odinga almost 60 because he started politics when he was very young. And he has been so ambitious, very charismatic. And I don't see anybody right now, when I look at Azimio, who is in a position to carry the masses, to influence the people, to follow him or her like this Mzee does. So he is a strong man, and still he can shape the future of the politics that and the ambitions that he is having. So it's not going to be easy for those who follow him if they don't start, like Jake said, if they don't start looking for their own ground to stand on themselves, to stand up and be counted as people who can fit into the position of the president or any other high executive position. So I think it's what Zaredo said is very important. These people said the reason why we went for Maandamano is because of the common mwananchi, the kind of suffering that we are going through as the people, as a nation. So if what they are discussing pertains us as the common people, it should be done in the open. Why we are where we are, it is because the discussion between Uhuru and Raila Odinga was done in secret. And whatever they discussed and whatever they agreed, nobody knows, and they continued to further the same darkness, and people did not know what they had agreed. So there were so many speculations from their political followers and the Kenyans, and that is why the nation was put in a very awkward position. However, I want to tell my fellow Kenyans, let us continue working together. Even when you hear these leaders trying to show us as if they are enemies, when they meet, they laugh together, they eat together. And when they have problems, they help each other. We are the people who remain here hating at each other, fighting. But these people, they are the same people. They call themselves brothers and sisters. Let us not only follow them blindly. Let us see that we are the ones who have empowered them to be where they are. And we should put them into accountability, or to be accountable to us, but not to be telling us everything and we believe what they say. Thank you so much. God bless you and God do you good. Thank you.
Sam VP, naona wewe umerest ya kutosha. Wewe unafaa uongee 3 hours.
Hey, Jeff. Nasikiza.
Umekuaje bwana?
Nimekuwa salama kabisa. Nimeamka ndio nikaona hapo. Niliingia mapema
lakini imani nilikuwa reception haikuwa mzuri sana. So nafurahia show, ndio nimesikiza tu, ndio nimeamka saa hizi. So maybe from what I can gather and what I can say is in Kenya, the problem we have is a political conmanship that is going on. And I would say that because people just like we have our politicians who they just want to take advantage. And I mean, like I would say, for example, the retired president, he was very quiet from the time after election. And I think that the thing that he was just looking is a moment to catch a momentum. And with the Maandamano thing and the time when his farm was attacked, I think he saw a leeway there to try and see if that sympathy, because at that time there was a lot of noises. Oh, yeah, hata kama rais alifanya nini, alipeana mamlaka kwa heshima, anafaa kuheshimiwa. So I mean, like sometimes when they get a leeway just to bring themselves back to the sympathy of wananchi, they use it very well. And I would say also about the issue of Raila Amolo Odinga, I've seen him single-handedly just run his politic and wants to rise to the point of being the head of the state of the country. But to this moment, things seems not to be working on his side. And I would say about the issue of for him to appoint someone, yes, it is very important for him to appoint someone to take over, because at the moment he cannot run the affairs. But here is a very tricky thing that might be happening, because if we see from their side, we see Kalonzo Musyoka being now close to him, and from my own perspective, I knew Kalonzo would have been somewhere in the government at the moment, but being a different Kalonzo this round, I don't know what is in his mind or what has made him to be that, because we saw him last time with the president and he was promised a position in government, but he declined the position in government, and we knew him having the name Watermelon, the way alikuwa anasema alipita katikati ya sijui ya nani na nani, and then he was back to the government. So for him now doing that, to me, shows that there might be something he must be promised. And I would say Kalonzo's political decision at some point changed when the former head of state, that's Uhuru Kenyatta, started becoming close to him. We saw during the time when they were with when they were with Gideon Moi those days, and there was a time there was rumors that he wanted to join Kenya Kwanza, and then at that time when things were tough and he was not being promised something in Raila camp, but I would say he was persistently and he was constantly with them. So I believe there must be something, that an influence also coming from the former head of state as far as Kalonzo's political career and ambitions is concerned at this point. That's my opinion, because as I have known him for a long time, he's that kind of a person who'll jump the bus when the bus is not going anywhere. But at this point, he doesn't know where this bus is going, but he's hanging on it, and he keeps the hope that the bus will at some point, gain its momentum and reach the destination as it is intended. But I don't know what is in his mind, what is in what is that power that he has that we've not seen as Kenyans. But time will always tell us where this thing is going. So with the former president, for him to show that he wants to be active back in politics, we saw that he said that bado angali mdogo, na anasema ati akifika mahali there's a comment he left in Kisumu. I can't remember exactly the words he put, but alikuwa anasema sijui nguvu inaongezeka. I don't know, there's a word he used, I can't get it right. I don't know Jeff, bado nakumbuka hiyo neno. Yes, so to me it shows that he was not, even from the time of BBI, he showed that he didn't want to go anywhere. It was only that the mathematics did not hit did not hit the day. That's why things went that way. But I mean, he is not a kind of a person who wants to leave politics. And being a politician, we will expect that. But the most important thing is just to protect their wealth, to protect the interests of the Kenyatas, to protect the interests of the people. Like I would say, even even the Uhurus, even the Odingas, even the Moi, the Gideon Moi. You saw them coming together. Their only thing is to protect the interests and remain in power. Because in Kenya, if you have power, everything you want will be achieved. Everything will always go your way. But now the problem is the power is not with them. So they have to work the mathematics around them to see how well can we swing back, how well can we shake this government so that at least they will not be stable to harm us, you know? Because when the government is stable, they will be start now chasing how these things happening. Because when they touch the price of gas in Kenya, you saw the Odinga's face now in Mandamano. And in fact yesterday someone was just asking me because like during the campaign time, Raila seems to be not that much stronger. But at this point when it's maandamano, akona nguvu mingi sana. Where is this nguvu coming from? Because at the time of kutafuta kura urais, we saw him at some point whereby alikuwa anakaa ni kama analala kwa gari, but kwa hii maandamano ako very strong and the mzee is moving forward, so we don't understand where the nguvu is coming from.
But the question also is, yeye uingia maandamano saa ngapi?
Okay, but someone would say that is their own strategics as far as the what you cat and mouse chase with the police, because you know they're also been trying to
How can you sleep with all those tear gas? How do you even sleep, one?
So Sam, you have said something, eh? So you think Raila Odinga jumped into the streets because the gas issue was touched? I wanted you to continue with that a little bit.
So the reason
kona nguvu mpya. Huyu jamaa kona energy ya kupeleka issue another 2 hours.
Let us hear that about the why you think he jumped on the street.
You know what? This issue of unga sijui ati nini ati sijui the high cost of living has not even started yesterday. This high cost of living was there when the Baba and Winnie were in control of the country. So I mean, you can't say down the line 6 months that this thing has changed. There's nothing has changed exactly, because if you see, like I said, they are there to protect their own. When you see that Rigiji, you know the problem sometimes with Mr. Rigiji, he says, he reveals the secret in time. So when Rigiji says, tumeamua hata kuleta biashara ya maziwa, wengine nao washika, hata wengine ndio ilete auto monopoly. So you know you're touching someone's business and amekuwa kikulia for long. So what do you think these people do you think they will just sit back and watch you do that? They will come up with something to cook and blindfold the mind of Kenyans. Say, hey, bei ya unga hata kuvaa sufuria. Politician can do anything as long as he wants to attain that political mileage. Atavaa sufuria kwa kichwa. Nilikuwa naona jana Kioni ameshika mpini sijui ati yako. I mean,
that photo imenichekesha. I was what was that? What was the role of that? Is it kuni chuma? What is it?
Ni like this one nini, I think these are ni pini kama jembe mrefu hiyo. So I don't know what he really wants.
It's one man army. He was willing to defend Jubilee.
I saw that photo. I really tried to make sense of it. I couldn't.
You know, Jakes, eh? Sorry, I don't want us to start the debate again. But without Jubilee, Kioni is finished. So that's the only thing that Kioni is holding. So if somebody tries to take Jubilee away from him, then you are taking everything from him. You're
That's
finishing the
true.
guy.
That's true, Mburu, because in Kenya, if you want to be on that political platform or that table to negotiate, you must come with your umbrella. So for Kioni being in Azimio, if all goes well as they think, or as they're pushing, or where they thought their car is going, like now they're hanging on it. Alonso and the others, the sympathizers, they don't know where it's going. So if their wishes comes through, then he knows that I will go and sit on the table with this umbrella and I can negotiate my way back somewhere, just to find something. So that's why hawezi wachilia. So to say about that, the issue of the gas thing, sometimes the politicians they will not go direct. I mean, that business, you see the price of the gas, where it was, and now the way the government has tried to lower it down, that tells you clearly where the government is trying to press. When they touch the milk, you know where the government is trying to press. And these people, they will not sit back and see you pressing them that. They will have to come up with an alternative way to at least quench, like try to soften your comeback and tell you, hey, you can like just to distract the whole attention, and
So
seems that yes.
Sam, you have brought new ideas, so and it's kind of you are refreshing our mind. So you think because many people, especially in Kenya Kwanza, they are saying Baba want nusu mkate. So you think the issue here is not nusu mkate, it's all about protecting the businesses and their interest. So if, for instance, the business competition, if I think one of the agenda will be, please don't bring competition to our businesses. Don't try to destroy our business base. What do you think about that? What do you think is on the table? Because these people are not discussing on the TV, so that on the live TV, so that we can know what they are discussing. What do you think is happening behind the curtain?
One thing that I know these people, why they're discussing these things is because, it's like everyone is trying to flex the muscles to show that their might in terms of influence. Because don't forget that these were competitors, and at that race of difference of almost 200,000 votes will tell you that they had almost the same, like say in terms of the number of votes. So, and someone like Baba is still in denial because of all the promises that Uhuru gave him. Every state control, he was in control of everything. I am sure if there is anyone who slept early during that election was Baba, because he knew that he had the Matiangis, he had all the people, he had the police, he had everyone, the state. So he's still in denial. He has never come to an agreement that this election I lost it, and that's why, like I said, a politician will clinch on something just to try and find the political momentum of what he's trying to push. So I would say this about the issue of the Nisumkate. The thing is, he himself, because I don't know like what they discussed, but from what I know and what he knows, Ruto, he might not want to have that mkate, because sikia venye Karua anasema kama ni full. So either way, they might be blindfolding us with that statement, but to me, I will take what someone says, that they are there just to destabilize the government, to make the government not to run. They know Ruto wants to strengthen his campaign, political campaign for 2027. So they want to show Kenyans that this government has not yet worked as they work their own political way to 2027. Because a politician always, after getting the power, he foresees the coming election, and now he prepares for that. So for me, I would say two things here. Is they are trying to suppress the government in terms of achievement, to tell Kenyans, hey, look, this government haijafanya hivi na hivi na hivi, preparing a platform of what they will be using against the government in the coming election. And also, as I said, it was something that unasema bado ni machungu ambayo Azimio bado wako nayo, kwa sababu hawajakubaliana kwamba hii uchaguzi iliisha na tulipoteza urais. Na sasa ikiwa ni kama walikuwa wanajua ni term ya mwisho ya Raila, either apate ama ikuwe nini. Sasa mahali imefikia ni kwamba hata wewe Ruto utaongoza kwa amani, na sisi now we have our numbers. That's why because I could hear even some of them, they say hata ukiteremsha unga ifika pesa ngapi lazima tutaandamana. So you mean like that shifting gears every year. Sasa si unga inaenda kitu kingine sawa, sijui what, and all these things are not realistic with it. If we sit down on a very reasonable forum, wachana hii yenye wanaingianga kwa television, and then you find someone is just like a hard stand with whatever they're discussing. But when we go on a open, genuine talk, they will never have anything to I mean, like, to discuss or to debate about their argument at the moment, the issue of high cost of living, hizi vitu zote. They're trying just to put the cart before the horse because of this common mwananchi. Tukiambia mnaumia, mnafanya hivi, and unasahau ya kwamba hata hii wakati yote baba akiwa, watu walikuwa naumia, hizi pesa ya COVID iliibiwa, baba alikuwa hapo, all these things were being done and the baba, mpaka kuna time ingine alikuwa anasema ati kwani lazima baba ni anaongea ndio nini, like all these things. So I would say they are there just to achieve their political enemies. Mambo ya Sukate, I know baba knows Ruto very well, anajua kwamba si mtu mwenye atasema ati atampatia, so they're trying to use, because bila hao wananchi kwenda kwa street, baba atakuwa tu.
Kwa hivyo baba, unaona, kulingana na wewe, unaona baba hapati hata rais moja?
Ni ngumu.
Na kuna kitu ulisema muhimu, ulisema Kalonzo, ukiangalia huelewi anafanya nini nyuma ya baba, hata ingawa walishapoteza. Maana nilikuwa nimefikiria about it wakati umemention hiyo, na mimi naonelea Kalonzo anaona venye tu ninaona. Kalonzo anaona venye ninaona. Anaona huyu mzee anaenda retire. Na kwa sababu ana retire, wacha nikae hapa, nijipage hapa nyuma yake, na nimconvince, na aone kabisa na ninamsupport. Watu wote waone ninamsupport kabisa, ili wakati anaenda kuacha mambo ya siasa, kila mtu aseme Kalonzo tosha.
Then I would say this confidently, that he has never learned. Why? It is the same belief, feeling, and ideas they had when Moi was almost going home. They thought, this man is old, this man must give this mantle to somebody. So they hung around, until Moi mentioned or kind of showed us who his predecessor would be. Upon the Kiliumana. So even this one probably might be a shocker when Raila or Uhuru failed to back him and back someone else. So I think he didn't learn. Some of these things are not given, they are taken. Like, you go for it. Like, how do I put it? You don't be a fool. If you have the ability to lead, don't follow forever.
Wow.
I would put it that if you have the ability to lead, don't follow forever. You see, there should be growth. That the last time he was in office as an elected person, I don't know if it is in 2013, that was the last time as an MP. 13 or 22, yes, after this election, after the new constitution came into power.
2013, he was elected as what? He was in opposition.
When was the last time he was elected?
It was 2007.
After 2017. Yes, yeah, I'm right.
The vice president. From that time, he has been making political miscalculations.
You see, after 2007, si alikuwa mbunge. 2007, si alikuwa mbunge.
2007, he became the vice president after the post-election violence.
Yeah, but that time you still unasimama president.
Yes.
He was an MP. That was the last time. That was the last time he was in office, elected wise.
Yes.
So you can imagine. ever since, nothing has
You
happened.
can imagine from 2007 up to now is how many years? 2007, we are in 20.
We are going to close to 20 years.
Mhm.
20 years following. You know, I would rather he tries and fall, you know. It's not a must you win, but at least show that you are growing. Come out. You know, come out. I love Wajakoya. Just try it. You never know. Maybe next time you'll do well. Because some of these leaders have tried before.
Wajakoya was a project, Bwana. Was a project.
But he came out. You know, my point is
you have broken his arendo.
The question of trying is what Dex is saying.
My point is try. Don't just be there. Don't just be a follower. You know.
And that's why
they denied Kenyans the ability, the need to have more than enough options. We were only left to choose between either Raila or Ruto or Wajakoya.
Saizi tungekuwa tuna export makende ya fisi.
Imagine, saizi tungekuwa na shamba hapa tumepanda
tungekuwa tunasema bangi zimefunguliwa.
Na nyoka. Unasema angekuwa na shamba za nyoka bwana.
And I don't want people to say that I'm supporting Wajakoya. Okay, it's only that he realized Kenyans like to hear funny things, and he became extreme, and he went overboard. When he came in the beginning, he had good ideas. Because I did some research and I saw how Canada does those things of the weed, and they use it for medical purposes, and they transport to other places and so many other countries. So to that extent, he had a good idea, because this plant is not only for abuse or just to make people intoxicated. It is also, it has medicinal value. So if he explained to people exactly what he means, slowly, bila fituko, bila sasa kuleta mambo ingine ya manyoka na nini, and I think kama inchi, because even Uganda is doing it, kama inchi venye tunastahili kufanya is we have some farms, even if they are going to be protected by the police. And instead of what we are doing with Gurana Kural, we can have that weed for medicinal value that can be transported to other countries and be processed for medicine. So he had a very good idea. I did a lot of research when he came with the whole idea, and I saw that so many governments are doing it. So still, although Ruto is a safety and all that, it is not bad to go beyond and do some research and see whether.
You see, still going to that point.
Yes.
Alonso almost went for it. You remember he launched Sankuli as his, is it Sunkuli or Sankuli, as his running mate. But what made him to cow down to, because one thing I think
he had the influence
we were denied
from
by IBC the opportunity to have variety. We were only left to choose between maize and beans, nothing else. Wajakoya was just the little soup or the kareko unaongeza kidogo, but there was nothing else in the elections. So to me, I think we need to have these people come out, and then from there we'll get the very best. But if under 2027 tukiachiliwa tu Ruto and Raila to go for it, I don't see even people coming out to, yes?
We will choose between the people who have stepped up to be counted, nobody else. So I think.
Let me tell you an interesting story today, and Jeff, and sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's fine.
I belong to this group where we were chatting with my member of parliament, and it's a forum. So I posed a question and asked because he said that he's giving out bursaries in a particular day, in a particular place. So I posed a question and asked him, why do you give bursaries to my children? Why can't you just sponsor a bill in parliament that abolishes a free secondary education? Yeah. Why can't you just sponsor a bill that is bipartisan? I believe Kenya Kwanza and Azimio will support that kind of bill that removes school fees for secondary education in totality. These are some of the issues that are affecting each and every household and denying our children education. These are some of the issues that we need to really press sometimes when we have a show like this one and see how far we can go with it. Maybe out there somebody will pick it up and whatever we are saying.
But Mzalendo, do you know? Do you think you have said that the members of parliament can that kind of a bill will never pass in our parliament because it is out of giving these bursaries that we feel they are doing something, whereas we know that should not even be the work of the members of parliament. That they have fought so hard that they may get a share of the revenue. And that's what we were saying, that the structure of our governance has a lot of loopholes. That is why we lose billions and billions
And Jeff, do you know CDF was stopped by the courts, but somehow they have sneaked it back?
Yeah.
I don't know how
Because
they sneaked it back. These are issues
why
that
do you
we
think they
need
need
to interrogate. They sneaked it back in a very interesting way, and this is one of the reasons why they sometimes would wink us to think that they are fighting for our rights. Yeah, when you see the minority leader in Azimio coming out strongly and saying, CDF must be back, very, very strongly that they need that CDF back. CDF cannot be stopped. But you see, CDF will enable you, will removal of CDF from your control will enable you legislate in parliament, bring bills that can affect the whole country, in the health sector, in the education sector. But they don't want this, and it is for simple reason. I just told him it is for simple reason, because you want to use it as a tool to bribe for votes. Yeah, when
and not only for votes, they want to use it for steering, because I believe if all this money is taken from our politicians,
it's 250 million.
If that money is taken away from them, they won't even have the interest to contest.
Just one moment. Mzalendo, do you still have the admin? They need to control the show?
I really doubt. I really doubt. Why do you ask so?
Hapo juu kwa unatumia simu kama
Yeah.
simu iwe.
Yeah, I am on my phone today. What do you want?
I wanted to leave.
You want to disappear?
No, I think
I told you when Sam comes in ataleta nguvu
no
ya
way. We are also living. I mean, we can wind up this. The issues that are arising right now, they are very juicy, and
yeah, they are.
Jeff
And that's
Muru will not stop. Muru will not stop.
I don't want
Sam
to stop
cannot
you.
stop. And you can just
continue. So that's why I felt, instead of me ending the show, I allow you to continue. Do this. When you're through, just holler at me. I'll come end the show.
Oh, well, oh, you want okay? You want me to call you to come to the show? All right.
Utanihola tu kwa WhatsApp. At least
that's no problem.
Freshen up, ndio nikijiekelea niwe fresh.
So you want us to end the show at some point, or you want us
Please
to?
do, because in the next 30
When
minutes.
we are tired, call him.
Oh, when I am seeing you guys tired, I'll call him. All right, thank you.
Yes.
Now
Yeah,
you can
I think
you can
yes, I think
continue.
it is
If
important.
Sam amekuja na nguvu ya 3 hours, Mboro has topics ameandika kwa kitabu zitampeleka another 4 hours. So if you combine
No, we don't want to go for so long in the show. Tomorrow is also another day. All right.
So,
Jack, thank you so much. We'll see you later at some point. Yeah. So I think it's just an open discussion. We were discussing on various issues that affect our country. If you feel that you need to join the show, it's never too late. We are not closing anytime soon. Maybe in the next 1 hour, we will be closing the show. Just click on the link and join the Mtembei TV. You are welcome. This is a forum where we deliberate. We don't bagua kama unatoka Azimio or unatoka Kenya Kwanza. You come, hear your views. We will listen to them. If they are good enough, there are leaders who are out there who will implement some of these issues that we are deliberating today. And it's also a learning forum. We learn a lot from this particular show, from the panelists who come in. And Mburu, thank you very much. Sam, thank you again for staying late. Let us continue. Mr. Mburu.
Yes. So we were saying there are so many things that need to be put into the right perspective. And I think our politicians, they take us for granted because they don't care whether we are doing well economically. They don't care how much money we lose, so long as they are able to control us to vote for them. Because when you think of the role of the members of parliament, they are supposed to play the legislative role, but they don't want to stick on that. They want us to give them a CDF so that they can be giving us like a token. We continue believing that our children would not go to school, would not be educated, were it not for so and so. So we continue keeping them in office. So that issue of deciding, even after the court had blocked CDF, they started saying that they have another way, that the court was not talking about this current government. I don't know, they tried to navigate around to make sure that they still have a CDF. I don't think it's a good thing. Because you can imagine, in the same government, we have money for the members of parliament. MCAs have fought very hard. They also have now their own money. And if the governor does not release money to them, they threaten to overthrow the governor. I even heard that the women, somebody said that they are going to work very hard to ensure that also the women have some money. They are controlling the women representatives in the same government. So, Muzarendo, my view is money should only be controlled at the national level and at the county level. If there is money for school and everything, let it go to the office of the governor or whatever the account of that county, but not money going to those other various people. I don't think it is right. The other thing, Kenyans were, after the 2010 constitution, we said that we are so much burdened with so many people that we are paying in the same country, where we have 48 governors, 48 senators, 48 women representatives. We have so many MCAs. We have so many MPs. That small country. And we said this burden is too huge. Plus now we have we have all these CASs, we have all these other cabinet secretaries, the same small economy. We are sustaining all these high profile people holding high positions. People who they need security. They need so many staff around them. Everywhere they are going, I mean, they spend a lot of money. So Kenyans were saying, I think we didn't get it right. When Kenyans said we need the change of the constitution to remove the burden from the shoulders of Wajiko. What happened? I saw the proposal that was in the BBI. BBI was proposing to add more members of parliament. BBI was not coming to lighten the load on the shoulders of the common mwananchi. So it is because we have allowed the politicians to determine the fate of the nation. And I think it is the high time the common people decide now to use the laws that we have to propose changes in the areas that we feel that we are being overburdened. I don't know, Mzaredo, what you think about that, because these people, most of this money that you hear they are controlling, I don't believe they can account for it. I believe the reason why everybody wants to control some money, it is because they look for the avenue to steal that money. Because if that money is well monitored, I don't think they'll be having all this fight to have that money, CDF money for the MCAs. It is because they are looking for a way in which they can steal from the public. And I think all those loopholes ought to be sealed so that we can have good government structures that are working. If it is the county government, let us have good financial management system, not having all this confusion. Because, for instance, how do you now audit the MCA? The MCA who is supposed to ensure there is accountability with the governor. Now, where do you start? Surely, who is checking who here? Is the government? Does the governor has the ability to check what the MCA is doing? And even if they see there is something the MCA have done, what is the governor going to do? This MCA is the one who is supposed to check the conduct of the governor. So you can see how we are creating a lot of confusion.
You see, Jeff, this is the confusion in this country, where the taxpayers are overburdened. And the reason why we have this confusion is that people don't speak out. The middle class in Kenya are very, very comfortable with each and every arrangement that is done by politicians, meaning government. Now, the duplication. There's a bursary that is being given by the governors. There's a bursary that is being given by the senators. There's a bursary allocation by the MCA through award fund that has already been allocated to them, just like the CDF. Yeah. There is a women rep bursary that is targeting also the entire county. Yeah. So look at this. This is billion. This is billion. This money is running into billions, controlled by a few individuals who are so disorganized that they cannot even come up with a law to consolidate this money that they are having to help the education sector. They want to control this money so that they can control your mind, how you vote. And most of the electorate are not that well informed to know that this is their right. This money being given to them should have come as a right. I'm entitled for it. So you find the constituents begging or lining up for the money. I saw the other day the Embakasi MP parading people that is giving them bursaries. In this day and age, 21st century, MP, an elected leader, serving probably in Congress, that is lining up people to give them money to pay school fees for their children. That is the work of government.
What these people don't know is this money they are lining up to be given is their own money.
Exactly, they don't know
so
that.
why do you humiliate people to look like beggars, whereas that money would even have been sent to school to be managed by school or another better system? You can see how these people make us look like we are their slaves, like without them we cannot survive. Yet these are our taxes.
Mboro, do you know if that money controlled by MPs could just be removed from their docket? Do you know the half of the MPs serving in parliament will not be in parliament? They will go back to their professions. They will go back to their businesses that they were doing. If that money can just be removed from their hands, we would have fought corruption by half, at least by half.
Exactly.
Yeah, especially the one in the education sector, where you find that this money is being channeled through the MP's relatives, and they cannot account for it. You asked a very important question. Now, if MCA is given award development fund, who is he answerable to?
Imagine.
At the end of the day, nobody.
He is the one who is supposed to check the governor.
He is the one who is supposed to check the government. And at the same time, when the governor is campaigning with the MCAs who are allied to him or her, and wana campaign pamoja, then when they are elected, you expect that the same MCAs who are campaigning for the same governor to check them out. There's no way. We have got a system that is so corrupt and has got so many loopholes for corruption that we need to really look
and
into.
You know, Mzalendo, there is nobody who can touch these people. Because, for instance, if the president says today, we don't need this CDF to be controlled by the members of parliament, they will all fight the president. And that is why, because he knew actually he's the one advocating that the members of parliament should control some money. Why?
But you saw Waiguru the other day saying that, they're giving the president ultimatum if they don't get money in their constituencies.
Exactly.
They have already started saying, you are not doing your job. We need money at the counties. So it's all about money and power, and that's the reason why you find somebody finishes their term as MP, then the next seat that they're looking for is to become the governor. So,
and Mzalendo, I was asking myself, how is the taxes in Kenya, or the money that is collected in Kenya, how is it controlled? Because we should not have an aspect whereby the president is the one who will determine whether money will be sent to the county or not. So I am wondering whether the statement that the chair of the Council of Governor was making was a right or correct statement, because the president should not have say into when or how much should go to the counties. There should be a very clear system that if there is no money, they know what they are supposed to do. There should not be even the issue of the government. I think there is a huge problem there.
You see, Jeff, what I this is my thought. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right. Most county governments that are currently functioning have got an arrangement with the local banks in that particular area, where they can get an overdraft to do their payrolls and all that, so that when the money comes in from is released from government, they go to the various accounts and the banks automatically deducts whatever they had given the counties. So most counties have got arrangements with the local banks. But I think what is happening with the local banks is that they could not have, maybe they don't have enough finances to support the counties, because we have also locals who are using the same banks to get loans, to get first bank facilities. That when the county withdraws a huge chunk of money from the bank, it remains rather redundant. It cannot support its other objectives. So that is the reason why it's happening. And again, the government is not collecting enough money. And
also, I think also that kind of arrangement is not a good arrangement, because these banks, they are not just giving those loans at a low interest, because they know these counties, without them, it will be very hard for them to function. So I'm wondering, is the government of Kenya that broke? In which position are we? Because if I hear the government has delayed in paying almost everything, even people's salaries and all that. And just my advice to the government, if there is something that can bring a great rebellion from the people, is when you are not able to pay people, workers, people who have already worked for the government in time. I think that is the most dangerous situation we can be in.
Yeah, you're right. If it goes on like the discipline forces will not get their salaries for running for 5 months, then you are in the red.
What do you expect? Because, for instance, if I don't get money, I have rent, I have bills, you have children and all that, what do you do? What does the government expect you to do? So, as much as I am a supporter of Kenya Kwanza, they must critically think never to delay people's salaries, because however much people might be loyal to you, the moment you start delaying their salaries, I am telling you, you are going to part ways.
Yeah, that is true. That is very, very true. There is no way you will expect the same people who are guarding you day and night, and as a legislator, you've already ensured that your salary is already in the account, but your bodyguard is broke as a church mouse. They have not received any of their salaries, and they are busy there guarding you day and night. We are with their guns, wanakugadi na wewe ushapata mshahara, and you are the one who is supposed to facilitate that they get their salaries in time. I think that the Ruto's government has failed in that. They never saw it coming.
They really need to do something about it. They really need to do something about it.
They need to do something about it. This is something that they've really failed terribly. Government salaries should not, civil servant salaries should not be delayed, because people are in school, other people are paying medication for their families, and when you delay the
people's
salary,
houses are going to be locked. Many people are
renting. People's houses are going to be locked. People are paying fee notes for their cars. People are paying mortgages. Yeah. So salary is tied to so many things.
So I'm just praying that they will come up with a strategy and should be quickly. It is better to delay. They can delay anything else, but not salary, because I see even myself, if what I'm supposed to be paid, if it is delayed and you have planned for it that day, if it is delayed just for one day, it becomes a big problem. And you feel like you don't even want to work for that company.
Because Jeff, you plan with your salary. If it is not enough, you look for another source of income. Yeah. If it is not enough, you look for another way to get the money. So we normally plan with what we have, and what we have is not coming through. So that is very, very dangerous. And again, remember.
They better stop doing whatever else they are doing and concentrate. First of all, people must have their salary, because people need to eat, people need to feed, people need, we call them the basic needs. The women were not able to cater for those basic needs. So the government is supposed to put its priorities right. And the first thing, are we able to pay our people? Even before any other development, give people their dues. Because if you don't do that, even those staunch supporters you have, they are going to turn against you. And we don't want that to happen.
I couldn't agree more with you, because this is something that I feel the government of the day is not doing anything about it. Maybe Ruto's economic policy is not really working so well in the past few months that he has been in office. But I would also say there could be sabotage, or they need to have a budget allocation for the now bloated government that he has created. You know, he has created another various positions.
Sabotage must be there, because
Sabotage must be there also, but these are the CSs that the government has created. I mean, they were not theirs, and they are expected to earn salary. So at the end of the day, maybe money is being diverted to other function. But I believe in this day and time, I agree with the Raila in this aspect. There should not be a lot of foreign trips by government officials. They need to cut down on cost. They can cut down on cost and ensure that it is not very expensive to run government at the end of the day. The issue of sometimes they do this thing for political reason, removal of bodyguards from our leaders. I think that thing they should make it a law. Our leaders should hire those bodyguards. They earn enough money. They should pay for the services. They need to kutaka bodyguard wa polisi ya idara, you pay them. Pay them when you need them. Unawalipa, but they should not be there with you all the time.
You can imagine.
Yeah, you can imagine that these guys, they live like we don't live in the same country. And an MP and a senator should feel insecure, so that he can bring a bill that will improve in security. It should be marked in the streets of Nairobi, so that he knows that ukienda utaibiwa. Yeah, what do we do about it as leaders? But if we have them having these luxuries of bodyguards and all that, wanaishi kwa maisha ingine ile sio ya kawaida.
But we, as the people of Kenya, we should be the one to initiate these things, because these leaders, the members of parliament, will never pass any law or come up with any law that will work against them. I don't know how it will happen, but we need people somewhere who will say, let us look at our governing structures and how we do things. When you have lived in other countries like in America, and then you think how we do things back in our country, you wonder, when shall we develop our country? We need to change right from our attitude, our thinking, the way we see things, that selfishness, that I'm going to the office to enrich myself, we live simple life, because even after gathering all this money, where do you go with it?
Jeff, I worked with people in the civil service. You'd find somebody going to an extent of, even changing their age. If they were to retire in the next few 2 years, they change everything. And they add themselves another 10 more years in service. Do you know how this affects the other graduates who are coming from the university? It affects them in a very, very big way. These are some of the issues that are not being really addressed by our leaders. So we need to keep on pressing as media. That is our role to do the checks and balances in government. Although the mainstream media has also gone to bed with the government of the day, they can no longer correct what the government is doing. And for one reason, they get business from the same government. They get business from the same government. So you will not find a citizen criticizing a government so much because they need advertisement revenue from the same government. So the fourth estate is already compromised in a way. So we don't have really independent media. Apart from the news that they pretend to be independent, they don't really dig into the issues. Look at the issues now happening between the seven sides. They needed to have dug into the issues, and we know what is really happening. Yeah. With that said, Jeff, can you please just have your last remarks, and
Yes.
we wind up because tomorrow we are having an early morning.
Exactly. Now, I've been wondering how and who will help our country. As I said, the structure of our governance is totally wrong, and something needs to be done. The former provincial administration was not totally abolished. We created another system of governance on top of what we had. We only changed the names of to the provincial, I don't know, county commissioners and all that. A lot of confusion. And this confusion needs to be sorted out. We don't need the former administration. We should have a way in which the national government should have a good collaboration and a way of working with the county government. We also don't need all these members of parliament. That's my feeling. We don't need to have all these people in our parliament, because not only that we are paying them high salaries, they have staff, they have police, they have all these cars, they have a lot of expenditures for us to sustain them. We as the country should think on how we can reduce our members of parliament, and that is not enough. Remember, not only members of the National Assembly, we have the Senate with so many senators. I strongly believe, and I don't know whether you, my listener, and other Kenyans, I don't think that we need to have, in a small country of 50 million people, I don't believe that we need to have 48 counties. No. And I said another day, America has over 350 million people with only 50 governors. So you can see we copied and pasted what does not suit our country. So we need somebody, I don't know who, and I don't know how, but as the people of Kenya, we should have this feeling, and we start agitating to have at least 8 counties. Not all these counties. It is total confusion. We don't need all these senators. We don't need all these MCAs. Because the more, especially in Kenya, the more you increase these people, the more you increase this, and the more we lose more money. So it is very important, and I feel strongly we should think about it. And having said that, Mzarendo, come and finish this, the show. Yes. You people are muted, or you're not saying anything.
Hi, people. Can you see me?
Did you really sleep? Yes, we can.
Can you see me? Okay.
Jakes, you know what happened? What happened? I went to call you. When I came back, I was out. I can't get into the show. I think I don't have the rights to get into the show.
Because umeingia via phone.
So Mzalendo, because I was making those final remarks, I just remembered to say that it is good to criticize the government, so long as we do it respectfully. It is our government. And where we feel the government is going out of order, we have to speak it. It is good to talk about it. Because if the government performs and our country becomes better, it becomes better for all of us. So nobody should feel like, hey, these people are criticizing the government and they are supporters of the same government. It is very important that whenever we see something not going in the right direction, we talk about it, because even the opposition nowadays, they are not doing their job. we should try to govern ourselves amongst ourselves.
And you know the reason why the opposition is not.
Facebook family, bye. 2 minutes and you'll be out.
I'm
But
just
YouTube tutaendelea.
Tumemaliza.
Okay.
The reason why these politicians they don't want us to think that way is because they have learnt a way that being in government comes with all these goodies. After the handshake with Uhuru Kenyatta and the Grand Coalition government with Kibaki, the main opposition has known
they have tasted the sweetness.
They have tasted the good. They have tasted the honey, and that is why you find that today we don't have opposition. They call themselves that they are minority and they are in government.
Yes.
We are also in government. You've heard that story. You know, you are the opposition as an alternative government, but you're also calling yourself in government because we don't have an opposition party. So everybody in Azimio, in Kenya Kwanza, especially those in Azimio, are assuming that they are in government. Talk to any Azimio supporter, they'll tell you they're also in government.
They're in government.
They're in government, and it's true.
Mzalendo, did you listen to the analysis of Kiraito Murungi of how he was analyzed, how he analyzed Raila Odinga? He said that Raila Odinga is a government person. So he has not been opposition. During Moi, he was called, he did some maandamano, he disturbed Moi, and through that, he was applying for a job in government, and he was called in government by Moi. They worked together. The same case happened to Kibaki. And now Kiraito Murungi was saying, what he is doing, he is making an application to join the government. So he is looking for a job in the government.
Unajua hawa watu wote wanajuana kwa vilemba. Kiraito Murungu has also never missed being in government. So ni watu wanajuana kwa vilemba. They know what their interests are, and we leave it at that. We can only speculate, but genuinely, I think 2007, Raila deserved being the president of the Republic of Kenya, and he was genuinely in Kibaki's government. If Kiraito Murungi saw it otherwise, not necessary, that demonstration was the most authentic demonstration ever, and it was genuine because he had won the election.
Another topic of
No, we will not introduce it today, but we can continue later in the evening because you seem not to know to agree that Raila won in 2007.
No, I have no opinion.
All right. Thank you very much, Jeff. We point noted. Karibu sana Bwana Jex. Wind up the show. We want to go and sleep, mister.
Okay. Sawa. Now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for always keeping tuned. You guys have been amazing. I want to thank all the panelists that made time to be part of this show. You who is joining me, thank you so much for always making Mtembei TV your number one online show. This show caters for you, where we bring you the happenings throughout the day, whatever is happening and making headlines to make sure that you catch it fast here at Mtembei. Thank you for always liking our videos, our presentation. You are the guys that have made Mtembei grow and become big. We are grateful, and as I've promised, and we have always stated here at Mtembei, as long as you are part of us, we will make sure that in a way we are part of you. Asanteni sana, those who keep on commenting, sharing, and above all, sitting and watching us from their comfort of their home, the comfort of their workplace. We are always grateful. I see Mason Sander is still in. Thank you so much. BD Cars, I can see you. And the many who are sending in their comments. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. We do it again tonight from around 10 p.m. I wish to catch you then. I hope to see you then, because this is where you can find us. This is where you are always welcome to come share in your view, come give in your view. Let your voice be heard. Let your voice be known. Tonight, I'll be reading the names that I failed to read yesterday night when I began the show, of the winners who have shared our videos, who have shared and liked most of our videos. And we feel as Mtembei, it's time we give back to you because you have given to us. We feel that you guys also need to feel our presence in your lives. Thank you so very much. I am grateful for being your host for the past 8 hours. It has been long, but thank you so much. We do it again from 10 p.m. on the dot with another awesome topic, with another awesome debate with other able panelists. And as I promised you, we are having great shows coming up. You'll see some changes, massive changes, and you'll see some awesome guests coming to Mtembei Live. You have not catch them anywhere else. You'll see them here live for free, just for you, to be able to interact with your leaders, to be able to interact with other panelists, and to know them, and above all, to have your voice heard. Thank you so much. And as usual, I leave you with an awesome song. I hope you enjoy this one. It is a good one. It made headlines some years back, but as well, it was a good song. May it also be a good song to you, and may it bless you. Goodbye. Have a good day. Have a good morning. Have a good night. God bless you. Later, ladies and gentlemen. Bye-bye. Have a fantastic day.
Mama yangu, fahari yangu, the pride of Africa, na kusifu Kenya, hakika wapendeza. Na kupenda Kenya, wewe ni mama yangu, fahari yangu, the pride of Africa, na kusifu Kenya, hakika wapendeza. Nchi yangu, the pride of Africa. Nakupenda Kenya, wewe ni mama yangu, fahari yangu, the pride of Africa, na kusifu Kenya, hakika wapendeza. Nchi yangu, the pride of Africa. Karibuni chini Kenya, furahia nchi yetu isiyo matata. Burudika, makinika, Kenya, my land, najivunia. Karibuni chini Kenya, Afrika. Tembelea Masai Mara, Savo, Amboseli, Mulima, Kenya, Buni, Mamba, Ndovu, Simba, shuhudia wanyama wapendezao. Mombasa, bahari Hindi, marijani na mawimbi ya melemeta. Lake Victoria, Kisumu City, Kenya, my land, najivunia. Nakupenda Kenya, wewe ni mama yangu, bahari yangu, the pride of Africa. Nakusifu Kenya, nchi yangu, the pride of Africa. Kenya, my land, the pride of Africa. Bahari yangu, the pride of Africa. Nakusifu Kenya, hakika wapendeza. Nchi yangu, the pride of Africa. Nakupenda Kenya, wewe ni mama yangu. Bahari yangu, the pride of Africa. Nakusifu Kenya, hakika wapendeza. Nchi yangu, the pride of Africa. Nakupenda Kenya, wewe ni mama yangu. Bahari yangu, the pride of Africa. Nakusifu Kenya, hakika wapendeza. Nchi yangu, the pride of Africa. Bahari yangu, the pride of Africa. Nakusifu Kenya, hakika wapendeza. Nchi yangu, the pride of Africa. Nakupenda Kenya, wewe ni mama yangu. Bahari yangu, the pride of Africa. Nakusifu Kenya, hakika wapendeza. Nchi yangu, the pride of Africa. Karibuni chini Kenya, furahia nchi yetu isiyo matata. Burudika, makinika, Kenya, my land, najivunia. Karibuni chini Kenya, furahia bustani ya hewa safi na milima na mabonde. Kenya, my land, najivunia. Nakupenda Kenya, wewe ni mama yangu. Bahari yangu, the pride of Africa. Nakusifu Kenya, hakika wapendeza. Nchi yangu, the pride of Africa. Tembelea Masai Mara, Savo, Amboseli, Mulima, Kenya, Buni, Mamba, Ndovu, Simba, shuhudia wanyama wapendezao. Mombasa, bahari Hindi,
solution for genuine property ownership fused with luxury living and affordability. With our fully stocked supermarket of value-added residential and commercial properties in prime locations across the country, we cater to all your needs. Some of our projects include Achievers Paradise in Ngong, Ushindi Gardens in Nakuru, Great Oasis Gardens in Nanyuki, Kidimani Springs along the Thika Garissa Road, Hekima Gardens in Nyeri, Garden of Joy in Machakos, Wema Gardens in Narumoro, Tulivu Gardens at Konza Technopolis, and Love Gardens, Kajiado County.